should be able to play Surge to freedom. No! Jankos comes in, but it's another kill for Jankos. He's now 3-0-1.
Every time we get behind, we never seem to get ahead again.
Oh, they've landed the button, and the ultimate out! Wow, and PK gonna pick up the first one in this one.
I feel we're back on track, so 4-0 is the only way to go.
Here comes Freddy though from the side. It's a good knockup. He's gonna get 3 low. Oh, they're all being shattered.
We can hopefully finish with 2 wins now.
I definitely think that we can still go 2-2.
If we win tomorrow, we just get a boost of morale.
To the final day of the summer split in the European LCS, live from our studio in Cologne, Germany. I'm Eefje Schokkensupporteren and I am joined by Lee D-Man Smith and Martin the Fisio Lunge. And we have 5 games worth of action heading your way today as the teams play their last matches and try to lock in those final spots in the standings before playoffs. But before we get to today's matches, let's break down the big stories from Wednesday. And guys, first off, SK Gaming 3-0 already, and they took down Alliance and Fnatic yesterday.
Yeah, they are looking fantastic. They're setting up on stage right now. You may be able to see them just in the corner of your eye there, N-rated. 4-0 the dream. He's already been signaling. It's been a fantastic turnaround from 0-5 to a potential 5-0. What a perfect time to shine coming into playoffs.
Absolutely, and we mentioned it already, and Alliance and Fnatic losing. They locked in their top 2 spot and then not really showing up that much yesterday.
No, it was pretty clear as well. They were just testing out new champions. We saw Alistar Yasuo from Fnatic. Didn't really work, not on the same page, and Reckless was also saying on Twitter afterwards, hey, we just tested out a new comp, we need more practice. So they were testing out some new picks. We're probably going to see the same thing here today.
Very interesting. And well, talking about losing also the Superweek and Millennium at the midst of that table, well, I don't know what's going on with those teams, to be honest.
Honestly, I think it's just pressure. I mean, super hot crew, the first time they've been in this playoff situation. New team, of course, came in last spring, so suddenly the pressure was on them. They came into this 3rd place in Superweek and they've slipped right down already. Same for Millennium, of course. They were bottom of the table last season, so they're also both feeling the pressure, I think, coming into playoffs.
But we must really hope here they can actually fix the mistakes, because the games they've played in this Superweek have been horrible. They've been losing them straight up, didn't have a chance to win. Now, 1 week from now, we have the quarterfinals. If they don't fix all the mistakes they have before quarterfinals, they won't go into semifinals and maybe not even towards the Worlds. Or of course not towards the Worlds.
Well, it is crunch time for those teams. And turning to the playoff bracket, despite 6 matches yesterday, much of the seeding has still not been decided. Only Alliance and Fnatic locked things up yesterday after Fnatic lost to SK Gaming, which meant they could no longer catch Alliance. And the rest of the teams could potentially finish in several different spots as seeding gets determined during today's games. Now let's take a quick look at the standings so you can see just how close these teams are. In the middle of the table, it's nearly neck and neck, as just 1 game separates the teams in order from SK Gaming in 3rd place to Rockat in 6th. That means we could see multiple tiebreaker scenarios for each of those positions. And that could even extend to the bottom of the table, where Gambit could even things up with the Copenhagen Wolves.
And full respect to Gambit for the fact that going to this Super Week, they had some issues with the lineup and they just start playing really well. Confidence, team synergy, everything is showing. If they do manage to win against SK Gaming, it's going to be hard because they've been looking so good. And they actually tie Copenhagen Wolves, we will have a very exciting tiebreaker.
I think for Gambit, honestly, the realization that, especially for the likes of Edward and Diamond, you know, this has been their job for the last 3-4 years now in League of Legends. Suddenly that is at risk. Suddenly they realize we need to listen to any outside help we can get.
Yeah, that's what we heard yesterday as well from Dimitri. And of course, there are some huge moments that had you guys fired up on Twitter. So let's take a look at your top 2 LCS big plays. Up first was Shook's sneaky showstopper against Gambit at Charthogue. That cocoon was beautiful. This was your 2nd most talked about play.
Look for a cocoon from Shook.
Very, very patient play. The ultimate used. Now the cocoon. Whoa! Perfect pixel placement there.
He managed to thread the needle.
What a cocoon from Shook.
Absolutely perfectly aimed here. Sets up Rockat as well for porting and killing. And Shook, to be honest, has been the best jungler in Europe. If he can keep it up going in towards the playoffs, I really do believe Alliance can actually also take it to Worlds.
All right, the second one, the most talked about big play, came from Jess's Orianna against Alliance. That turned the game in SK's favor at Syracuse. Such a perfect shockwave out of Jess's to turn that fight around. This was your #1 LCS big play.
Gonna get taken down. Saw Shackles from Enrated. Wilson out 3 members, but Enrated's now very low. Okay, no balls coming in straight away. Shock's in there. 3-man shockwave once again from Jesus.
That is just another fantastic shockwave coming out of Jez.
You know, Trevor said it himself there. Fantastic shockwave. He did, what, 3-4 of them throughout that game. Really has stepped up his game for Super Week.
Absolutely, just in time. Remember, you can always tweet us your favorite plays of the day using the hashtag LCSBigPlays. And now let's take a look at today's matches. We'll start the day off with Gambit versus SK Gaming, which is a big match with a lot of bearing for the playoff positioning. And then we'll wrap up with Alliance versus Millennium. After that, if there are any ties left to settle, we'll play those tiebreaker games at the end of today to lock the standings. And for all of the stats, schedules, VODs, and more, you can head over to lolesports.com. That's where you can also find global updates on every region's best teams as they head toward Worlds. And click on the tickets link to find out how you could join us live here for the quarterfinals coming up next week. And now, we'd like you to think back over this week and get on Twitter to tell us who is your MVP this Super Week so far and why. Gentlemen.
Well, first of all, we have to look towards SK Gaming because they're winning all the games. Jesus, we just saw the shockwaves. He's been looking very good. Svensson in the jungle, been performing really well. But I actually want to go towards Gambit instead and say Coupon. Because for me, he was a guy who's been underperforming before Super Week, and now all of a sudden he's playing Gragas, he's playing Maokai, and he's just been dominating in the top lane. He's been winning games for Gambit when they really need to win them here. So for me, he's actually been the MVP so far.
For me, it's all the broadcast crew that have been here for countless hours throughout, obviously, the last 2 days. And it's going to be a long one again today.
Absolutely. Send your answers to us at LOL Esports, and we'll read your most valuable tweets later in the show. And now, let's send it over to the desk to kick things off with Joe and Quickshot.
Hello once again, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm Joe Miller here with Trevor Quickshot Henry, and it's time to get our final day of the summer split underway as Gambit Gaming face SK. Now, Gambit can take 7th place here today if they win and then the Copenhagen Wolves lose, which would force that tiebreaker for the 7th and 8th positions. Now, if SK win here, they have a much better chance of securing 3rd place, as it would eliminate a 3-way tie scenario, because only the Super Hot crew would then be able to catch them.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these games play out. We will be updating you over the course of the day. Let's start by talking a little bit about Gambit Gaming. They have stepped up this week, as Deficio just mentioned, and we've heard from Nick yesterday saying that the team is listening to their analyst, they're focusing on the promotion tournament, and with the pressure of playoffs off of their shoulders and the risk of losing the position in the LCS during that promotion tournament, it looks like Gambit have appeared to improve, but it is the last possible moment. They took down the Wolves and Millennium, they pushed Alliance super hard in terms of team fights, but today, as a team, they need to have better objective control and map presence, especially if they want to challenge SK and prevent SK going 4-0.
Yeah, and speaking of SK, they are 3-0 after taking not just Millennium down, but the top 2, Alliance and Fnatic as well. And they're the only team in Super Week to have not lost a match.
Yeah, and I think they've potentially peaked at the right time. They've come into Super Week looking to settle a score and take that 3rd place seed, which Super Hot Crew was looking to secure. And they've got a very good chance. So to keep their Super Week perfect means they have to take down Gambit. And the players that need to step up and have stepped up this week is Jezzes and Candy Panda. Jezzes is currently 14-19 in 3 games, and Candy Panda is a staggering 22-6-21 with those wins over Fnatic and Alliance. I just think SK are the favorites in this match. It'll be up to these 2 guys to deliver another stellar performance, lock in that perfect week, 4-0 Super Week, and potentially 3rd place seed if Super Hot Crew lose 1 game.
So let's check out then the lineups for our first match. On the blue side today, it's Gambit Gaming with Kubon in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, and the duo of Genja and Edward.
And on the red side, it is SK Gaming with Freddy up top, Sven in the jungle, Jez is playing the mid lane, Candy Panda and Enrated as the duo.
So let's check in then and see which of these teams you guys think will take the win. With 67% of the votes, SK Gaming. That is not a huge number in favor of SK.
About 2/3, Joe, actually,
it is.
in favor of SK. Look, they've been on a tear. 3-0, they've looked terrifying. Jez's Ahri play on day 1 really stands out in my mind against Millennium because he was roaming and countering Kerp's Kassadin just by successfully timing. But Gambit themselves, they've also taken down Millennium, maybe not necessarily as cleanly, but both of these teams have been performing much better this week than they have in previous ones. And I think SK, they can't underestimate Gambit, especially Cubon, like Deficio was saying. If he gets his hands on, Maokai or maybe Gragas, that could work in their favor.
Done a really fantastic job coming into this week. But as we move towards Champion Select then, what are we looking at here? Where is the focus going to be?
So I think the Gragas pick is an important one because both of these teams have run him, but Gambit have used him as a support and a top laner. Freddy, on the other hand, has been trending towards the Nidalee. He's been drawing Nidalee bans all week long. So I think that's going to be a priority pick. I also think that Jez's is somewhat of a question mark. He's played Ahri, he's played Orianna, and he's had strong performances on both of those champions. So I wonder if Gambit may look to try ban him out. Traditionally, when Jez's has struggled, SK have struggled, but on the same token, all of the slack has been picked up by Candy Panda.
Yeah, I mean, Orianna for both of these mid lanes has to be a consideration, whether that's early on in the picks or maybe even in the bans. Aatrox for Freddy as well, constantly fantastic with that one. We heard Candy Panda actually yesterday say in the interview, that the position that we're in now with AD carries is actually really suiting him because he loves to play the likes of Cogmore, of Corki, likes Ezreal as well, which unfortunately is a little bit further down the tier. Caitlyn as well, not quite as strong as he'd wish for, but and Tristana.
He's in his comfort zone.
Because he's done well. He's in his comfort zone right now with the champions available.
He is, and I posed a question to Candy Panda, which he swatted away quite diligently. SK as a team have struggled from patch to patch. They have been good on certain patches as the meta shifted and changed in the summer splits, whether it was their practice regime or their individual solo queue, which they have spoken about quite significantly that cost them games, or their inability to adapt to the meta game that cost them. This patch is working out in Candy Panda's favor. The next patch where there's 30 champions that are being balanced and changed, is he still going to be in that comfort zone? Because Gambit, they're also finding a balance. As the time has progressed, they've looked scary. They've had impacts. And, I've been very critical of Diamond in recent weeks because of his history, because of his pedigree, and he's finally making positive plays here in Super Week.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Diamond. He's brought out Kazakhs a lot of the time, in fact. And, we've seen stranger picks from him. We've always referred to Diamond, and he's been known as the innovative jungler, to be honest, and I think he's actually played Kazakhs every single game, right?
All 3 games.
All 3 games. So that's maybe a consideration for bans. They've been banning Evelyn against him.
Yep.
We've seen him play Skarner, we've seen him play Rammus. He's picked up some crazy stuff in the jungle. Skarner and Rammus, I don't know if we're going to see him come back because they weren't so successful for him.
Nor was this Rengar. He played Rengar day 1 of last week, and it was not particularly effective. His Kazakhs this week has found more impact. It has found kills. He's found more synergy with the rest of his players. So I think if I were on the side of SK, maybe putting on something more uncomfortable, or Sven, if he can get Eve, he can just counter jungle.
Well, let's find out. We're going to go into bans and picks here, and we can see already first 2 coming out. Freddy going to have the Nidalee taken away, and there is that Kazakhs ban. We talked about it already, that Diamond's ran it in all 3 games. Orianna will be a ban from Gambit here as well, which we expected, being such a highly contested pick between these 2 sides.
TF, Kassadin still available, Gragas still available. So a lot of these priority picks that both teams have run in the past and put emphasis on, but slightly less mid lane focus than what we have been seeing through the majority of our games.
So that leaves them now with a choice. Do they ban out, I was going to say Gragas or Kassadin, but they actually ban out Kog'Maw. Now Gambit is saying, okay, do we take Gragas or do we take Kassadin?
SK Gaming have already beaten Kassadin this week. SK Gaming took down Millennium by giving Millennium first pick Kassadin. They instantly replied with an Aatrox Gragas pick. That was what they ran first time around, but the Aatrox has been banned away. So we need to see if this is going to be support Gragas, which is what my instinct is telling me, because Freddy has not really tried to pick that up in the past, and Jez's ran Ari into that Kassadin last time around. So let's see, can SK defeat Kassa win twice in a week?
Kassa lose, as he's been so far.
Kassadin. You've got the wrong emphasis.
Apparently so, yes. Everwin has been picked up here for Diamond, though, since his Kazakhs was banned away. And as he said, Evelyn's been banned constantly against him these last few weeks, and we'll see exactly how Diamond's going to do on that one. With the amount of bans, you'd expect that that's going to be a very strong pick coming out for him. What's third here for Gambit? Will they think now about going for a top laner, or are they just going to go straight in there, take a support away maybe?
Gambit are going to be well aware that SK Gaming have already defeated Kassadin, and this pick and ban phase, I'm going to say, is in favor of SK. Look at the speed at which they're insta-locking the champions, and the fact that they've had a successful strategy against Kassadin. What allowed them to punish Millennium so hard was their aggressive map play. They were constantly looking for tower dives, looking to get in Millennium's face and invading the jungle. So that prevented any teleport ganks from Kassadin to really be super effective. And at the same time, Jesus was roaming. So with a Lee Sin, as opposed to the Evelyn, if memory serves, is what they ran last time. It was Elise, rather. It's going to fulfill that same role. Aggressive, in your face, early game. And as long as Gambit can hold off, they can do well late game, but they can't give up too much too early.
So also got to keep in mind here that in that very same game where we saw the Kassadin come through, SK versus Millennium, Gragas was picked by SK, and they actually pushed it down the ranks into the support role to give Freddy then the final pick. And we'll see what they go for here, with Gambit now going to have to pick a top laner out. And that gives the ability for Freddy to choose whether he wants to take that Gragas up there, or whether he'll go something against the Irelia, which Kubon has picked up. We're also going to see Eddie back on Thresh.
So I like the idea of the Thresh for Eddie in conjunction with Kassadin and Irelia. They've got a lot of single target focus. They can really pop somebody and cause them a lot of trouble. And if Gambit can survive the laning phase thanks to pressure from Diamond, Irelia and Kassadin can do a pretty good job at singling out targets of SK Gaming. They are very mobile, they are very quick. So all of that mobility that Gragas and Ari have in team fights can in theory be dealt with, especially if Edward is on point with his death sentences and his lanterns. But for SK, the question is, what option do they want to go in the top lane? Is it going to be an early game Renekton? Is it going to be Shyvana for team fights? And it looks like Freddy's going to go for the Renekton, which he used to beat Fnatic yesterday.
Yeah, Necton coming in again. Champion which has honestly fallen out of favor in that top lane. Still very strong when it comes to that early to mid-game bullying. We'll see what he can do against Kubon on Irelia here. And Kubon, we have to say, this week has really stepped up his game. Has found form. Probably at the, I don't know if we can quite call it the right time here for Gambit, although it technically is, you know, moving forward to the end of the season. Of course, they can now challenge the Copenhagen Wolves for 7th if they win this game and if the Copenhagen Wolves lose later. So we'll see if Kuban can bring that form with Irelia.
He's going to need to, because he's got so much to deal with. While Irelia is very mobile and can deal with hard CC, you've got a knockback from Lee Sin, knockback from Gragas, knockback from Tristana. Those are all very disruptive in team fights. But if SK use them inappropriately or do not group up effectively, they can get run down by Gambit's squad. This is also a difference in AD carries. When SK won on day 1 against a Cassidy, they were running Kog'Maw, who's a little bit more of a lane bully than Tristana is. So pressure on Candy Panda not to fall behind in lane.
Well, guys, have those champion picks made. You switch your vote. Tweet hashtag GMB win or hashtag SK win to @LOL Esports. We'll see if the numbers change out as the game plays out. It was 67%.
It was about 2/3.
About 2/3, that's right. I forgot about that. 67% was the vote from LOLesports.com. We've seen yesterday in particular the vote swinging very much between the, you know, the pre-game vote and what we've seen after Champion Select. Might happen here today as well. Interested to see how Gambit do. Cassidy gets through. They get it. A lot of pressure on Nick. We are going to get into game, though. It's the first one of our final day here in Super Week and final one of the regular summer split season. It is, of course, Gambit taking on SK Gaming. Diamond getting his Evelyn. Cassidy coming through for Nick. On the other side, though, SK Gaming, they calculated that one. If they didn't want to play against a Cassidy, well, you've seen it from literally every other team out there in the world, you ban him.
So I also want to highlight, SK have allowed Cassidy through against Gambit and Millennium. But in the games against Fnatic and Alliance, Cassidy was banned out. Alliance banned it against SK, and I'm looking at the Fnatic match in a moment, and Fnatic banned it out against SK as well. So when SK are on red side, they've allowed it to go through in favor of getting priority picks which they feel can counter their opponents. Now, it wasn't a champion matchup that won the game against Millennium. It was a playstyle matchup. So if Gambit have been listening to their analyst and they've really looked at the games over the weekend, early defensive vision is going to be a priority and responding to any aggressive plays that SK make on the map. That is how Gambit have to control.
Well, one thing that their analyst has not said is that Diamond should start with just a health bot. So he's going to recall and actually buy. Not exactly the ideal start to it. Actually, he's going elixirs here. Ooh.
So again,
wow,
it's early game. That is going to give you a few minutes of power. The reason that SK managed to beat Millennium, I know I keep harping on about it, it was just the way that they played that game. They moved around, they towered over with Elise, they got into Millennium's faces. And I think if Diamond is in the right place at the right time and he is responding to ganks, you do have some early game power in Irelia, in Corki. Not so much in Cassidy, but obviously, I think the focus for SK will be the side lanes, top and bottom, to try and disrupt Gambit. We'll see if it works out.
Elixir start already popped there by Diamond right at the very get-go. This mid lane is obviously Jesus and Nick already trading a few blows. Jesus, just from his auto attacks and the range that he's got there, should be able to bully Nick completely in this early game. But as you rightly mentioned, it all depends on how they can continue to do that and not just over the first few minutes. Edward, meanwhile, did take a belly slam from Enrated, which has already knocked him down to about half health.
So I want to highlight, with Diamond starting on blue buff, as well as using that elixir very early on, he may be looking for faster clear times and potentially invading himself. Look at this, he's going to poke in now with Svenskar, and this could end up being a smite fight. Sven's got no vision on Evelyn. And he's going to come in, he's jumping on Sven.
Oh, he's coming in, that's a lot of damage coming out. Svenskar flashes, Diamond flashes in, and the first blood will go down. Meanwhile, Candy Panda, he's going to have to flash away. Genja might be able to pick up this one. He does, and Gambit open the game with a 2-0 lead.
Gambit had definitely looked at SK Gaming's match and figured out what they needed to do. The punishment on Svenskeren from a very early invade and an early Elixir buy was very, very intelligent. Very intelligent from Diamond. It's not over yet. Diamond is now looking for Jezzes. Not going to get poked. If Diamond had purchased that Elixir and been spotted early on, that may have signaled to SK Gaming what the plan might be or what the theory might be. So by Diamond holding on to it, recalling, and then picking it up, he holds on to that information. Very, very strong start. They've slowed down Sven in the jungle. He's got no buffs to work with, not blue, not red. And Diamond's going to get a 1, 2, 3 buff start once he eventually decides to clear his own red buff.
Well, first of all,
I think they're going to kill him.
He's going to go in towards Jesus here. Look at the damage coming down. Jesus not going to bother to flat. And Diamond picking up his second kill of the game. It's not gone this well for Diamond at the start of the game for a long time.
This is why every single other team has banned Evelynn against Gambit. Diamond has been famous for his Evelynn play for years, for such a long time, and everybody else has not given him the champion. SK Gaming may have underestimated the strength of Evelynn and Diamond in the hopes that the Gambit was Kassadin. Take a look at this. Diamond's coming in from behind. Candy and Enrated, they're in trouble, Joe.
Well, if they're just thinking that Thrasher's there, they've got another thing coming. It's Candy Panda that will jump away. There's a flash blade from Eddie, and Candy Panda goes down. Diamond gets the hat trick.
All of this before the Elixir has even worn off. Diamond Prox is currently sitting on 1,600 gold. That early investment has most definitely paid off, and Gambit have a 2,000 gold lead. The reason they are doing so incredibly well is the fact that they've got the lane bullies, and Diamond is just playing phenomenally. He's completely shut Svenskeren down, and thanks to the strength of the Thresh Corki in the early game, he's also punishing Candy Panda and Rated on Tristana. Tristana's lane presence significantly lower than that of Corki, especially without items.
And funnily enough, I was talking to SK outside, and their manager was saying, I've got a feeling that Gambit might have something a little bit special lined up for us this time around, and why not? Gambit's last game of the season. Try something a little bit new, but now Svenskeren actually going to come around. Kubon is at half HP, does have flash available. Question is, can Sven get in there? He's going to spot Kubon doing the recall. Is he going to be able to stop him doing it though? There is the peek out. Q will land, and it's just going to stop him. Nothing more than that. Kubon will still have to recall, but he's got TP to come back into lane.
No buffs on Svenskeren, and Freddy was too far away, so Kubon could potentially have just stunned him up and walked out of that one, so probably the smart call. And we do see Sven moving to this mid lane. Looking at the mid lane, thanks to the gank from Diamond onto Jezzes, Nick on a melee Kassadin is out CSing Jezzes. Now I do want to say, the Ari into Kassadin matchup from the Millennium game, Kerp also farmed even with Jezzes, so he wasn't really dominating the lane so much as just roaming and helping out the side lanes when he was moving, and Nick obviously not running teleport, so we'll see who roams more effectively once they get access to that side of the game.
Well, let's have a look down some of the other farm numbers here, specifically the AD carries. Of course, Candy Panda has died twice now on a champion, which now you would say one thing about Tristana is that whatever level you've got the safety of being able to jump away, and has already died twice. Here we go once again. Jez is going to go all in here on towards Nick. He's got Svenskeren coming in. Nick actually flashing away. Ignite will be enough, but Jesus is going to go down. It's 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
So Diamond manages to close the kill out. Yes, this is fantastic for Diamond on Evelynn, who's 4-0. But what he needs to start doing is transitioning some of that gold and some of that power to the rest of his side lanes. It is all concentrated on Diamond. So if SK Gaming ever shut him down, it makes life much easier for winning the rest of the fights. So a very, very strong start. Nick is obviously going to go for Catalyst to protect as his first purchase rather, and Edward's caught in Rated.
Oh, Hook coming in. Have they got the damage to finish off the Gragas? So good barrel comes in. Eddie not got any mana left, and Genja just going to go toe-to-toe there with Candy Panda. Both AD carries do have that, the double Doran's blade at this point of things. And we see that the summoner spells up on both sides here, really. Ignite and Flash for Enrated. Edward actually went with the Exhaust and the Flash for the start of this one. I think Gambit pushing that lane up, we're going to back off.
Yeah, going to be a little bit careful. We do see Nick has actually jumped onto Jezzes in the mid lane. So Gambit have come up the gate swinging, and it is working in their favor for the time being. Top lane is, however, slightly behind in CS. Freddy on that Renekton is doing what Renekton does best. He's bullying out the top lane, and Irelia versus Renekton is an age-old matchup. Something that we've seen so many times, but look how aggressive Nick is playing. He's going in.
He's going in and he's going to get the kill easily. Absolute ease with that kill there. Catalyst the Protector got himself the flask. Got a Doran's ring in there, and Jesus, you see a little shake of the head there, and we've seen it time and time again that when Jesus falls off his game, when he gets camped out early and has a bad start, which he's having, 1-3-0 right now, it doesn't go well for him. He loses confidence.
I said a moment or two ago that Gambit need to get the gold on their solo laners, and I was saying, Diamond, you need to give that over. Hell, if your solo laners can do it without you, even better. With the 6th kill on the board and the fact that there's no presence or pressure from mid or bottom lane, Gambit take an unchallenged Dragon, and they continue to grow their lead. Joe, I'm getting flashbacks to last year's summer. We were talking in rehearsals and you pointed out, SK Gaming lost the match to Fnatic. That put us on a 6 or 7 game tie-breaking spectacle. And SK are potentially going to give us the same today.
Well, the thing is, the stars still have to align here. Obviously, this game is by no means over. But actually, if Gambit end up winning this game, I believe there are only 2 scenarios out of all the other games. Only 2 scenarios where there would be no tiebreakers. Some of them include 3-way ties and a 1-way tie down in the bottom of the table for 7th and 8th, as well as Diamond starts to come in. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the tiebreakers as we move through the day. There's the ulti coming in, and Raider will try and get out. The Flay gets Candy Panda. I think they're safe here, though. Diamond not going to go underneath the tower.
Very, very committed. That death sentence was so close to catching Candy out, but he was very wise and managed to get to the side lane. It's not over. Nick again is jumping on Jesus, but Jesus has turned it around.
Yeah, turns it around here with his ultimate and may have enough damage. There's the Rift Walk away, and Nick will be able to escape that. He got the blasting wand after that last kill, and I think he thought, okay, I'm ready to go for this one. Diamond actually coming in. Caught a little bit out and actually has to flash away from it. That was dangerous. They're going to go in. They get one. They can have them both as well. Jesus decides against it. Didn't actually have a flash there. Better safe than sorry, I think, at this point from SK. Diamond bit off too much there in that mid lane.
I wonder if Diamond was actually fully paying attention to the lane, because he walked straight into Svenskeren. There's no stealth on Lee Sin, and that charm, that actually I think connected. Very close. Nick needs to be careful with his Rift Walks. Every time he's jumping into Jesus to harass, that's the 2nd or 3rd time we've seen him eat a point-blank charm. So he's got to be very, very careful, and public opinion, it has swayed, Joe.
Has swayed 66% now going over to Gambit, and of course when you start off this strong you can kind of expect that the vote will start to change. Of course, Diamond himself 4-1-0, got the Spirit of the Elder Lizard, got mobility boots already built up for him. And we'll see now if he can turn those 4 kills into kills elsewhere across the map. They did get the Dragon. They're sat on almost a 3,000 gold lead at this point, 11-20 into the game. Can't say anything bad about that.
No, you really can't. I would like to see Diamond maybe helping Cubone out for the time being. Freddy's already built up a 20 CS lead. He hasn't necessarily been punishing Cubone super amounts because of the Dragon. There's not even a gold disparity between the two. But it is very clear that Cubone's having a bit of a difficult time. And we do see it's actually Nick that may be making that first move. Obviously, with Caston having that Rift Walk, chasing is particularly effective. Let's talk a little bit about this next Dragon, because, we'll get to that in a second. Diamond, he's found Candy Panda.
Oh, Candy Panda's in the middle of nowhere. He's going to try and jump away, but they've got the speed. Here comes Genja from the side. Svenskeren walks around the corner as well. Takes a lantern as Enrated. Has to use his ultimate. They need to close in. Charm will land onto Eddie, but they need to back away. Nick gets himself one. They're going to keep going here. Svenskeren off to the wall, but the exhaust is already down. There's a good kick that will stop the chase in. They might dive it, though.
Yeah, there's no minions, though. This is going to be very, very risky. Gambit, they're picking the fight.
They're going to dive it, and it is going to go on towards Candy Panda, and this might be 2 kills. He will. It's a double. He got one just before that. Technically a triple there for Nick to bring him now up to 4-1-2. Jez has packed away around the side. Did manage to get a tower in return.
At the cost of a tower, getting your Kassadin fed this early on is a trade Gambit will be happy with. They do not mind roaming and moving around the map. They will also be losing a blue buff, which will hurt Nick in these next few minutes. But that tower dive was executed perfectly from Gambit. Edward went in, tanked the first 2 or 3 tower hits, and backed away, allowing Nick and Diamond to get a bunch of the kills. And just some miscommunication there, I think, between Freddy and Jez's. Miscalculation. I think Jez's is on tilt somewhat. So in terms of the fight, even though Jesus is roaming, you can see on the minimap he's instantly followed by Nick. And Edward saving Genja. Genja was over-aggressive. He flashed forward to try get the kill on Candy Panda and realized, oh, there's a Lisa in there, which I'm not looking forward to. And the most impressive thing is just how they close this fight out. I actually think they pause to talk about the dive, discuss, you know, the way they're going to move in, and I feel like it's Eddie that calls us, because look, Diamond was on retreat, and now they come back in. Just very, very smart and well communicated, well coordinated between the Gambit squad. Even the Lantern as well, if it was needed.
Really, really nicely done. Not something that we've become used to saying when it comes to Gambit's plays, but this week they seem to have turned a new leaf. Certainly doing well this time again. And look at that, Diamond again down this bottom side. Really wanting to get Candy Panda out of this matchup, and I tell you what, it's working wonders. 0-3-0, 30 CS behind, and there's the jump in once again. Diamond couldn't quite get in there. And look at that gold difference over time. Well, the key point is that you can't see any red on it, which means that Diamond just absolutely dominating Svenska.
Yes, he really, really is. More importantly is the decisions the team is making. Nick has Sorcerer's Shoes and a Rod of Ages, and he's had them completed since the 13th minute. That is terrifying. We'll see how the rest of his build continues to progress. 3 versus 2. Gambit are biting with more than they can chew, but Edward and Genja are close in tow. Candy Panda can't join. This should be a blue buff for Gambit.
And it will be, yeah, smited away by Diamond to make sure that that one was safe. And look at the farm there in that mid lane. Not only is Nick racking up the kills, but he's kept the farm very, very even there. Freddy, who's been quiet this top lane, not really been too involved, and we see Nick Rod of Ages on. He is not scared whatsoever of fighting with Jesus. Look at this, they're going under the tower once again. Candy Panda's going to try and jump away. Ultimate use, and that will surely mean that Enrated is left as cannon fodder. They've got no minions left. They have to actually take the Lantern. Well, the minions are now coming back in. They've already just dove you. I'm not sure why Candy Panda and Enrated came back in. Candy Panda has to use his flash.
So Gambit should secure the tower if they focus it down. Doesn't look like that's the objective for the time being, and a little bit miscommunication. Nick finally sidesteps. He does have Ignite in a few seconds' time, so if Jesus sticks around this mid lane, Nick could be going for the kill. Something that is very important to note, Irelia, despite the fact she's losing now, will eventually start outscaling Renekton when these team fights happen, but he's going to get dove.
Gonna get dove here. Kuban down to half HP, will dive off the backside, but stuck underneath the turret. Svenskeren will kick him into the wall. He actually just took the safeguard away onto the minions, and that will be a tower. But Gambit, for all that trouble, no, it might not be Darien anymore in that top lane, but they're using Kuban in that scenario for exactly the same purpose.
Definitely working out in their favor. Gambit come out with a net game once more. They have access to the bottom lane tower if they decide to push that wave up, despite the fact they're going to lose their second tower in the top lane. Gambit as a team have always said, Dragon will respawn, you prioritize Dragon because it's gold that your opponents will never make back. And as long as Gambit hold this lead and decide to focus towers at some point, they should take them down. The one weakness of Gambit's comp is with a melee, Irelia, jungler, and mid lane, taking towers is only going to happen once they have clear team fight victories. They can't siege up particularly well with 3 melee champions. So we'll see if SK can make that work in their favor. Jesus has roamed. Nick has read the situation, slowly moving down. But it does look like he's going to back away. So nothing coming of that bottom lane movement yet.
They see all this as well. There's so many wards around that tri-bush. They saw Svenskeren peek out, and they know that they don't need to move any further forward on this one. Svenskeren going to sit himself on top of a ward as well, which is hardly the sneaky thing to do in this scenario. Genja and Edward can just basically waste his time or look to turn this one around. Glacial Shroud and Hex Drinker now on towards one of them as well, towards Diamond. They're going to go for Enrated first of all. He will drop his ulti in. There is the Lantern, the exhaust, the ultimate's going down. And Nick. That is one kill. Nick may make it more. Here comes the dive in. Has he got the burst? Ulti from Candy Panda won't be enough to save him. Ignite is ticking away. Diamond has tanked up the turret. That's a double coming in for Genja. And Svenskeren will fall as well. Triple kill for Genja.
And again, Edward standing on the outskirts, tanking up multiple turret hits while the rest of the team tower dives. Gambit are going to secure the first tower of the game, pull further ahead. I do think Jesus did the right decision in that situation by pushing the mid lane, and Freddy is similarly doing the same in the top. So while Gambit are pulling ahead, they are losing a lot of presence in the middle and top lane. They need to get some vision, and they need to shut down Jesus and Freddy more. Potentially, by pushing the mid and top lanes aggressively, getting control of SK's jungle, and then preventing Freddy or Jesus from roaming as effectively. But 4 kills on your jungler, mid laner, and AD carry each, Gambit could not have asked for a better start to this game.
Yeah, and Candy Panda's pretty much the opposite of that. 0-4-0. He's got a pickaxe and triple Doran's blade. Look at Genja, Trinity Force, BF Sword, got himself double Doran's in there as well. If we look at the direct gold comparison, it is just not even close. Almost 3,000 gold Genja has over Candy Panda.
Look at the invade from Gambit. I think they're realizing that they need to shut down the top half of the map to continue to gain or hold control. And I think we have to question the Tristana pick from SK Gaming. When they beat Millennium, it was because Kog'Maw was able to bully Tristana in lane. And Tristana's not going to be able to bully Corki, despite the fact that Diamond has basically pitched a tent and almost guaranteed the win in the lane for Genja and Edward. It is still a factor in the case, and I guess if they'd run Kog'Maw, he would have been more vulnerable. Nevertheless, Edward, Death Sentence connects.
Oh, Box gonna go down. That means Freddy's slowed. His ultimate will be used, but is it enough to actually keep him alive? Kuban tanking up the tower here. I think may fall. No, he won't fall. Who am I kidding? He's able to get away from it. Meanwhile, Genja gonna be closed onto here. Enrated, Svenskern, both coming round. Can they shut him down? 4-0-3 Corki is going to be able to do damage to them before they even get near. He's actually just turned around and he's going to go straight in for Candy Panda. Can he actually get away from this? Where's he off to? He's flashing, he's Valkyrie, he needs one more rocket to get the kill. One more will do it, and he gets it. He gets the kill, and now Nicky's there as well. They do end up losing Genja. TP from Kuban will come out, and SK back off.
It's not over yet. Kuban and Nick are diving in.
Slow in there, and look at the damage from Kuban. That will be another kill secured, and Genja, you have to give credit, holding out for so long there in that bottom lane. Also just flip the tables and say that was not a good dive from SK whatsoever.
I completely agree. Because of the aggressive move from Genja and maintaining control of SK's members in the bottom lane, it allowed Gambit to pick up another kill. It ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. Yes, they steal the blue buff, and now they have access to this middle lane. Look at Edward from the side. Can he get the death sentence on Jesus? No, that's a flash.
Flashing away from it, but it's a tower anyway here for Gambit, their second one of the game. We'll see what they do next. Going to that top lane would be the easy thing to do. It's about at the halfway point, maybe just a little bit further back here. We see Freddy pushing that one out. Obvious target, but they must have a decent amount of gold to spend after that one. Yeah, 1,600 on Nick. There's similar amounts on Diamond and Kuban as well.
So triple home guard boots already completed for Gambit. Not only does Nick have the immense mobility of Kassadin, but you've got similar for Diamond and for Edward. And what's very important to note is how Gambit instantly realized that Freddy and Jesus were pushing the mid and top lane. Gambit applied pressure. They went into the red buff of SK. They put wards down. They have some deep vision. They've cleared out the blue buff. They've stolen the last 2 or 3, I think it is, actually. And Gambit have just now started to put in place the win conditions to take towers. If Gambit do not catch SK out in and around the jungle and the map, they technically cannot siege. The knockbacks, the knockaways, and the wave clear from SK make it very difficult for short-range Corki to kill towers. So I'm very impressed with Gambit's decision-making and playstyle. They understand their comp, and they understand how to beat SK. Kill, make it happen.
Well, Enrated just caught completely out of this one. Doesn't get hooked. He's going to try and just run away to waste some time. Genja just coming in there with a rocket to snipe the kill off, and that will be his 6th of the game. They're going to get themselves another dragon here.
Edward's gone full James Bond, 007. Been involved in half the team's kills, and just it's non-stop. Gambit are punishing SK completely. Every single time SK are moving around, they simply can't push waves out because of how quickly Gambit can collapse. And look at Gambit, they've got multiple players with Moby boots, and they're chasing down Edward. Come on, can you land a death sentence? That was a flash from Nick and it missed.
Completely missed as well. Edward actually just waiting here to get in range for the easier play. The charm will actually land onto Eddie. That's some good damage here as Jesus going to get blasted. Freddy will dive into the middle of them. It's Edward that's the target. They get him. Well, look at that. Jesus finished off with no problem. And now Svenskern is going to be chased down. You can't escape that kind of team. And that is Nick now unstoppable at 5-1-7. 2-for-1 for Gambit.
Again, another trade that Gambit will be happy with. While all of that was going on, Genja's free farming the bottom lane. He's accelerated a 50 CS advantage over Candy Panda. And if Gambit had stuck around in the top lane, they could have put more damage onto this tower, but unfortunately didn't have the minions to work with. So they are forced to back away. But this is a 10,000 gold lead, just shy of it, at the 23 minutes. And this is a Gambit that is reminiscent of last year. Aggressive, in your face, non-stop action. And it is all stemmed from Diamond Prox lifting up his game. Fact of the matter is, he got the snowball rolling, and the rest of Gambit have hopped on board, and they have continued to pull further and further ahead.
We'll see if they can close this game out. I mean, they are incredibly far ahead. Let's make no mistake about that one. But how good are they going to be at finishing off this game? And where's the next move coming in from? Obviously, top lane still has an outer turret on it. We can see that bottom and middle already pushed up there as well. Nick will just be getting himself another blue buff. I still feel like if we look back to SK, some of the games that they won in spring and start of summer as Diamond, let's forget that moment because Diamond's going to come around here. Svenskun has to safeguard away. Who's going to get themselves the red buff? Pull it in there. Jesus and Nick going to go 1 versus 1.
Okay.
Okay.
May have anticipated the next Spirit Rush.
Yeah.
May have anticipated. Better safe than sorry. Guarantees he doesn't die. I agree with the point you're making. SK dug deep and played the mid to late game after losing laning phase multiple times.
Yeah.
They have more experience than any other European team at that specific thing. Whether that's positive or negative, you to decide. And on the same token, Gambit's composition does have a weakness at taking towers when players are grouped up. Can Genji get him? Oh, that was so close. He's got him!
That will land. No, Candy Panda's dead here. There's no way in hell that he's getting away from that. Genji getting the kill. Eddie was actually coming in there to help. And he even gets to farm underneath the turret. 7-1-3 Corki.
Lucky number 7. I don't know what to say. I mean, Diamond is now 1v2 with help from Baron. And here comes Nick. Can Nick pick up kills? He doesn't have a flash. Remember, he used it earlier. Not going to overcommit, though. And I just think, oh my word, Gambit, they're going to be looking for more. There's a tower that they've got to dive, though. They've done it before 3 times. Hell, why would they not do it again?
Well, they're not going to, by the looks of it. It looks like they're actually going to switch off, go towards middle. Jesus getting himself that pink ward down. So that may be a bit of a key here to weeding out Diamond and stop him from really running riot. The job that he's done fantastic since the very get-go of this game. They are going to steal another blue buff away, and not many blue buffs for Jesus this game, I'm afraid.
After Gambit lost that first blue buff about 10 or 12 minutes ago, Gambit have invested a lot of time and resources and multiple members, oh, cheeky smite there from Sven, to control the blue buff. Oh, again, trading flash for flash. But you don't mind Edward trading a flash for Candy Pandas. Because every single time Candy Panda's flash has been on cooldown, Gambit have found time to catch him out of position and punish him. He's died 6 times in this game. And he's only died twice cumulatively over the last 3 if memory serves.
Yep.
So, you know, Gambit have just had such a strong game. But again, if they don't get kills, if they don't get control of SK's jungle, they don't take towers. And that's why you're seeing the slowdown. Gambit have accelerated. They've got a very big lead. But the only way to continue that is to find kills and find SK out of position. Look at Gambit pushing the top lane tower. That's a smart thing to do while leaving other members to push the side lanes. SK don't want skirmishers.
Well, Genji and Kubon will finish off that final outer turret. Diamond actually going to be spotted, and Jesus is going to go for him. There is everything except the charm, which misses. He uses DFG just before that. And, well, that would have been a dead Diamond. They're actually going to turn this one straight around. The whole line's on towards Jesus. Here comes Genji from the side. And Genji now getting himself another, his 8th of the game. And they may have done enough damage here to force this tower. Minion Wave, however, is all the way back at their inner turret.
Yeah, Cubone with the Sunfire Cape as well as that Trinity Force is going to start looking to split push. It's going to take a little bit more time before he can truly 1v1 Freddy with that Randian's Omen as well as the Cutlass, but he's starting to get into that position. That's a great hook, and the rest of Gambit, they are just melting in rated. Look at the buff control from Gambit. It's absolute dominance. The minion wave you talked about, Joe, is now on the side of Gambit, and they'll start sieging up. They have a numbers advantage, and SK are too scared to stick around.
Well, Diamond's going to dive right to the middle of them. It's enraged that they focus down first. Freddy is also low, but Candy Panda will then be focused after. He has to jump away, and Gambit just fighting them underneath. 2 turrets, basically. They get the first one there on the inner. What's the next plan for them? Dragon. 16 seconds for Dragon. They're going to be on time.
Infinity Edge Trinity Force Sorcerer's Shoes completed for Genja. If you look at the gold on Gambit's side, once they pick up this Dragon, they have got such a lot of money. Unfortunately, Genja was trying to pick up the white, get shut down. That's actually very important because Jesus gets a bonus 400 gold for ending that killing spree. And it is very important for SK Gaming to get any drips and drabs that they can to make up this 13,000 gold deficit. But SK cannot win team fights, despite the fact they do have a fairly strong team, they do have a lot of disruption. They're simply too far behind to look for straight up fights.
Gotta try and hold on to this game, and maybe that inner turret down on the bottom lane is something that they won't be able to hold on, but once Gambit start to try breaking into the base through those inhibitor turrets, that's when it's going to become a lot more difficult for them with the composition that they've got. Of course, Genja can poke a lot, and to be honest, that inner turret, we maybe thought that SK could defend that one well. It all started off with Eddie landing a nice hook, and they just piled in under the tower.
So something I do want to point out a moment or two ago, Genja actually sold his potions, picked up a Negatron cloak and the Alacrity enchantment. The reason I highlight that fact, Genja as a player has not necessarily followed the itemization theory that many other AD carries do, and he sat on potions while sitting on several thousand gold. He's still got 1,200 gold in his back pocket, but realizing how quickly he got bursted down by Jesus, I think prioritizing MR over the likes of picking up maybe the makings of a Lost Whisper or something like that is probably very, very smart. It's going to, in theory, help him survive. But look at this Gambit, they've had complete buff control. Don't get this red, but they are fairly closely set up. As long as SK don't instantly burst somebody down, Gambit should still be able to look for a fight and maybe win it.
Well, Diamond wins that little fight with the smite. And now we'll give him the big wraith. And look at this standoff. Gambit just trying to lure SK in to that Baron area. SK not having any of it though. One thing that they need to be careful of is Candy Panda's moving down. I think he wants the white, but if he showed himself, that's Baron.
Yes, I agree with you, and I also think with Edward's flash coming off cooldown in a few seconds' time, if anyone from SK shows themselves, Eddie's just going to flash Flay once more. He's done it a bunch of times. Look, he's setting himself up. Whoa. Very, very close. And while Edward has not necessarily hit a massive amount of death sentences this game, he has been super impactful with his Flays and his box placement, which is allowing Gambit to continue finding these picks, continue finding kills. It's just very effective play from Gambit.
Well, Kubon has actually left the rest of the team to push that bottom lane, which then leaves SK with a choice to make. Of course, Freddy does have teleport, so he should be the man that's going back home to deal with that and stop Kubon actually getting up onto the inner turret.
So because Gambit are looking to break that inner turret line, I think they're going to be using Baron as a primary target. Whether or not Gambit know how to push the side lanes and then react to towers, we'll see in these next few minutes. Nick was pushing top.
Candy Panda showed himself.
Cubon's bottom. So the rest of Gambit are now grouping up and they're going all in on Genja. That didn't work out for Jesus.
No, not enough damage coming into that. Gambit here sitting back around the Baron. Actually, SK have just spotted a couple of men moving away from it, so they know that that up until now has not actually been started. Freddy did get a ward in at the back of the pit as well, so that needs to be cleared out here for Gambit. Actually, they've caught Enrated completely out in the middle of his own jungle there. Nick actually going to flash on through, and that will be the kill for him, and that is now real bad news for SK, because it'll leave Freddy open on the top lane. He's the tankiest man in the team, but he's going to be wiped out by Genja, and now they can just turn for Baron, or they can go in for more kills. There is the ultimate out of Diamond. Jesus is going to be slow with no ultimate available. Genja going aggressive, but Jesus flashes out.
Managed to get the flash from Jesus. That is super important. Candy Panda is still just trying to farm himself into a relevant position down in the bottom lane, but he doesn't really want to duel Cubon. This is the Baron that Gambit have been dancing around and using to keep SK Gaming's attention. Sven does have smites available. Can he get caught by CC? He's caught!
There's a hook coming in, the pylon! Oh, he actually goes through there into the Baron pit. Won't be able to survive it though. The jungler is now down. That makes his Baron all the more easier. Jesus is going to be hanging around. There's a flash in, the hook will miss. Exhaust is on Jesus though, and he then gets picked off.
Fantastic play from Eddie. Even though he doesn't get the CC, the exhaust was timed very effectively. I mean, it was the instant Jesus jumped in. Had Edward gone with an ignite, an aggressive play, obviously Jesus would have killed Genja in that scenario. I think Gambit have made every single decision 100% correct. and they're playing the comp perfectly. They're continuing to accelerate ahead. If you just look at the item disparity, it's day and night between these two teams. Now Genji's even got himself a GA. The only thing he's afraid of is being burst by Jezzes, and that is now negated.
Taken completely out. That's Sonya's for Kassadin. There's a Banshee's Veil for Diamond, so not many targets still available here for Jezus. We'll see what he does with that. Is Kuban going to come charging out? Candy Panda says, no, I don't want to get involved in it. Kuban will dash through the minions. He's pretty quick at this stage, and there's the ultimate out of Candy Panda to send him back. Bit dangerous there for Candy Panda, and it still might be because Diamond has come across the side. They know that Candy Panda is in that brush. Diamond's going to go straight underneath the tower. Nick was coming from the side, can't get in. Well, that might be this turret now.
Candy Panda has not had flash available for the last 20 minutes. Every single time he's pushing in a lane or farming, he just gets dove. He's even gone back in for some CS, and you can't do that. Gambit have been in your face the whole time. It's not worth the risk. Gambit are going to bully the way onto SK. Look at Renekton, he's in the mid lane, so even if a fight were to break out, Gambit could end it and assassinate people quickly enough. If Diamond, Kuban, and Nick jump on the same target, Irelia has a lot of damage, and while she's not the same burst that Kassadin is, they can assassinate people. So let's see Gambit. How are they going to siege this one up? They've got to deal with the wave clear of Gragas and Tristana, but they've just got such a ridiculous lead. They're bullying SK off the tower.
Yep, Candy Panda actually just getting hit by the full combo of Genja. That's how it's going to continue to go with the next minion wave moving up towards this inhibitor turret. And if anyone gets caught, and you see Genja how confident he is with that Guardian Angel on. He's probably having his best game all season, to be honest. 10, 2, and 5 as we are going to see Nick diving in on the side. It's Freddy that they're targeting. The tanky man already going low. Svenskrum will safeguard away. Ulti comes out from Diamond. They're not too fussed about the kills. They actually want the turrets here, and that's going to be the first inhib of the game.
Very well played, despite the fact that Gambit have got melee champions on their squad. They've got such a big lead. They've got Baron buff and the ability to dive. So Freddy's the tankiest player on SK, and he can't stand toe-to-toe with Gambit. Caught by the hook and just drops. What I also like, Gambit's timings. Every time they've really sieged up these towers has been in tune with the dragon. They took the last mid-inner turret for the previous dragon. They stole multiple blue buffs for the dragon before that. 5 dragons out of 5, 6 towers to 2. They have 19 kills more. And I don't think SK can do anything to bounce back. Gambit are simply too far ahead. They're too mobile and there's too much damage. I mean, monumental mistakes have to happen multiple times for SK to come back in this game.
Well, Genja has actually just gone off and bought himself a Last Whisper outright. He was sat on enough gold to just go back there, pick up that Last Whisper and get himself back into lane. We also have Void Staff on Nick. I'm not sure if that was just picked up or...
Deathcap just picked up, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so it was Deathcap that was just added in there.
Either
way, it's 6-1-11 Nick on Kassadin. Shown already that he's not scared to dive in. He's got that Zhonya's for protection until the rest of the team can get up there and help him out if needs be. Meanwhile, Kuban and Diamond are pushing straight in towards the top inner.
Something that I like as well is the Zeke's Herald pickup on Eddie. Because his team is so far ahead, you'll notice Genja has not bought any lifesteal yet. So the 10% lifesteal he's getting from there, along with the fact that the rest of his team are all, auto attack. They get a lot of damage from multiple auto attacks and fights. So they've got some sustained. Jizzes! That hurt.
Yeah, that hurt a lot. Bursted down. Not really a problem for Nick, it seems, with their Deathcap, but now they've caught the other 3 on the top lane here. Candy Panda going to get hooked in. Eddie will finish that. Enraged exhausted and finished off. We've got Renekton on the top side, but they might not even care about it. They're going straight towards the base.
There's super minions pushing up the bottom lane. Gambit can look to finish the game right now. If they clear that wave out, 30 seconds before Jezus and Enraged are back, 40 seconds before Candy Panda. There's no wave clear on Freddy and Svenskeren. Joe, Gambit have done it. They've beaten SK.
Well, they've still got to finish it off, and it's not over till the fat lady sings, but she's definitely warming up as Freddy is going to go down. Svenskeren dives right into the middle of them. They want the kills here, and they're going to get them as well. It's Genja that gets it for the ace, and there go the turrets and the Nexus, and would you believe it, Gambit take down SK in the final game of the split.
I'm at a loss for words. Good to see SK smiling. But where the hell were these players for the last 20 games? Not entirely fair. Cuban's more recent than that, but you get my point.
This was about to be my next question, actually. This Gambit that we've just seen here today, to be honest, that we've seen this week as a whole,
yes,
were, I don't want to say only a mid-table team, maybe even higher, but they wouldn't have been last, would they?
That game is going to put fear into SK Gaming Prime and Ninjas in Pajamas, who both played last night in the Challenger Series 2 finals. Because Gambit looked phenomenal. They keep the dream alive of potentially taking 7th. They keep the bigger dream alive of potentially having 3-way tiebreakers for the middle of the table. And I guess, fact of the matter is, while this is a celebration for Gambit, it is still a 8-20 summer split for the team. Hence the stern looks there on Nick's face.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of work to do. I mean, they've got to carry this form through. They're not going to be playing in playoffs. There's a long time between now and that promotion tournament for them to be working on things, but also for other teams to be working on things. Does, however, set us up for possible ties here. The likelihood of it happening today, I mean, there were quite a few different options. This sheet has got a lot of different options on them. But we can cut out half of them. And as I mentioned earlier on, literally there are only 2 scenarios where we don't have tiebreakers today.
So because Gambit won, let's focus on them for the time being. The fact that they've taken SK Gaming down means they are now tied in wins with the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah.
So if the Copenhagen Wolves beat the Super Hot Crew later today, Copenhagen Wolves take 7th, Gambit cannot catch them. If, however, the Wolves lose that game, we will have a tiebreaker to determine 7th, because their respective head-to-heads are 2-2. And Gambit beat the Wolves on day 1 of Superweek. So if we're going to have a rematch of that, after this game, you have to feel Gambit will be the favorites.
And you might say it's just for 7th and 8th, but actually that 7th position means you get to choose from the remaining 2 challenger teams as to who you want to play in promotion. We've got lots of action still to come today, guys, so don't go anywhere. For now, though, we're going to head back to Shox, who's on stage with Diamond after that victory over SK.
Thank you very much, Joe. I mean, wow, what a play coming out of you guys here in this game. Talk me first off through your strategy with Evelyn in the beginning, because we were looking, we thought, wow, Diamond only has a health pot, but you had a plan.
Well, I wanted to prove that all the junglers are playing very unsafe now, so you can, like, pretty much in every game go for their second buff and kill them for free, and I did it, and the blue pot just gave me an advantage to do that, and also it, like, allowed me to kill some more guys.
Some more guys, a lot more guys. What was it you think after that initial strength in the early game that secured you guys when you were also mentioning that you thought you had a pretty good comp going into it?
Well, what was the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Your comp going into it was also pretty strong with the Kassadin also open.
Yeah, I don't know why people like leaving Kassadin open, because he's like the most OP champion in the game. Maybe they had strategy to prevent that happen, but it seems like they didn't, or something just didn't work out.
So even with that great start, it was just very apparent that you guys were playing together phenomenally. This also means that you can still get that 7th place, and you have more of a chance to decide your own fate going into promotion, of course. So talk me through the importance of having that 7th place.
Okay, that's not really important for us to take the 7th place. Maybe just to take NIP for relegation against us, but that's not really important that much. But we really want to play more games, so I would be glad if Copenhagen Wolves loses, and then we play one more match.
So can I take from that that you are absolutely confident in your team as it is now, that you can beat whoever comes your way?
No, I think we're just well prepared. We are not going like 10-0 everyone, but we're a very strong team now, and we practiced only like 2 weeks or something like that.
Yeah, it was very impressive. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have to take a quick break, but when we come back, the Super Hot Crew and Millennium fight for a place in the standings, and we're going to break down this game, so don't go anywhere.
Let's make them our cheese.
What? Let's make them cheese because we're not chicken and we don't want beef, so we're ham. Or what?
It's ham or cheese, there's no chicken. Subtract 4 and the chicken.
And he's going to come in. He's jumping on Sven.
Oh, he's coming in. That's a lot of damage coming out. Sven's going flashes. Diamond flashes in. And the first blood will go down. Meanwhile, Candy Panda, he's going to have to flash away. Genja might be able to pick up this one. Ignite is ticking away. Diamond has tanked up the turret. That's a double coming in for Genja. And Svenskeren will fall as well. Triple kill for Genja. He's with a dead cap, but now they've caught the other three on the top lane here. Candy Panda going to get hooked in. Eddie will finish that. And Rated exhausted and finished off.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just watched Gambit take down SK Gaming in extraordinary fashion. And we're going to talk about that with Demon in the Fee Show. Maybe first quickly on Pixelmans. Obviously, the Kassadin going through. SK showed before that they can beat a Kassadin, but there was just so much more going on here.
Yeah, well, first of all, there's never really a reason to leave Kassadin open unless you know the other team doesn't play him or can't play him at all. So I actually felt like SK Gaming disrespected Gambit in the Champ Select, also because they left Evelyn open. It's been banned for the last like 4 weeks against Diamond or whatever it is. Constant ban, a perm ban against him, and yet they leave it open. He picks it and he shows why you normally ban it. So 2 really, really strong picks for Gambit to just snowball the entire game. And SK, they paid the price.
And the ban on Kazakhs as well. You know, there was a number of things in there you just questioned, like Superweek Crew, how are you taking Superweek Crew, SK Gaming, sorry, how serious are they taking this game? You know, they could have gone 4-0. They could have gone into the Challenger, suddenly big championship chances in the quarterfinals, piling through. They just beat Alliance yesterday. They beat Fnatic yesterday. They were fantastic results, you know, going to the quarterfinals, getting everyone quaking. Instead, they go and lose the bottom of the table Gambit, who themselves now are tied for 7th place, and that's exactly what they wanted.
And in talking to Diamond about it, he said very simply, I wanted to show that junglers now are not playing very safe.
Yeah.
And how?
He definitely did it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a risky play. You know, Trevor talked about it at the time. He was like, has he forgot to buy an item? What's going on here? But as Trevor mentioned, you know, if it had showed himself, that had checked his inventory, quickly checked tab, you see he'd got a blue pot, it would have blown everything out of water. Instead, clever play, went back, got his blue, went straight around there. I would question Svenskeren's actions. He could have flashed away straight away. But instead, you know, something you always feel as a Lee Sin. Lee Sin is a strong jungler. Probably thought, I can win this fight. Oh, whoa, I can't win this fight. Where's his power suddenly come from? Because they hadn't have noticed the blue pot.
And it's also because he's playing, Svenskeren was playing Lee Sin, so he didn't expect Diamond to invade as an Evelyn. Therefore, he took Wraith camp, he took Wolf camp, so he took a long way to actually get to the blue buff.
Yeah.
So he played it very safe, cleared all the camps, and bought time for Diamond to just move in here. That's very nice scouting from Gambit. Clearly to see, okay, when Svenskeren plays this in, he will always do these camps here. Therefore, he doesn't go like red buff, instant blue buff, and then start doing camps. So it was an easy pickup for Diamond, and he just talked about how most of the junglers at the moment in Europe, they take these risky plays, and now finally someone can actually punish them.
The thing is, it wasn't just Svenskeren that was playing risky. You know,
no,
once that had happened, the rest of the lane should have been, guys, there's a blue pot, Evelyn roaming around, Diamond, he's looking for kills. But that didn't seem to happen. He went down the bottom lane, got a kill there. Went up to the mid lane, got a kill there. So he was like, guys, anyone taking note of what's happening on this map? You know, no pink wards. The kill in the mid lane on Jesus was way up towards the tower of Nick. It was an easy kill. It was a crazy play.
Yeah, and of course I do want to mention that Gambit as a whole, even though they were very far ahead, everything was very crisp and mechanically going very well for them as well. So that does mean that we have a possibility for a lot of tiebreakers here in the middle of the table. How do you see this one playing out?
Well, if you just look at Gambit against Copenhagen Wolves, which is a possible tie if Copenhagen Wolves lose later today, Gambit definitely looks like a stronger team. I mean, they play so well, very aggressive plays here. Copenhagen Wolves won yesterday. Otherwise, the two games they actually lost was not exactly close. Copenhagen Wolves didn't really bring anything to the table. Where Gambit now, new picks, new play styles, we can say, because very confident play as well. Constantly just dive, go for more kills here. I actually feel now for Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, and absolutely. In the three-way tiebreaker, the way that works, Millennium need to beat both Super Hot Crew, they're going to play now, and Alliance, which will be the last game of the day. Meanwhile, Super Hot Crew, obviously going to lose this game, and then beat the Wolves. So that's the only way we get the three-way tie, which of course will mean 5 more games, 6 more games later on today because they'll have a round robin. It could be a long day. We've had it here in Europe before, so we're kind of all expecting it.
Yeah, it was fun last time around. Let's do it again, guys. All right. Anyway, we're ready to get into our next game, so let's send it back over to Joe and Quick Shot.
Thank you very much, Shox. Let's head into our next game where the Super Hot Crew face Millennium. After that loss from SK Gaming in our last match, both Millennium and the Super Hot Crew can still catch SK and reach 3rd place. For the Super Hot Crew, that means winning both of their games today to take 3rd place outright, or winning 1 match and forcing a tiebreaker with SK Gaming. On the other side, the Super Hot Crew have been manhandled by both Fnatic and Rockat, and they have 2 games today to try and claw some ground back.
And they're going to be tough, because the Super Hot Crew have just been too passive this week, Joe. They didn't challenge either of their opponents, and they were just playing far too safe. They were looking like a safe 3rd place seed for playoffs, and it's becoming less and less likely. It actually feels as if the team has just not shown up this week, and I've been disappointed by the lack of aggression or presence in any of their games. For today's matches, they need to shake off the problems and make some positive impacts, starting with Impaler and Selfie. 0-8-1 and 1-4-0 in their 3 respective games. Impaler got destroyed by Fnatic and had very little impact on Rengar the next day. He needs to step that up to prevent losing today.
Very little, as in on a scale from 0 to 0, I think is what his impact was there. Millennium on the other side lost to SK and Gambit, and like the Super Hot Crew, they also have 2 matches today, giving them 2 chances to move up the table. To reach 3rd, they would need to win both games and force the tiebreaker with SK, but they could also wind up in 4th, 5th, or 6th place as well.
Europe in these tables, man, it's insane. But now for Millennium, it is a slightly different story to the Super Hot Crew, because Millennium at least put up fights in their matches. You know, they push Fnatic pretty hard, and I still feel they're underperforming in comparison to the expectations on them coming into the week, especially after last week's games. But they have given us exciting games. Kerp on Twisted Fate was particularly good, but none of those performances have been able to deliver a secure spot in their higher seeds. So 2 games today. Let's see which team's going to shake off the rust and the problems and come out with the wins.
The Super Week Blues. That's what it's called. Well, guys, with both of these teams hoping to avoid a 0-4 Super Week, let's hear what they have to say about facing each other in this game.
Super Hot Crew, they seem to be also be in a slump now, so it's gonna be the battle of the slumps. It's never fun to lose on stage, and it's pretty embarrassing to play the last 2 games, to be fairly honest.
I don't know, I would prefer not going like 0-4 Super Week.
I definitely think that we can still go 2-2. It's just, right now, it's like we just have to fix our own problems that we kind of developed ourselves actually from like the previous week.
They seem to have a bit the same issues as us. I think their problem is more in the laning phase and ours is more in the team fight.
Usually Millennium is very strong in the early game, and they always make these kind of pick comps where we just have to play and communicate well so we don't get caught off position, and then it should be a pretty easy game.
I think we just have a bad time because Kreaton right now is like super sick. I think against Super Hardcore the game will mainly be decided on whether Kreaton will be useful or not that game and whether Safety will go on tilt or not. There will be like no other factors in the game.
We have to stop play like garbage and just step it up and beat them basically. Yeah, just for the confidence boost coming into playoffs, and we can hopefully finish with 2 wins now.
Wow, some strong words there, specifically from Kerp, saying that it depends on whether Kreaton's going to be useful or not in this game. J-Ree's key to success is to not be garbage.
And of course, Kerp, some strong words. We'll see if Selfie will go on tilt. And of course, Kerp is the man that has to put him on tilt in that one-on-one.
We'll see how that one goes. Let's first of all, though, take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side today, it's a super hot crew with Mimer in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in mid lane, Mr. Ral's the AD carry, and Kasing on support.
And on the red side, it is Millennium with Kevin up top, Cottonex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, Kreaton and J-Ree as the AD carry and support.
And after those strong words, our mid lane battle between Selfie and Kerp is our featured matchup of the day. Neither of these players have been able to secure the wins for their teams, but you can't deny that Kerp is definitely putting up better stats than Selfie.
Yeah, I completely agree. Kerp is putting up better numbers, but Selfie's 1-4 scoreline also has 2 more games today to try and improve, and I'd like to see him try Ari again. He definitely thrives on assassins and on aggressive champions, more so than on the likes of Orianna. For Kerp, his Twisted Fate is strong, like he's seen yesterday, but it wasn't able to find the key picks against Gambit to actually help secure the win. He also played Kassadin and was unable to beat SK Gaming, which Gambit just showed they could do today. So for both of these mid laners, it's a matter of shaking off the nerves and the problems and actually just returning to the form they do best on, Assassin's aggressive play.
Well, before we head into Champions Slate, let's see how you guys think this game's going to play out. According to LOLesports.com, 51% of you voted for the Super Hot crew, one of the closest all season.
Yeah, we've had a handful of 51% votes, but both of these teams 0 and 2, at the very least one of them will get a win. And in terms of our, great analysis, I know. In terms of their the options for the playoff table, if Super Hot crew pick up the win, I believe that means we're guaranteed at least some tiebreakers later in the day. We do, of course, need to look at head-to-heads. Keep in mind that if teams are tied in wins and losses, and they have that advantageous 3-1 head-to-head, that could determine it. But we're still 4 games away from even trying to figure that out.
Yeah, it gets a little more complicated if SK, the Super Hot crew Millennium, ended up bunched up in the table as well. We're going to find out, though, how this game's going to go down as we get into bans and picks. And the first ban from the Super Hot crew will be Zillion, aimed at Kerp there in the mid lane. Red side Kassadin ban is going to come out this time from Millennium as well. That won't be left up. Fizz as well. So currently 2 bans targeted straight in there at Kerp. Maokai has also been removed. Very strong right now. We've seen it not just in the LCS, but also in the Challenger games last night.
All of the junglers are still available, and with Impale and Cottonex both liking to play aggressive, in-your-face junglers, also both of them have run Rengar in the past. We may actually see them trying to pick one of those champions, so it's interesting. The Gragas is still up, and I wonder if it's going to get taken off the table as the final pick, and the answer is no, because Millennium take Ari off. So most of the assassins are gone. Yasuo is still up. Selfie always has Yasuo banned against him. Will he try run it? You can combo that with Gragas particularly effectively. So we'll see if Super Crew want to give Selfie his strongest solo queue champion.
That's the thing with Gragas in there for easy knockups. Millennium might even be forced here to be taking Yasuo away from them. That's if that Gragas goes to get locked in, which it now has. So Gragas going in there. Of course, we've seen Gragas in the support role as well. What will Millennium go for? They take Lee Sin for Cottonex and actually Corki for Kreaton.
We'll see if he's going to be impactful. I mean, Kerp had very strong words. Kreaton is sick. We actually seen in the listen-ins yesterday, Kreaton sounded like me and was blowing his nose because he's got a cold. He's struggling at the moment. And Creatine is the man that was carrying Millennium last week. He had very, very strong performances. And we need to see if he can do the same thing again. So Tristana and Kog'Maw are up and available if Mr. Rolls wants to go that route. As is Twitch, if they want to go for an assassin sort of pick-off kind of style combo with that Yasuo. And Mr. Rolls is one of the more versatile AD carries, so a lot of options up for him.
Let's see, Selfie there discussing this Yasuo pickup. Will they go for it? It obviously gives then Curb the chance to play whatever he wants, so obviously outside of what's already banned. And there's a lot of mid lane bans. Cassidy, Syndra, Fizz and Zilean all banned away. And it will be Yasuo locked in then for Selfie. They'll also take Morgana for Kasing.
So very comfortable picks here, I think, for Super Hot Crew. Selfie's getting his main. Kasing's played a lot of Morgana. 5 games already. This will be his 6th. And of course, that Gragas for the top lane for Mima. Definitely the flavor of the month pick. Now, Mima has tended to go towards those tanks. You know, like Shyvana, like Mundo, for example. I mean, Mima's played 15 games of Shyvana, so we'll see how he handles himself on Gragas. But there's a lot of thoughts here for Millennium and how they're going to deal with the aggressive split-pushing power that Yasuo puts down on the table. I think this pick and ban more so than the previous game. Neither of these teams have fully maybe been aware because it has gone slightly different at the time they're taking to lock these champions in.
Is it going to be Karthus? It is going to be Karthus for Curb. Interesting decision from this one up against Yasuo in that mid lane. They take Jerry Thresh as well while we're there.
I don't know if I like this because Millennium ran Karthus into a poke comp from Fnatic several weeks ago. And Curb was never in the position he needed to be to do the damage. Gragas is going to knock him away. Yasuo is super mobile. If anybody does get soloed out, and you know, I mean, this is a little odd in terms of picks. This could be a jungle. Gragas,
No, it's
who's going to get locked?
It's Kasing.
He's just trolling. Okay, because if there's more disengage from Super Hot Crew, it's going to be so important for Curb to be in the right place at the right time. If he does not use his passive and die with Defile on in the middle of the Super Hot Crew squad, he's simply not going to have the impact that he needs to. You know, Black Shield's going to block some of the damage, going to block the CC. Gragas can sustain fairly well. Yasuo's going to have a damage shield. While it's not massive, all of these things help negate the power of that Requiem as well. So, a lot of pressure on Curb to be at the right place. I mean, Repel can move you out of the damage. Rocket Jump can move you away. So for Super Hot Crew, it's a matter of not staying grouped and using Buster Shot and the Explosive Cast to get rid of the threats from Millennium.
Very interesting there. Curb obviously feels strongly about this matchup and his chances in that. Otherwise, obviously, you just wouldn't pick it. What is Kevin going to run, though, here against this Gragas? I'd love to see a Gangplank, but it's not going to be Gangplank.
I'm gonna put an argument forward. Millennium as a team have sometimes panic picked when they the pick and ban phase hasn't gone to their liking. Cottonex pulled out Kha'Zix a few weeks ago. When we interviewed the team afterwards and spoke to them, they said, well, we actually have no idea why we picked that. It didn't make sense. It was just panic. Similar thing happened when we talked to Millennium after they lost to Fnatic, when he, you know, ran Karthus into that poke comp. In this scenario, for Millennium, if they ever catch Super Hot Crew in a group with the peel and the protection and the CC Thresh puts down, yes, Karthus will have a lot of time to deal damage. But every single member of Super Hot Crew has some way, shape, or form to get out of the defile, to get out of the range. So as long as they don't get bursted down too hard, they should be able to win the team fights. On the other side for Millennium, if Curb gets a good Requiem and damage down, Irelia and Lee Sin are so good at cleaning up, are so good at finishing the fight off. So that's what Millennium will be looking for. Curb to potentially initiate, flash Wall of Pain, get Defile down, get Requiem out, and then allow Kevin and Cottonex to just run Rampage and tear the rest of them apart.
Going to be a very interesting one. See how Curb is going to do with that Karthus in the mid lane. And now that those team comps are locked in, which mid laner do you think will win this match? Tweet hashtag SHC Selfie or hashtag MILCurb to @LOL Esports. Funnily enough, when we highlight these two guys, we see a bit of a different matchup. Yasuo versus Karthus in the mid.
So I never vote when these things happen because we're about to watch the game, but I feel Curb should have the advantage. That Wall of Pain CC is completely negated by the Sweeping Blade on Yasuo, on his E. he can dash to minions, he can dash to champions. If he gets the knock-up from his Q, he can jump onto Kerp as well, sorry, Selfie rather. And if Selfie can get ahead and play aggressively, he can make Kerp's life so difficult in that mid lane. One of the things that you run into Karthus is assassins, high burst, mobile mages. And Yasuo fits the bill perfectly.
So what you actually meant to say was that Selfie has the advantage.
Yes, I said the wrong name at the beginning, yes. Yasuo, greater than Karthus, in my opinion.
Cool story, bro.
Yes, there
Guys,
we go.
we're going to get into the game. It's an important one, this, to figure out, number one, where these two teams are going to finish in that middle of the pack, because we've got no idea right now. And also, to see how many tiebreakers we're going to have at the end of the day, how many more great games to come your way. But let's get into it then, as we see the Super Hot crew take on Millennium. And are we going to see anything funky? For example, an Irelia who doesn't buy at the start. No, there we go. Kevin walked back a little bit. Got himself the Doran's blade. So we did see, and we have to keep an eye on that one as well, with Diamond's escapades earlier on.
The other thing I want to see, I'm going to go back to this mid lane. Froggen is a very firm believer that Karthus can beat LeBlanc in lane. FLICKR mirrored these sentiments several months ago before LeBlanc lost the silence on her Q. And one of the strategies that Froggen does, and that he was extremely adamant at IEM World Championships about, was level 1, put a point into lane waste, and you burn through your whole mana pool to get lane dominance and lane control. Of course, Karthus will be able to outrange a lot of Yasuo's abilities and spells. So if Kerp can keep Selfie at arm's reach, that's how he can maintain control in that mid lane. But it is very, very dependent on landing all of those lane wastes. And we'll see if Kerp agrees with that sentiment and, you know, tries to play super aggressive in that lane.
Actually gone with the exhaust, which is one thing why a lot of those typical assassins that we saw before have kind of fell off the wayside because of the fact that exhaust became so strong. You know, the likes of Zed, who we saw all the time, as soon as the exhaust got more powerful, completely out of the game. We'll see how much of an impact that has here for Kerp.
Yeah, I think this laning phase is going to be so important for either team. You know, if Super Hot Crew give up some kills and are put in a position where Karthus can just impact those side lanes, obviously that's going to be how Millennium looks to take control of the game. But on the same token, I feel like Super Hot Crew may have slightly more tools available to them when it comes to split pushing. You know, the wave clear from Gragas is pretty good, and we'll see. There's that, you know, dash we were talking about on Selfie. Dancing in and out and dodging at least the one lane waste. Kerp is not making any real effort to actually poke him down.
And his thumb's going to be very active on that Karthus. Throughout that whole engagement there, all I could think of is how Kerp's thumb looks at that point where he's trying to aim with his trackball with those lay wastes while he's dashing around.
I'm going to pose you a question then. If that's what you're thinking when he's doing Karthus, how do you imagine his trackball's moving when he's playing Fizz?
Well, all I can say is to our producers, I think we need an extra camera just for Kerp's thumb. The trackball camera. We might have to bring that one in later. And see how that one's going down.
Yeah,
one person clap
awesome.
for that.
You're awesome.
He wants a trackball cam. That's good.
Okay, so back in lane. Kerp, obviously the range advantage is feeling a little bit behind in CS. Selfie's been playing fairly intelligently in terms of how he's dancing around this lane. But neither is really looking to poke him down. Of course, Selfie at a bigger disadvantage being melee. The rest of the lanes, Corki into Tristana. Corki should have the advantage early on in terms of poke, in terms of, you know, keeping Mr. Rolls on the back foot. And in the top lane, Mima should have the advantage against Kevin. Gragas is a big lane bully. And, you know, Irelia needs a little bit of time before she can really start to scale up. We've seen in the previous game how Irelia was bullied around by that Renekton.
Well, if anyone can do it, might just be Kevin. A big fan of this Irelia pick. I'm sure would have picked it a lot more this season if he could have had the opportunity to do that. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, let's keep tabs on that Selfie. 24 to the 19 CS of Kerp, giving him the slight level advantage as well. He's just going to keep that pressure up. Here comes Cottonex, though. There's no ward actually down here from the side. He may not even need it there as the wall of pain goes down. Selfie will use his flash early on to get away.
Yeah, had actually just dashed through the minion, so couldn't get more distance away from Cottonex. Still has cleanse available to him. At the end of the day, no flash means 1 or 2 more positional errors, and that can be Millennium's way into the first blood. So Mima's bullying around Kevin, it's not costing CS. Teams are relatively even, and Kerp is burning through his mana pool just to try and keep that minion wave away from the tower. But a very slow start. It's Cottonex that's making the first move, second move, as he's now going to come up to this top lane and try help Kevin out. If Mima goes in aggressively, he could be biting off more than he can chew.
I always feel like Mima is one of the safer top laners, though. Not someone who we often seen going super aggressive and overextending himself. We can see already here, he's quite happy to just sit back behind his own line of minions and last hit.
I absolutely love what he just did. He put the barrel down on the siege minion to prevent Kevin coming in to get the CS and pick up that gold. And he's doing the same thing again to the ranged minions. Mima is using his mana and they're going to jump on him.
Oh, they're going to go for him. Can they actually kill him off here, though? There is a push out. Are they going to go into the tower? They probably could have there, you know. Mima's so very low. He had flash available to him, but both Kevin and Cottonex did as well. We see there may be a little hesitation coming out of Millennium.
Playing it safe on their side and not overcommitting to the tower dive. The body slam had just been used from Mima, so in terms of CC, there was no knock up under that tower. But a level 4 tower dive without any sort of armor outside your runes and masteries, it's always a little risky. So Cottonex, with a more positive start to the game, Impaler's just been farming up his jungle, moving around the map. He's finally going to make his first move in the bottom lane, and it's going to be the Cocoon or Dark Binding. If neither land, there's no real attempt that's going to happen here. So let's see if J-Ree or Creatine will get caught out. They've got a fairly sizable minion wave to hide behind.
Cassine, you have to feel it to start this one, but sat straight behind the minions. Not exactly easy to get in there from this one, and there we actually see Impaler starts off his recall. Creator and Jerry playing super safe there behind the minion line. And there we go, Cocoon has landed on towards Jerry, flashes away from the Dark Binding, close. And they've got the support's flash now, which could set them up in the next minutes.
Yeah, despite the time Impaler invested, he does manage to get the Summoner spell out of J-Ree, and you're 100% right, Joe. That can set them up for a future play. Teleport used by Mima to go back to the top lane. Selfie, half of his cooldown on flash is available, so let's see if Cottonex is going to swing around back to this mid lane to try put some pressure on him. We see Selfie was actually clearing out his Wraith camp, and now moving back up to this middle lane to wave clear. And with that Steel Tempest is going to actually clear that wave out fairly effectively, despite the fact he has to go in into the wave to clear it out. Can't do it safely from range. The mobility really plays into his favor. Both of these teams setting themselves up for the long haul. Kerper's got Tear of the Goddess as his first item. So he's delaying his Karthus power spike in favor of stronger mid to late game.
Get that Tear stacking up with his lay waste. Always good at this stage. If you look at the top lane items as well, Catalyst first in for Mima. And of course, Kevin on a Relic going to be moving up to a Trinity Force as quickly as he possibly can. Level on the CS is it really up there, despite the fact that Mima was bullying Kevin around in those previous few moments. Mid lane, the Zeal of course was chosen by Selfie. 80 carries not actually being back to buy yet, but we still see a 10 CS lead for Mr. Rals.
Yeah, Creatine and Jerry just on that back foot and not really playing too aggressively. We've seen a few times when Creatine goes in for those phosphorus bombs, Kasing is actually using the Black Shield to block some of that damage out, as Creatine does have a fair amount of mixed magic and physical damage. But on the same token, Creatine is the player that Kerp himself was saying, is he going to be useful? Creatine is a little under the weather this week, and there's still 2 games to play today. Super Crew now, and then the Copenhagen Wolves later in the day.
Both of which incredibly important matches at different ends of the table, as Mima going to knock Kevin backwards there. Actually good damage coming back there from Kevin. Are they going to be able to finish him off? Don't forget, Requiem is now up because Kerp is level 8, so you can't afford to blindly trade and not think about that Requiem because it will kill you.
It's fairly low level, low damage at this level, around 290 on that Requiem before resistances come into play. So whenever you see anybody's hit bars going around that 200 mark, You need to start getting nervous. They fought Jerry.
He's in trouble. No flash. We expected it to come back to this lane, and it will do. And it's Mr. Rals that gets the first blood here for the Super Hot crew. Seemed like a pretty obvious thing to happen to me, but it's not like you can just back out of the lane and not get the farm. They lose their support. They lose first blood. Looks like they're going to be losing the Dragon as well.
Yeah, very, very smart play from the Super Hot crew. They punished that flash being unavailable perfectly, and Jerry, he just ate the Dark Binding. I mean, he was moving up to try and set that ward up, but unfortunately gives up first blood, and it goes to Mr. Rals. Mr. Rals himself has had an incredibly quiet Super Week. Him and Kasing have not necessarily been the exact root cause of losing games, but they haven't exactly helped their team either. So for Mr. Rals and Kasing to pick up that kill with the assistance of Impaler, who himself is now finally on the board in terms of kills, assists rather, is doing already better than both of his previous matches. And I would dare say it's because Millennium are playing very passive themselves. Cottonex has tried to gank the middle and top lane, yes, but none of the lanes have been playing super aggressively. Kevin's being bullied. Kerp was being zoned away by Selfie early, and Creatine and Jerry, they did not go very aggressive early on. You know, they were down in CS until obviously Mr. Rals backed a moment or two ago.
I know, and we saw Mima go low in the top where you would have felt that a dive with Irelia and Lee Sin might actually be possible. Kevin already taking a big hit here. He's going to try and be brought into it. There is the repel coming in, and Impaler not really timing that one as amazing as he wanted to. There's the kickback onto Impaler. He's going to go down. Here comes Requiem as well. Mima goes low from that. Oh, flashes away from the Q though, and it'll be a 1-0. Impaler dying.
Very important to note that Kerp did not get an assist on that Requiem. So the cooldown is now blown. It was not impactful in that top lane. But Millennium do get themselves a kill on the board. It does go to Kevin, who was struggling a little bit. Mr. Rals is hooked.
Hooked in there, but can they finish him off? He'll flash. Flash used pretty early there, the fastest they could really after being hooked in. And the Flay coming down, so that leaves him without that. But of course, he is Tristana as well. And well, it didn't really help Candy Panda out in that last game, if we're being honest, that he can jump away, but does give him at least some safety as Mima may be the target.
So Mr. Rals is not running lifesteal on his Runes of Masteries. He's just got the 6% from both of those Dorans. We'll talk about that as Mima's been dove.
Yeah, no flash. Nothing to get away from this one. He's just going to look to try and kill off Cornex, who dumps in, jumps back out, and Kevin with an auto attack will finish off the kill. Very patient play by Cortex.
Yes, it really, really was. That body slam was so close to actually taking him down, but he managed to avoid the damage. And now it's Millennium that are actually punishing Super Hot crew. Kasing's gone in. It is a flash on Jerry, doesn't need it though. So Soul Shackles has been used, and Mr. Rals has sustained himself up thanks to those potions. And obviously the lifesteal from the Doran's Blades. He's going for the Infinity Edge first. The reason I highlight that, Tristanas this week have been going for either Static Shiv first into I-Edge, or in this particular match going I-Edge. It also means once Creatine gets his Trinity Force finished, he should be able to have a larger power spike and in theory be able to bully Mr. Rals somewhat. But it does mean Millennium have to play aggressively and have to be in the faces of Super Hot crew, ideally with Jerry setting up more of those death sentences.
Well, we see now that Mr. Rals actually picked up a Vamp Scepter, so wanting to get a bit more sustain in that lane, knowing that he could have, especially with that flash down, some unsafer times in his farming course. He's currently 10 CS behind. That's a fairly decent swing. Creatine was behind in that lane in the opening moments. Top lane is also by now very even. Mid lane, that's also really equalized itself.
Yeah, one of the theories for maybe Creatine and Jerry actually making up that CS difference, once Jerry had no flash from the fairly early gank, it does tend to make you play more defensively without that safety summoner. We do see Cottonex is moving in on Selfie, and this could be a 2-on-1 in just a moment.
Oh, Wall of Pain going down there. Can they lock Selfie up? He just goes dancing through half the minion wave and loses about half of his HP. And now they're going to go for Kevin once again, camping on that top lane. Kevin just going to dive in there. There is the barrel coming off, and it's a point-blank range Cocoon. Belly slams him against the wall. Kevin will go down, and Impaler gets his first kill of the weekend.
Very well played by Mima and Impaler. Mima actually knocked Kevin into Impaler so we could land a point-blank Cocoon. Selfie's even roamed up to the top lane, so it's the first tower. Super Crew got the first dragon, and they've got themselves a small gold lead for the time being, but it's a very smart play between Impaler and Mima. Impaler's ganks have been far more impactful than Cottonex's in this particular matchup. And very smart play.
See if Cottonex can get a bit of revenge for that one. He's currently on the bottom side of the map. Say before, Mr. R's using his flash after he was hugged before by J-Reet, which means that they're naturally playing a little bit more defensive here. And will be sat back. What's Selfie going to do? He's actually going to dash straight in towards Kerp. May even be going for this one. Exhaust goes down. Kerp is still pretty low. Tower hit there, and Kerp just flashes away from it. Oh, Selfie flashes in and gets the kill. Brilliantly done.
That is why Yasuo is banned against Selfie. That was very well executed. Even through the exhaust, Selfie was able to take Kerp out. So Kerp now no flash, no exhaust. He does have Requiem available. We'll see if Millennium want to set themselves up for a dragon fight. But I mean, that's two full health champions. The exhaust comes down. Despite the fact that it is going to negate some of Selfie's ultimate, it just wasn't enough. Flash Whirlwind, and that's a dead Kerp. Just well executed. I mean, there's not much more to say about that.
Gonna give Selfie a nice chunk of gold because he gets all this farm as well. I already got that static shift and a pickaxe in there, so not like he's not doing good amounts of damage here. Actually, Kevin just came from the top side of the map to try and help cover this middle lane as well, which didn't really do too much for them, other than the fact that this dragon is now live. And Kevin, you'd expect, will stick around. He does have teleport, though, so he's actually going to be heading home. There we see Selfie getting the big advantage in this one, 68-32 over Kerp, and after that first kill there, well,
yep.
Can't argue with it so far.
I agree with the theory. I do think Yasuo, again, if you execute correctly, can deal with Karthus. Selfie's pulling ahead in CS. The one thing Millennium need to be careful of, if they engage for this dragon battle, they need to avoid Kerp. If Kerp can get into a good position with Defile and then die with Defile on, that is how Millennium will win team fights. Also, Kevin is going to be countering that push in the top lane. Mima's roamed down, so it'll be a teleport needed from Kevin to join the fight. And I do think Millennium, they're just continuing to show they want to go for the late game. Kerp has got Tear and Rod of Ages, two stacking items. So he's not going to be super terrifying for quite a while. It's going to take him another 10, 15 minutes, you know, maybe completing a death cap and that Archangel Staff before really we see some massive hard-hitting Requiems.
So far, the single Requiem that we've seen didn't really do all that much in the top lane. Dragon been up for a while here, but it doesn't look like either team really ready to go for it at this stage. We still have both AD carries down on the bottom side of the map. Mr. Oz's flash is now back up, so extra safety back in his kit.
Yeah, and with the fact that Kerp is now a level 2 Requiem, he does have some additional ability power. And Creatin's got a Trinity Force against the pickaxe BF sword of Mr. Rawls. What Kerp really needs to even accelerate and get further ahead is his side lanes to look for opportunities with the help of Cottonex. Because if they play aggressively and get their opponents low, get them committed to team fights, you create opportunities for Requiem. You create opportunities for Requiem plays. But if your side lanes are playing passively, defensively, and reactively, you never create those opportunities. The ward in the pit means Impaler has come back, but I think this should be secured.
Yeah, Impaler
very quick.
Yeah, he came off his recall there, just realizing that they were going for it. But Millennium too fast for the Super Hawk crew, and able to pick up their first dragon of the game. Bit of a strange one there with the Super Hawk crew having a gold lead, a kill lead, and having the timer after picking up the first dragon that they give it away so easily.
Yeah, Super Hawk crew were not willing to commit to a potential team fight, so they backed away. We'll get to that in a second because Cottonex is looking to set something up. This is exactly what Millennium need. If they can make a play on Mr. Rawls and get Requiem involved, they can get some more kills, but you need to land your skill shots.
Yeah, literally everything missing there. Not able to land the hook. The Q from Cottonex after Mr. Rawls jumped away. He didn't have the range to land onto Kasing. And that will mean that, well, there shouldn't be too much going on in this bottom lane. He tries another Q there, but Kasing just sidestepping that. AD carries again. Creatin still holding on to that lead with his Trinity Force. And Impaler's actually come down to bottom now as well. He's not going to be spotted.
Not just yet. Even going to know that there's no vision here from Millennium's side. So we'll see if they can punish it. Creatin's not in lane. So I'm not really thinking anything's going to come of this. And part of the reason Millennium are so good at taking Dragon as well as Baron is those lay wastes do a lot of damage to single targets. It's double damage in the queue, if memory serves correctly. And, you know, Karthus is a champion that we used to see a whole lot. We don't see all that often. So 1v2, can Selfie get a double knockup? That's what's going to help him, and he may even actually go aggressive if he does.
Well, double or no knock-up there from that one. He's actually running rings around Millennium. He's got Kevin now chasing him as well. Layaway's going to be coming in. Cortex, can he actually land it? He dashes off to the minion. He's free. He's home free. Not going to go down. And now they're going to turn it around. Going towards Cornex. Cocoon land. Cornex does go down. And Selfie in the back still alive. Here comes Gregas as well. Will knock away Karthus. And I don't think they can chase on to Kevin. Mima maybe was looking to bring Kurt the other side and back towards the team, but Selfie got away and they turned around the kill.
After calling Selfie out in our featured matchup and at the beginning of the game, we talked about how Selfie is more impactful on aggressive assassins. He gets his hands on his signature champion and is already displaying an ability to outplay multiple members of Millennium. If they do not find an answer for Selfie, he can get himself onto Kerp or to Creatine or Cottonex, blow them up, and the rest of Super Hard Crew can just win team fights going forward. So it's a good position to be in for the Super Hard Crew because Selfie is playing confidently, he's got a CS lead, and he's outplaying the moves Millennium are making.
See Kerp now headed back home after all that though, with 2,000 gold to spend, so going to be picking up an item or two to bring him back in, and actually will finish off his Archangel staff there, so I'll be stacking up quickly for him towards his Xeraths, and then he can start getting some real damage down, which he's struggled with up until now. We've seen that Selfie been doing such a, and actually just finishes there onto Xerath as he comes out of the base, so it was already close to having that one, that tier stacked up for him. Also in the top lane, Mima, obviously Rod of Ages done another blasting wand in. Kevin, Trinity Force, got a Giant's Belt and a Negatron Cloak, and look at this Millennium pushing a little bit down middle. Need to be careful here that they don't get surrounded, but Selfie's moved into a split push position in the bottom lane.
So that Seraph's Embrace shield will be very helpful for Kerp in addition to the exhaust to survive the burst damage that Selfie's going to be putting onto him. The Rod of Ages still has about 3 minutes to go before it is fully stacked, and Kerp is still yet to upgrade to Sorcerer's Boots. Once Super Hard Crew start investing in some MR, Kerp is going to need to get penetration to remain relevant. Mima on the other side has got that Rod of Ages. It is already fully stacked, and he's got a Rabadon's Death Cap to back it up. So Super Hard Crew are looking to instantly win fights by comboing the burst damage of Gragas plus the burst damage of Selfie. And on the assumption that they hit their spells, their skill shots, then Elise and Tristana can look to jump in, and Tristana with resetting rocket jumps obviously can put a lot of damage down. With that Infinity Edge, Mr. Roll's most likely going for Static Shift next.
Oh, Mima and Kevin here having a little altercation in the top lane. Not much damage going down overall though. It's Mima that was on the bad end of that stick, if you like. Down to half HP, but we see both teams have been quite happy to stack up somewhat in this middle lane. They sent their mid laners down towards the bottom side of the map. There's the hook onto Impaler. He's going to repel, but he's not going anywhere, or is he? He flashes out as he hits the ground, and there is the Requiem, and there is the death. Kerp getting another kill. That was a good wind wall to stop the hook.
Yeah, but the problem is, it cost a flash from Kasing. The wind wall came up, and Kasing still insta-flashed in fear of it connecting. Impaler needed to get away from that hook. 1v1, you talked on how Kevin was beating Mima a moment or two ago. That is the Trinity Force plus Giant's Belt. Mima's built pure AP, he's a mage. It's not over.
That was amazing stuff from Selfie. Can he get any more? Kerp actually going pretty low because he's tanking up the tower this entire time. There's the binding onto Creatine. They turn it around. Kevin diving in, gets himself one. Will be finished off by Mr. Ross though, who gets the red buff and instantly turns away the other side. Oh, that hook just going to the side of Kasing. And in the end, 2 for 2.
2 for 2 after Kevin actually teleports in and tries to tower dive past 2 towers. So Millennium, they find a small advantage and then give up that advantage to their opponents. A 3-0 Tristana that has got enough money to pick up a Zeal or similar in a moment or two is very terrifying. Mr. Rolls is going to outscale Corki in terms of range and make life very difficult for them. But we do see Mr. Rolls and Selfie just again, the mobility dashing all around the map. This is a 4 versus 3. And Kasing has been very on point. He's dodged the skill shots he needed to, connected with multiple Dark Bindings. And Super Hard Crew now going to see if they're going to challenge for this next Dragon. They gave up the last one previously because of poor positioning. They're going to be here maybe a little bit late, but I think they're looking to fight. There's a teleport available for Mima. He can join if he really wants to. Oh, he's already there.
No, too late for that one. It's Carnex that will be able to take that one down. Just head straight on out. And Impaler using his smite there as well, but to no avail. Second out of 3 for Millennium. We see that gold lead that was well and truly with the Super Hot Crew earlier. Has really come back, and now they've caught out Impaler on the top side. They're going to try and burst him down, but he will repel. A good barrel comes out of Gregus, but Mima getting hooked into it as well. Comes right in the middle. That's exactly what the Super Hot Crew needed to avoid. Mima will actually survive on the bottom side, and Mr. Ross turns it around to go on a rampage. 1-for-1, junglers down.
The scary thing about that fight is Millennium had 5 members pushing forward, and they were unable to beat 4 members of the Super Hot Crew. Super Hot Crew were dancing on the back foot all the way, and despite trading 1-for-1, they still come out by getting the tower. So they've lost the dragon in terms of net gold, and Selfie was pushing in the bottom lane. So the reason Millennium committed and engaged for that fight is Selfie was not with them. He wasn't around. I am getting a little nervous for Impaler because he's been caught out of position, it was a bit close, a couple of times, and it was J-Ree and Kevin sort of running him down sort of north of that mid lane that started that engagement. So good defensive duty from Super Hot Crew, making the best of a bad situation and grabbing their 3rd tower of the game. They haven't lost a single one yet.
No, that's very true. Something that Super Hot Crew have not been able to really break, despite 7 kills, 4 of which with Mr. Rawls. We'll see what he's going to be finishing off next. Whether they're going Static Shiv to add on to that Infinity Edge. As we see for his mid laner as well, Selfie going for that, and there is a Static Shiv picked up. On the other side, Trinity Force is going to be an Infinity Edge next for Creaton as well.
So something that we haven't touched on in terms of Super Hot Crew's comp, they are quite reliant on Selfie and Mr. Rawls to be very mobile and be very problematic for Millennium. While Mima and Impaler do have a lot of magic damage, Gragas's burst has been reduced and he needs to get in the thick of things. Gragas needs to get in melee, much like Impaler in Spider form, to sink those fangs. And that's exactly where Millennium want them. Now this is 2v1. We'll see if Mima can get away. He's got no flash.
Well, he's thrown his ultimate here already, and that may just be bad news. Scrying going to be used, and it's Creaton that will be able to finish it off. Meanwhile, Kevin also being caught out on the bottom side of the jungle, but there's the safety of the Lantern. J-Ree brings Kevin back home to safety.
So Kevin manages to stay alive. Super Hot Crew on the invade. They cannot even out that kill score. Even though Mima went down, he's still even on CS, and look at Selfie. He is starting to split push. I actually really want to see how Selfie handles Kevin. Despite the fact that Kevin's got a Randian's Omen, I actually think Selfie, with the amount of damage and IH and Static Shiv, he should be able to 1v1 Kevin.
Blue team's turret has been
And
destroyed.
we've seen how terrifying
especially with the last Whisper now coming.
Well, we'll see if he's going to pick that one up. Sitting on 1,200 gold, so he's got the money for it. But look, nobody from Millennium is coming to back up Kevin. They're trying to defend their red side of the jungle, and Selfie's now moving himself. Selfie's moving himself over to the mid lane. It's a slower game. Both of these teams are only looking for skirmishes really around dragons, and both happy to scale.
Oh.
Little scary. Black shield.
Oh, Wall of Pain going down. Yeah. Couldn't quite catch him there.
No.
Selfie has now gone back, so Last Whisper is done for him, which basically is going to negate a lot of that Randuin's Omen out of Kevin, which makes it a lot harder to put onto that. I don't think that Kerp is going to be able to hold on to him. I think he'll just blow him up if that comes to a 1 versus 1 to stop that kind of split push. I'm not sure that they can do that.
I think so too, and the only thing I'm trying to measure in my head is how Super Hot Crew want to play this late game. They've got pretty good wave clear with Gragas, with Tristana and her AoE on those explosive shots. But they are very reliant on bursting Millennium down. With the build that Mima's put together and the amount of damage Selfie's got, if they don't burst Millennium out, Millennium can survive the assassination attempt and then win through sheer force of numbers. As this game progresses, I think I prefer having a Karthus and an Irelia and a Corki on your team. But the only thing Millennium have to deal with is the very, very long range that Mr. Rawls is building up. If they can get around Mr. Rawls and Selfie, I think that's how Millennium will have to win this game, and the pressure will be on Kevin and Cottonex to put damage on them, to allow Kerp to assassinate with the Requiem. It's basically guaranteed damage, unless you got a Banshee's Veil up. Even that is fairly easy to pop.
Well, Impaler has already got a Banshee's Veil while we're on that subject, and Selfie continues to push this bottom lane out. Kevin was actually waiting for him in the brush there on the side. I don't know if Kevin really wants that fight. On top of his Trinity Force, damage-wise, does have a pickaxe in there as well. And also to note is that Creaton did finish off his Infinity Edge on top of that Trinity Force. So looks like the Super Hot Crew here just looking for opportunities. Not sure that Kevin really wants this fight. You know, he's 2 levels behind Selfie as well.
No, and you've seen the damage he took just from one single critical hit. What Super Hot Crew are doing very well is they are splitting up Millennium. They're playing a 1-3-1 split push. With the disengage threat, with the disengage that Tristana and Morgana have, it's very difficult for Millennium to stick to the 3 of them wherever they roam. And because Selfie can basically 1v1 anyone, they've got Cottonex.
Yeah, he's going to get caught up here with everything that they've got, trying to get away towards Selfie though. Going to go towards Corki. Didn't quite catch on to Creaton, but with the jungler down, this is going to be a dragon for the Super Hot Crew.
They didn't even use a single ultimate. Chained every single target CC they had. Blew Cottonex up, grabbed the second dragon from the first one. That's the first time that they've made a positive, well-timed play around the Dragon Pit. Previously, it had all been about Millennium. And is this going to be bad? There's not a lot of vision, so this is a little risky. Anytime Super Hot could group up around one of these priority objectives, it gives Kerp a lot more power. It gives Kerp a lot more presence. But J-Ree is not there. There's no vision for Millennium in the pit. Creaton's going to make his way in. Mimer's actually going to run into fish. That's so quickly and safely done.
Yeah, I mean, Tristana in there, Static Shiv, Infinity Edge. You've got Yasuo as well. You see how fast they strip that Baron down. There's the Wind Wall coming up again from Selfie. Possibly showing us once again why you ban away that champion. There's a flash play. Can they actually lock him up? An early flash on Selfie. He'll be chased through though. That's a good strong kill for Millennium. They might try and push back now.
I don't know why Selfie was there in the first place. He burned his wind wall to block a death sentence and then moved away from the rest of his team. Super Hot Crew were placing vision in Millennium's jungle. So Millennium get themselves a kill. They remove the Baron buff from Selfie, and how many towers will they get? That is the question.
2.
Impaler and Mimer are returning very, very late. Millennium are now on the inner turret in this mid lane, 30 seconds before Selfie is up. He's got no flash, he's got no cleanse, and that is just a positional error. The rest of his team was not going the mid lane and didn't anticipate the flash engage from Jerry.
So you can see trying to keep that minion wave as far away as possible. Actually, ultimate use there out of Mimer to try and keep them away. There's a lantern from Kerp, or for Kerp, to get him away from any danger. And they managed to hold on to that inner tower. So they've traded Selfie in the Baron buff. Well, I say traded. They lost it. And they lost that outer middle turret, but managed to hold on to the inner. So not all that bad. It's still only a 3,000 gold lead here, though, for the Super Hot Crew.
And the middle and top outer turrets are the only towers Millennium have secured. Millennium, again, have been playing reactively, they've been playing like Super Hot Crew played the last 2 days. You know, Super Hot Crew were playing to not lose and very defensive, sitting on their hind legs, and it's just not really creating a huge amount of possibilities for Millennium. The times Millennium have moved around the map and done positive things has been those dragon pits. They've timed it well, they've generally had good positioning. And with Kerp having completed his death cap, got the Seraph, got the Rod of Ages, most likely working towards either Hourglass or Void Staff as his next item. We've seen 2 Requiems? 2 or 3, basically, in a 33-minute game. The opportunities have not been presented for Millennium to take advantage.
All we're going to see here, Selfie is going to go on to Kerp. There is the one crit that he's looking for, but he's trying to lock him up with this one. Ultimate comes out. There is the kill onto Kerp, and Selfie will finally go down. In fact, the Super Hot Crew joining him with a lot of people. Requiem this time is going to be going off, but didn't really do all that much, and now they've managed to lock up Kevin. Mr. Ross turns around, a lot of damage from him. Kasing's ultimate is running as well. Kevin flashes last second. Impaler will chase him, but the hook from J-Ree, I'm not sure he's going to save him because of the dark binding there. Impaler picks up one. That's 2 people down now. This should be the inner tower.
There's a minion wave behind them, and so Super Hard Crew can continue the focus. Mr. Rolls rode that dark binding all the way to Kevin, managing to secure the kill. The Infinity Edge Lost Whisper static shift is doing wonders, and this is what we talked about. If Millennium cannot control Mr. Rolls, I do not believe that they can win these team fights. Despite the fact that Selfie went down relatively early, Super Hard Crew have got a lot of disruption. Ooh, that was a little close. And they got a lot of damage to follow it up. So Super Hard Crew take the 4th tower of the game. Another kill goes to Mr. Rolls. And look how quickly everybody gets involved. I actually think Cottonex kicks Selfie out of the defile damage, which is a little unfortunate. And Selfie simply re-engages, realizing Requiem was going to kill him. I think he was just trying to get more auto attacks and more damage down. But I think, you know, between Impaler and Kasing, they landed every cocoon and dark binding that they fired during the course of this engage. And Mr. Rolls is just, again, there's 2 cocoons, 2 dark bindings, and Mr. Rolls in his house. Landing the skill shots, and earlier in the game we didn't see Millennium do the same.
And it's a worrying sign when Kerp going down so quickly. His Requiem not really strong enough to blow anyone up in that fight. Probably needs to get that Void Staff done here quickly. And are we answering that question for you? I think we may possibly be doing that. Which mid laner is going to be coming out ahead in this game? Currently, neither of them massively high scoring. 3-3-3 for Selfie, 2-2-4 on the other side. Oh, Ultimate going to come in. There's the knockup that he's looking for. Kevin actually takes a Lantern, though, back behind his own tower.
Can that get Super Hard Crew a tower? That is the question. They have minions pushing the bottom lane. They have minions pushing the top lane. So the Super Hard Crew have got damage on Kevin, and they've just roamed themselves up to the top. I like the decisiveness. Again, Kasing has hit so many dark bindings. And Mr. Rolls is going to grab another tower. Baron buff is worn off. There's no last breath yet, but it's such a short cooldown. Super Hard Crew are just grabbing the reins in this game, Joe.
Stepping forward, 36 minutes on the clock. See, 60 to 55,000 gold lead, 5-2 up in turrets. We've got another Baron in just under 2 minutes and just under 20 seconds for the next Dragon to come in. And after all that, we actually have Mr. Roll sat on another good chunk of gold. Looks like he'll be going Bloodthirster next with that Vamp Scepter from earlier on. Already a Bloodthirster done on the other side for his opposite number, Creatine. And here will be a free Dragon. Should be at least.
I would imagine so. I don't see Millennium committing to a team fight blind, realizing their opponents have most of their ultimates available. And Super Hard Crew, strong early game, faulted someone in the mid game. They're now playing these side lanes. I'd like to see them go back to split pushing once Mima gets his teleport available, because Selfie is uncontrollable. Got a Randian Zone completed. He's going to be able to probably duel Kevin, even though Kevin's got the makings of Zephyr and that Randians. But look at that, one single crit onto Kerp and takes about 20% of his hit points off.
I'm just going to keep pushing this one out, surely. Gragas able to just thread those barrels in behind, and that's a full-on damage from Mima as well. That build, Death Cap, Rod of Ages, Void Staff.
Yep.
Going to be going Lichbane in here next as well.
So for Super Hard Crew, a explosive cask from Mima or a dark binding from Kasing could set something up. Whenever you've got those Ziggs and those Gragas ultimates that are super AoE, super disruptive, you can throw them just to guarantee the objective. Super Hard Crew didn't even need it in that scenario because Millennium just backed away. Out of fear of the team fight, out of fear of what Super Hard Crew can do. And I'm going to go back to picks and bans and talk about this Karthus pick. Every single member of Super Hard Crew has some form of spell or ability that can help deal with Karthus, either his damage or getting out of range of his damage. And I'm not entirely sold on the pick.
Hawk coming in there, but not quite the range. Millennium might have to think about doing I want to say a quick Baron, not that it'd go down particularly fast when you compare it with the last one that the Super Hard Crew took. But Millennium needs something in this game, and it's getting to that level where a Baron steal, or a sneaky Baron for that matter, is what they're probably going to need, the magnitude of that kind of pickup.
Yeah, and I also think for Millennium, one of the other options is to catch Super Hot Crew. With the Thresh, with the Lee Sin, you're always going to have those outplay possibilities. Death Sentence, Lanterns, you know, the insect-style kicks. And if Millennium don't find them, then I think the team comp of Super Hot Crew is scaling very well. They're doing a good job. They're jumping on Selfie. If Millennium group up, Selfie's going to go in for the ultimate.
Oh, there's a barrel coming out from Gragas. Actually, they're going to go towards Impaler on the top side. He's been almost left alone. The rest of his team start to work around, and Millennium losing a lot of health. Mima didn't quite put the barrel in the right place there, but they forced Millennium completely back. Impaler will actually go home to heal now, and it looks like the Super Hot Crew are going to look to push towards the inhib.
Yeah, I think they can push the minion waves very, very effectively. With teleport up on Mima, Super Hot Crew can go back to the 1-3-1. It worked for them 10, 12 minutes ago. Maybe they're afraid of it this time around. Maybe they're afraid of being jumped on, but nevertheless, Super Hot Crew get away with their lives. Impaler forced to flash. He was the one out of position, and Kevin has teleported for this Baron. It's going down quick. Remember, Karthus will melt Barons very, very quickly. That HP is super, super low. I think Millennium have done it.
I think they've done it here. We see Kassim coming around the side, and Millennium do manage to sneak the Baron. Can they fight here, though? Self is at half health, and I think they're just going to back away. They need to be quick here. They need to be decisive, because the Super Hot Crew pushing up this mid lane. Millennium have to react fast.
I don't know how Super Hot Crew could have left the Baron pit. There was a dance going on for several minutes, and it was quite clear Millennium wanted to make that play. Selfie did steal a blue buff, but he got a blue buff in exchange for 5 members of Millennium grabbing themselves Baron buff. That is definitely not a fair trade if ever I've seen one. So Selfie's pushing out the bottom lane. Let's see if Mima's going to go top. Because like I said, he's got that teleport. We've got Kassim maybe working himself towards a Zhonya's Hourglass. A lot of very big items being picked up, and one good team fight for Millennium. One team fight where the box can surround several members and Flay holds people in place for Kerp to get damage down. It could swing it, you know. The gold difference, while it is a little high, the stats that Baron gives Millennium will work in their favor.
And at this stage of the game, you know, it's just that one fight. As you mentioned, it doesn't matter, I think, about that 6,000 gold. If Super Hot Crew lose one man and end up having a real rough time of it, as we see all the pain come down the backside. That turret already down to half HP. Selfie got the knock up onto J-Ree at the back, but he wasn't the target that they wanted. And Millennium, with that Baron buff on, starting to feel the confidence of it.
So Kerp has got Baron buff, he's got a whole bunch of items, and he's got a blue pot running. He's got 801 ability power. The Requiem at this stage is dealing around 1,000 damage before magic resistance comes into effect. Selfie's looking for an aggressive play. He needs a knocker, and that can come from Tristana, that can come from Mima. We need to see who's going to be the first one. J-Ree does not have the box available for another few seconds. The Super Hot Crew backed away. They didn't get the knockups they needed, so they lose the tower.
And I wonder if they'll use the Requiem here in an aggressive stance. They stood on the tower, pop the Requiem, and just say we have to back off now. That gives them the inhibitor. We'll see about that one though. The way that Kurt's using it, I'd say very sparingly throughout this game so far. Looking for options to pick up kills. Selfie once again before dodging quite far forward, trying to get that knock up across a couple of members so that he can pop his ultimate and really do the damage. But up until now, Millennium holding their ground pretty firmly.
Wave clear is pretty effective for Super Hot Crew. The long range of Tristana plus explosive shot is working in conjunction with the barrels. And Mima, again, we just keep talking about, he's gone full burst. His build is prioritizing assassination along with Selfie. Disperse and blow them up. And let's see if they can get some CC. Wind Wall is now down. They've caught Kerp. I think they're going to go in.
They've caught Kerp here. Oh, he takes a lantern though. Didn't really lose any health from that either. I think the Super Hot Crew needed to be faster on that one. And Kerp is able to get away. Banshee's Veil there for Impaler. Selfie again is stepping forward. What are the Super Hot Crew going to do with this one? Banshee is now down. There's a dragon available. Millennium wants it. They need to be careful about the map positioning here though.
3 minion waves were pushed into that middle tower, and Millennium did not get an auto attack down. Because again, Corki, very short range, was unable to get onto that tower. Look at the minion waves, both top and bottom. It is in favor of the Super Hot Crew. So Millennium cannot continue that siege out of threat of losing a fight and then losing towers. So Millennium grab the dragon. What can Super Hot Crew grab from this? Teleport is available for Mima. Can they get to the inhibitor turrets quickly enough? The focus is potentially top lane. while Creatine is bottom lane. So this is going to give them a few seconds uncontested. They're not even racing for it. They're really not pushing. Wow.
That's a big swing already for the second time. 80-20 in favor of Kerp. And he is pretty much a full item Karthus at this stage with a lot of
ability
not
power.
Quite HP, but a lot of AP.
Got your back, Joe.
I know. Everyone knew what I meant anyway.
Yeah, we did. We did. It doesn't matter having AP if you can't put the damage down. And Superweek have not given them a chance.
No. And I totally agree with that. Again, with the likes of Dark Binding, the Buster Shot, the barrel out of Gragas, it's hard for Kerp to get in there. But at this stage of the game, 45 almost into it, he only needs to get in there once.
So the team that makes the mistake in these next few minutes of rotational play will be the team that loses, in my opinion. Neither Superweek nor Millennium have made super aggressive plays. While Millennium had Baron buff a moment or two ago, I think that's actually still ticking on them, and it has worn off actually. They were half-heartedly sieging, but no death sentence connected. The wave flip from Superweek is good. They're going to dive selfie. This is a good play.
Yeah, this is exactly the play that they were maybe looking for. He's trying to stay behind his wind wall there. They've got enough health to dive in, but he's walking through the minions. He's surely going to go down. No, it's not. Here comes the rest of the team. Kevin will actually fall first. Requiem does come through to get one kill. Well, it's 2 men down for Millennium, and the Superweek crew chasing. Here comes Kerp from the side, though. He flashes on top of them. Exhaust going to be used. He is going to go down, and he's still doing a little bit of damage, but they've lost too much too early on in this fight. Jerry will try and escape on the top side. He's now the last man alive. And the Superweek, nice cocoon over the wall. No follow-up to it though, but it leaves just Jerry, and look at those spawn timers.
1 for 4. Millennium threw every single thing they had at Selfie, and Selfie stayed alive long enough for his entire team to respond. There was a massive black shield on Selfie, but it wasn't enough to keep him alive through Kerp's damage. And Superweek crew completely outplay Millennium in the tower dive. We talked about how neither of his teams had made massively proactive moves. Oh, I wonder if they're going to finish his minion waves. And it's only J-Ree, but he's going to play defensively again, much like the rest of the game. And I don't know if Millennium were that far down, were that desperate to really go for the fight. Look how far away the rest of the Superweek crew are from Selfie. His mechanical play in this scenario is next to perfect.
He got his ulti off for the end as well onto Kevin, which
Kevin
is
and
unbelievable.
J-Ree. So Kevin and J-Ree got knocked up, and you know, despite the fact that Kerp shuts him down with that Requiem, Superweek crew really responded effectively. The exhaust used on Mr. Oz, while it kept him out of the fight somewhat, it didn't change the outcome. Millennium invested everything important onto Selfie, and Selfie still got a lot of damage. He still bought all the time that his team needed. And we'll see. Baron started, ultimates mostly available for Superweek crew, but they're going to be arriving actually a little sooner. We'll see if they're going to go engaging.
This is surely all or nothing. The knockup doesn't quite land onto Cocoon does, but there is a Baron Pinkto stolen away by the Superweek crew, and that was amazing from Impaler. And now they just turn onto Millennium, get 2 quick kills, get 3 quick kills, and surely this is going to be at least in walking away with nothing. Creatine's still alive as a last hope maybe, but without the inhibitor, with the super minion to tank up the Nexus turret, it looks like the Superweek crew are going to take the win.
Impaler gets Baron. There was a 3, maybe 4-man knockup and last breath there from Selfie. Fantastic fight. We talked about the AoE and how Superweek crew did not want to be grouped up for Kerp's damage, while Millennium sure as hell did not want to be grouped up for Selfie's damage. They've done it. Superweek crew picked up the first win they need for that potential third-place tiebreaker.
Brilliant victory there. It was a tough and a long game for them, actually. 48 minutes, let's call it here. Not the easiest as wins, but it was a much-needed one for the Superweek crew. They were 0-2 for the week coming into this. They weren't happy with their performances. Impaler said, we need to get our stuff together before playoffs comes along. And this was better from them, still by far not the perfect game, but a win's a win.
2 games in a row where the losing team has given their opponents signature champions. Diamond carried Gambit with Evelyn, a champion that has been banned against him for weeks. And Millennium gave Selfie Yasuo. while it was not necessarily the most game-changing performance, you cannot deny the fact that the two fights in that bottom lane in the Baron pit, it was Selfie's involvement that very largely contributed to Superweek winning. But to be fair, Superweek held the lead, they had map control, they were dictating the tempo of the game to Millennium the entirety. And
Mr. Rawls, who just went completely unnoticed, I think, in a lot of those fights. Didn't die the entire game, 7-0-5. Put out more damage, actually, than anyone on his team. Out-damaged Selfie in terms of damage to champions done. And, well, it was just a performance that I think we were waiting for the Superweek crew all week long. They've obviously had a lot to talk about overnight. Something's gone right for them. But on Millennium's side, questions when it comes to picks and bans, questions when it comes to execution as well.
I think so too. The Karthus pick for me, I still find very questionable. When Millennium ran it into Fnatic's comp, the Chitin fight, it didn't work. They ran it into multiple champions that had mobility, and it didn't necessarily work out again. It feels like it's a bit of a fallback pick, and it's not one that I'm completely sold on.
Well, guys, after that game, it's time to take a quick look at the standings. No seeds have been decided yet, so don't worry. But with that win, the Superweek crew moves into a tie with SK Gaming. And since Millennium can now no longer catch them, the three-way ties are off the table.
Right.
Which is good news if you want to sleep tonight. It's bad news if you wanted to see a lot more games.
It is, but there is still possibilities for ties top and bottom of the table.
There are indeed.
We'll try and keep our eyes on that one as the matches play out. But all credit to Superweek crew. They got champions they needed, and they executed very well. I'm very impressed by that game.
Well, still more action to come, but we're going to go over to Shox, who's standing by with his Superweek crew's jungler, Impaler.
Thank you very much, Joe. Congratulations, Impaler. Very, very nice victory here versus Millennium. Talk me through the game and through what Selfie was saying to you guys in the game, because his Yasuo was absolutely phenomenal.
I really don't know how Selfie survived every fight. We're just like running from half of the map and he's at 1v5. It's just crazy how he lives so long, and then we just clean up for him.
Yeah, you did clean up, but it was kind of rough in the beginning. You actually got your first kill here that you had all Superweek, and you know, it just hasn't been going that well. Have you felt that for you personally?
Yeah, we've been struggling a lot. We've kind of finally caught up with our problems, and we're trying hard to fix them now. We've got someone new in the house, trying to get a good schedule, and we're really just getting on form for playoffs right now.
So obviously you still have a game coming here today. It might be a long day, and so what are the main things you guys are going to have to work on? You don't have to spoil everything for us, but...
We just need to get our team synergy back to where it was and have everyone on the same page. And when we can do that, we come in with a storm. We're really aggressive instead of just kind of losing slowly to teams like Rockat that happened this Superweek.
Yeah, well, this was a great start, great game. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have to take a quick break, but when we come back, Fnatic takes on Rockat, and we'll be getting some insights from Rockat's analyst, Veggie. Don't go anywhere.
It's me, Mario.
He's actually going to dash straight in towards Curb. May even be going for this one. Exhaust goes down. Curb is still pretty low. Tower hit there, and Curb just flashes away from it. Oh, Selfie flashes in. Is surely going to go down. No, it's not. Here comes the rest of the team. Kevin will actually fall first. Requiem does come through to get one kill. Well, it's two men down. The knockup doesn't quite land onto Cocoon does, but there is a Baron picked up, stolen away by the Superweek crew, and that was amazing from Impaler, and now they just turn onto Millennium.
back, everybody, here to the final day of Superweek in the European LCS, as I am joined by Rockat's coach Veggie, as they're about to go up against Fnatic. Veggie, your team is 1-2 so far here in Superweek. Talk me through, from a coach's perspective, give them some pointers, as you will, after these games.
Well, it would seem that we're doing okay when it comes to macro game, which we're trying to be working on lately. We've been trying some new stuff. Maybe some people have realized that we've changed a bit our mid-game, and that's what we're working on. But the problem currently is if we falter in early game, we're pretty much gone, which showed in the game against Copenhagen Wolves. I mean, the game against SHC, I mean, it was pretty easy. Against Alliance, that was still actually a macro game element. To me, the reason why we didn't dive, and that's what we've been working on. So I wasn't disappointed then, but I was disappointed in the Copenhagen Wolves game, where we probably mentally lost the game. We felt too sure, and that's why we were just in a wrong mental state before the game.
Well, you were absolutely on top of everything. You talk about macro game, then what I maybe say is an element of the micro game. Those first bloods keep rolling in for Jankos, and actually talking to him after the Super Hot Crew win. First time I heard them being so confident and saying, we do want to prove that we're the best team here in the league. Is that something you guys as a team have actively worked on that attitude change?
Well, it seems to me that we can be the best team in the league, but it'll take some time. And second of all, we don't really want to do worse than last split. I mean, we had top 3 spot. That was really good. And like, once you've got that top 3 spot, it's like bad to think about doing worse. So I don't know. Maybe best team of the league isn't the best how should I say, expression from Jankos, but a top 3 spot is definitely something we would be looking for. I mean, Worlds, like, there's no difference for us if we're first or third. Like, Worlds is the most important for us.
Well, absolutely, the main goal. So then, finally, to get there, all the wins are necessary. What is the importance of the game here versus Fnatic? What are your chances?
Well, our chances, I don't know, like Fnatic's been doing really good, but we're definitely going to try. We want to win this game because, you know, there's no reason not to try. I mean, we're not going into all the, I don't know, possibilities of tiebreakers and stuff like that, but it's obviously better to win a game than lose a game. And when it comes to the mid-table clash at the moment, and we have SK, we have us, we have SHC, and we have Millennium, and we probably don't want to play against SK. We don't really like the way our style works against theirs, but we definitely prefer to play Millennium, and SHC is maybe somewhere in the middle. So tiebreakers could be important for us. I mean, we haven't done that well this week to, like, we're probably going to get 6th place, so it's more important for us who's going to be in the 3rd spot, someone that's good for our style or something like that.
So you're going to give it your all. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
No problem.
All right, so we're going to get into this matchup, Rockat versus Fnatic, with Trevor and Joe.
Thank you very much. Always amazing to hear from Veggie. Get a lot of insight into what's going on in the Rockat camp.
Yeah, and it's definitely an improvement. The moment Veggie started living with the team again about 4 or 5 weeks ago, Rockat did start leveling up their game. Faltered a little bit. They've played 1 composition in 3 games, won once, got bullied once, and went okay. So we'll see if they're going to do something different today.
Well, with that, it is time for Fnatic versus Rockat. And Fnatic are 2-1, having lost to SK Gaming yesterday, but they did take down the Super Hot Crew and the Wolves on day 1. Fnatic are locked into that 2nd place seed and will be playing the winner of the 3rd and 6th place quarterfinal, which currently could be SK or the Super Hot Crew versus Millennium or Rockat. Could be anyone, basically.
Yes, you've just listed all 4 teams, so we need to see how it works out. Fnatic have actually looked pretty good this week, but after locking in their top spots, Fnatic and Alliance both dropped games. Regardless of the reasons for their losses, Fnatic have moved very close to securing some fantastic records. Let's start with Yellowstar. He's got 957 LCS career assists, getting very close to securing his 1,000th and joining NIF and Xpecial. And on top of that, Reckless, in his 2nd split of the LCS, has earned himself 154 kills this split. He needs to break 167, which was set by ManCloud last year. I'm not sure if he can do it in 1 game. Hell, he's done it before. He got 18 against the Copenhagen Wolves. We'll see if he can do it today. As well as nearly hitting the lowest number of deaths in 1 split. Meteor set the record at 29. Reckless has currently got 27 deaths in 27 games, and that stat alone is incredible. He needs to avoid dying more than once this matchup to break Meteos' record.
My brain is broken. But what I get from that, Reckless needs to die less than 2 times, get 2 pentas and a quadra, and he gets both records. Yellow Star needs 43 assists in one game if he's to get to the 1,000 assist mark. A lot of work to be done, a lot of records to be broken, who knows? Meanwhile, their opponents, Rockat, are 1 for 2 for the week and have been running a very similar comp in their matches with that Zilean mid. And since Millennium lost the match in their last game, Rockat can still catch up to them and force a tiebreaker to get into the 5th position, which means they would face the 4th seed in the quarterfinals.
We'll see if they can. It really feels like Rockat were just focusing on that singular composition we've talked about, and it focuses around mid-game pressure and winning the early game. While it looked solid against Alliance, they beat the super hot crew, they got absolutely controlled by the Wolves. It looks like the Wolves could counter-strat them and figure them out. Let's see if they do the same thing again for practice, or if they go back to something tried and true.
If you do something over and over and over again, it makes your opposition job a little bit easier to try and counter that one. We'll see if they've changed it up for Fnatic. So let's get into the starting lineups then for our 3rd game of the day. On the blue side, it's Fnatic with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid lane, Reckless on AD carry, and Yellow Star on support.
And on the red side, it is Rockat with Zazas up top, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane with Sullivan and Vanda as the AD carry and support.
And you guys have been casting your votes on which team will win today. And according to LOLesports.com, who would have thought it? With 84% of the vote, Fnatic leads in another one.
Yeah, another big vote in their favor. Lost a game yesterday to SK Gaming. It was pretty one-sided. SK played, they got the lead and they held on to the lead, very crucially. And we'll see if Rockat can do the same. Rockat have been able to get early advantages in the past, but it's all going to be on Jankos. He's got the most first bloods out of any single player in Europe this split. 12 out of his team's 20. It's mind-boggling.
It's mind-boggling, and it's been the thing that's gotten Rockat started in so many of their games. You have to wonder, I mean, he's kind of odds-on to get a first blood if Rockat actually secure it.
Yeah.
It obviously doesn't always snowball in a ridiculous style. We've seen him go 3-4 kills. We've also seen him pick up first blood and then it's fallen to pieces. So definitely first blood, not a guarantee of anything. Let's get into champion select here. Are we expecting Zilean to be gone after it's been run so often?
I think you're a bit psychic on that one, Joe. Instantly taken off the table here by Fnatic. Maokai might be another consideration. Alliance abandoned in all 3 of their games, did not want to let it through. It's something that I actually didn't mention in the 2 previous games. Xerath has actually been disabled today after finding a bug related to his ultimate late last night. So that's not going to be in the hands of either Overpower or FLICKR, who have both run it in the past. So Maokai still up. Thresh taken off the table for Yellow Star. I'm so happy to see teams taking Thresh away from Yellow Star because he is phenomenal on that champion.
Yeah, there've been a lot of Morgana. I was just about to say, there's been a lot of Morgana bans in the past against Yellow Star. That's left open today, and you see that cheeky little smile. First pick Morgana for Fnatic.
So we'll see where the rest of the picks and bans go. Ari is available, Fizz is available, Syndra is still up.
Yeah, when was the last time we saw 3 bans against Fnatic and none of them were targeted at Peke?
A long time, Joe.
Yeah.
And the reason I think Fizz and Syndra is interesting, Peke is still adamant, a lot of pros actually are still adamant, that Syndra is a counter to Fizz. And in theory, as long as you're hitting those stuns, yes, I can see it working. Overpower has run Fizz in the past. Peke has run both Fizz as well as Syndra. Let's see if they're going to go that route. A lot of thinking regarding picks and bans. All the junglers, despite Evelyn, are still up as well. So Rengar's there. Cyanide's run Rengar in the past. Jankos has played a lot of Elise this weekend. I think this would be the 3rd time he's played it if he locks it in.
Could be the 3rd time that he gets first blood as well. Done such an amazing job on that one. And last second switch actually out to Lee Sin, so taking the lead. And also we're locking Cogmore for Celiva on AD carry. For me, Celiva has gotten a lot better. Wow, we're going to see Blitzcrank coming out with Morgana. So I'm not going to call this one too early because you've seen what happened in that game. Yellow Star ran Shen.
Correct. Top lane?
In the top lane. Soaz ran Blitzcrank in the bottom lane. But we've also seen Soaz run Blitzcrank anyway in the top lane.
So a little bit of context to the game you're referring to was when Fnatic did that against old CLG EU last year. And it was to counter the Anivia. The Blitzcrank was able to get the hook onto the egg form and it worked in their favor. I don't know if we're going to see that because this would imply a mid lane Morgana. Overpower ran mid lane Morgana for the first time a couple of weeks ago. It didn't work out. And I don't know if Fnatic are going to have some fun with us. Remember, they are completely locked into second place. So why not experiment? Why not have some fun?
Well, for Rockat, they're still fighting for a possible 5th place, for a possible tiebreaker game for 5th place at least. They're going to take Maokai, and they'll also take Braum there for Vander in the support role. So what are Fnatic going to do with this comp then? You're thinking Blitzcrank into the support role, Morgana mid, or will Soaz just run Blitzcrank?
My guess, if Fnatic are going to have some real fun with this one, and they're going for style points, they would have to run something like a Vayne AD carry, put Blitzcrank in Soaz's hands, and run a Shen in Yellowstar's hands. Do a lane swap for this matchup, and just go all in, protect the Vayne. Overpower and Rockat tried to use a protect the AD carry comp in a similar vein, but it didn't work out for them. And we'll see if Fnatic can make that one work out. Not an intentional play. Really? Not intentional. That one wasn't intentional.
So, what are they going for then? 10 seconds.
Come on, Vayne and Shen, just do it.
Morgana, Blitzcrank, and Elise. Well, you got Vayne right, but we just completely somehow missed that Kassadin had not been banned in this one. And Fnatic, I'm surprised it even got through to the last pick, to be honest. He's going to be picked up. So that leaves us with Kassadin for the mid lane. And that means Soaz will play either Morgana top lane or Blitzcrank top lane. Hell, he could even play Kassadin top lane and Morgana goes mid.
Yes, we've seen Kassadin top lane a couple times over in OGN as well, building a tanky, building an AP. There's options available to you. How that would do against a Maokai? Not particularly good until level 6, at which point you can get away relatively easily. But hell, you know what? I mean, Soaz could take that Blitz top. I don't know what Fnatic are going to do. I'm more disappointed in the fact that we both missed Kassadin all the way through to the second last round of picks. It's been a long, long week. So for Rockat, mid lane, are they going to go default and go Orianna mid? Or if they're going to go have some fun with Kassadin, with Zed? I don't know, Silence, Cocoon, it's locked. I don't know what is happening this game.
Zed locked in, first pick of the season. And wow, that is going to be an interesting one. I'm guessing that it's going to go into the mid lane, despite the fact that it's currently sat with Xaxus up top.
I think they'll swap that. I think they'll swap that. The thing that Zed has to be careful with, or Overpower needs to deal with, is getting past the Blitzcrank, getting past the Elise. If he jumps on Kassadin and Kassadin just rift walks away from the shadows, you can avoid a lot of the damage. And you often see Vaynes run into Zeds in the past, because Vayne's one of the AD carries with a QSS, with the Blade of the Ruined King, that can out-duel a Zed. So this is going to be an interesting game. It's the last match of the weekend for both of these teams, and they're having a little bit of fun with these picks. Soaz is sitting on the Blitzcrank. Whether he plays support or whether he plays Bruiser is going to be the interesting thing to see.
So I'm going to tell you right now how it's going to go, because I've looked at the summoner spells on these monitors at the side and cheated. I'm going to save that for a little bit, because we need to check out the Twitter vote here. So guys, with those champions locked in, tweet hashtag FNCWin or hashtag RockWin to @LOL Esports. We'll see if we've managed to somehow sway you from voting for Fnatic. I don't think we have anymore, because they've just gone and put Soaz on Blitzcrank as support, and Morgana top lane with teleport for Yellowstar.
No, I like that actually, because if Yellowstar can get a fair amount of farm, his Black Shield is going to avoid the CC that Maokai's putting down. And as long as he hits his Dark Bindings, which he will because he's got so many support Morgana games played, it should be a relatively safe lane for him as well. So everything's thrown out the window for the last game of the day for these two.
Well, gonna be a fun one, that's for sure. We're getting into game. It's Fnatic versus Rockat. Fnatic have that second position already sewn up. They buy into the semi-finals. For Rockat, though, it's all about 6th or a possible 5th place tiebreaker game. Still, decisions to be made and results to come up to decide if that can happen either way. But for now, Fnatic are on the move. And one thing that's really scary at level 1 is a Blitzcrank hook.
Oh, you mean a Blitzcrank hook into a Dark Binding? What could be terrifying about that at all? The thing is, for Fnatic to make that work, they need to group up. It is still relatively early in that regard. So we'll see. Yellowstar, despite having Flash and Teleport, he's actually started with Spell Thief's Edge. So going to be looking to maybe punish and poke Xaxus, generate some gold. The later this game goes, the better Fnatic's chances are at winning. Vayne and Kassadin can become uncontrollable, and if they get a QSS and a Zhonya's Hourglass, Zed becomes next to useless. once those items are completed. So in order for Rockat to actually keep Kog'Maw alive from Kassadin and Elise diving onto him, and to actually keep Overpower relevant, they need to get kills and a lead early on.
I think they're going to invade you. We've seen Yellow Star actually pick up these sweepers lens, so they may try and make a move. We've already seen Soaz, Ward, Peke, and Cyanide going to join them, moving down onto the bottom side of the map. Rockat are pinging like crazy on the top side. They've got no vision of the tri-bush and the move around that. You can see that Overpower's just sticking way far back because he doesn't want to get grabbed into anything. And it looks like Fnatic are going to move. Are they going to try and get around the side of Overpower?
You could always steal the buff. Easy blue buff steal with the rocket grab. And just 3 members of Fnatic. Early advantage. I think this was somewhat predicted. You know, Joe, you talked about the blitz and how powerful it is. For some reason, you almost always see those blitzes going towards the blue. Zaz is just going to clear out the camp. Or not, actually. Not even going to. So going to delay that one, delay the respawn time. And Soaz and Cyanide playing the buddy system. So we got very interesting lane assignments. Reckless, still deciding which lane he wants to go to, has opted into the lane swap from the looks of things. Yellow Star now going to try maybe defend his own blue with the help of Soaz.
Well, one thing to do, pull it out the back and do it in the safety of that area. But look at this, they are going to be trying to fight Fnatic for this one, but we already see Cyanide moving in, so this will be a 3 versus 2, and I think the presence there of an extra man might be enough.
Oh, they've even caught Jankos.
Oh, they're going to pull Jankos into that one. He actually goes up to the ward. Here comes a TP as well. Rockat wants to find this one. They've gone for Soaz. He flashes over. The tree of Xaxus is in the way as well, and they back away. Dark Binding lands. Can they finish off Xaxus? Mid laners are totally ignoring this one. It's 3 versus 3 for the blue buff. Soaz is going to have his rocket grab up in a second. He manages to pull Vander, who flashes. The Dark Binding lands onto Xaxus. Where's the execute? It comes in. His first blood for Yellow Star, but they're not done yet. Jankos going towards Soaz. Slow from the red buff. Will it be enough? He's got him around the corner. Can he hook him in under the tower here? No. Celeber actually came in and stole that kill. It's a 2-for-1 for Rockat. What a start.
Unbelievable start. Rockat taking advantage of the slightly unique team composition from Fnatic. They group up, they go for the invade, and despite the fact that Fnatic landed the skill shots, I think Rockat properly measured the threat from Fnatic. Even though they burned a lot of summoner spells and the teleport, they come away with the kills, and they come away from the advantage in the beginning of the game. So this is also going to put Cyanide's jungle behind. As long as Jankos can get out cleanly, Peke doesn't have any Rift Walks available to him. Not very well played. So 21st Bloods, tie for first actually. We're 1 behind Rockat in terms of total teams. Total team first Bloods. Here we go.
Jankos got a kill as well though. It wasn't quite first blood this time, but kill nonetheless at 1-0-1 as Overpower taking a bit of a beating from Peke in this mid lane. Although, credit to Overpower, he's up in CS, 32-25, with a similar amount of minions still remaining from this single wave. Crystalline Flask was the start for Peke. Actually, Longsword for Overpower in there.
Also notice that Peke went for Flash Exhaust as opposed to Flash Ignite. So, looking to play a little more defensively against that Zed in the middle lane. And if Peke decides to itemize towards something like an Iceborne Gauntlet, he can also even build, you know, normal, effective items on Kassadin to help deal with the damage. It's a possibility. Right, so Cocoon and Rocket Grab, those are the options. Xaxus is in front of the minion line, he's caught.
Oh, Cocoon comes in. Oh, he's pulled a minion! The minion steps in the way. And it's a landed grab, but not on the right target. And Xaxus hitting his flash as fast as he possibly could there. Soaz on the roam, doesn't get anything this time, but Reckless is going to bully him around. This means free farm for that Vayne. Same though for the top lane for Celeber on Kog'Maw. And look at this, they're coming back in. Sapling says no.
So something we have to talk about just a tiny bit is some of the early items. Soaz has already got that Sightstone completed from those early skirmishes. We see the Flask on Peke just to try and survive that lane. They're going to catch Xaxus, I think, if the Rocket Grab can connect.
Yeah, he's actually going to go back into it knowing that he's not going to escape. Reckless though, getting the kill. Don't want to give this Vayne a head start. Funnily enough, we talked about it earlier. Reckless needs 14 kills from this game to match Mindcloud's, or to beat Mindcloud's record, sorry. Last time we saw him go big on Vayne, he got 18 kills.
Yeah, I think it's a tiny bit higher. 167, he was 151. So 16 kills, I think, is the number. We'll get production to confirm that for us. But you're 100% right. If Fnatic can play Bloodthirsty, it can work out. Black Shield didn't even get used, so...
I mean, it's definitely possible that I've added up wrong. I mean, it's considering that my math skills are literally the worst in the world.
Well,
it's possible that I messed that up.
I may have messed this one up as well. So yeah, production will confirm in our ears in just a moment or two. But yes, I was talking about items. So, Soaz currently has the Sightstone, as we've already highlighted. He's roaming, and he's playing that kill-hungry searching support. Jankos as well started with the Doran's Blade, and he's working his way towards that Spirit of the Elder Lizard. So also very aggressive itemization, which obviously led to that very low-level engage and low-level fight. And Joe, you were correct, it was 14. And with that single kill, he's got now 13 away from breaking that record.
See if he can do it. Whether he actually realizes how close he is to that record, because a lot of the time when we see these records broken, players aren't surprised afterwards when they do manage to hit them. We've got a couple of men stacking up here in middle. Yellow Stars has been given up somewhat on that top lane where he was soloing out. He decides to leave Celiva all alone. As I said before though, Reckless doing the same down on the bottom side. Peke is ahead in CS in the mid lane as well. And if we compare the solo laners, which in this case is Xaxus on Maokai's 25 CS and the 10 of Yellow Star, it seems hard to kind of really compare them completely since Yellow Star is also roaming around a fair bit.
Well, I need to see how Yellow Star actually makes this top lane Boots of Mobility Morgana work. Don't really know how to analyze this comp, Joe, because
I think they're going to end up
it
with
is a little bit of
supports,
fun,
aren't they?
Yeah, I really think it is about protecting Pekka and Reckless. And if Cyanide, Soaz, and Yellow Star can land their skill shots, it gives the carries the moment, the goal they need. Right, Yellow Star, we didn't see Black Shield last time. He's got no flash. Celiva backed away. And, you know, the other side is, if Fnatic are setting up this pick, you know, grab somebody, kill somebody composition, maybe they're trying to get the record. Maybe they want Reckless to get those 13 kills to break the most kills in a split that Mindcloud set last year summer.
Well, we'll see if anyone steals next time they actually try. I mean, they've just tried once again to get in to that bottom lane. Yellow Star, you're trying to get rid of Vander, who's not really having much of that, and is able to put back almost just as much damage. If we look at the overall picture, Fnatic have a slight lead in this one. We're tied on kills. Obviously, no turret's gone down as of yet. Blue buff coming back up, and this is where the craziness started.
Triple longswords for Overpower. Gonna be looking to get as much instant power as possible. Jankos making his way in here. Yellow Star's got the numbers. I think that was just a little too slow from Rockat if they really wanted to pick the fight. And Fnatic secure their first, the first blue buff after it respawned. And it's just shenanigans for the time being, because Soaz and Cyanide have been holding hands the whole time. They've been moving around the map. They've tried to gank Xaxus multiple times. But Xaxus has been rooted at his tower and has been completely unable to get picked. So Fnatic, while they do have 2 kills on the board, I think in the mid-game, Rockat's composition is going to be much more powerful. But as the game continues to scale and Fnatic get items, I think they're going to catch Rockat.
Oh, this could be really bad. It's going to get knocked up after being pulled in there underneath the tower. But
he got away.
He will get away here with a flash. Cyanide trying to get on top of him. Here comes Peke from the side though. Is he going to have the damage? Who's he going to go for first? It's actually Celiva that they've singled out. Exhaust goes down. Celiva goes down. And that is Peke that gets the kill. He's going to head straight back now towards the mid lane. First kill of the game for Peke.
Manages to secure another one, and that was just Jankos maybe looking to set up a dive on Yellow Star, and those buddies of Soaz and Cyanide being in the right place at the right time. So they got the skill shots, locked down Jankos, and took Celiva out on the retreat as he was running through the jungle. But I think we need to keep a very close eye on what Soaz does for these next few minutes, because this is the first time that he's really split away from Cyanide. Still got those Moby boots, got that Sightstone. And one of the things you need to do with Blitzcrank is remain in control of the vision. If you do not have wards in your opponent's river or jungle, it's very difficult to have that threat zone for the rocket grab. And obviously you can catch your opponents unsuspecting if you have vision and they don't know that you have vision.
Well, Rockat have seen him on the top side of the red buff. They've seen him now on the bottom side of the river. They've got full vision of where Soaz is in fact hanging around. Soaz is pinging Dragon here like, guys, I'm pretty sure we're clear to do this one. We could probably have a go, especially since Reckless down on this bottom side now. Peke may come in and join them with that one. In fact, we see Yellow Star and we see Cyanide moving in there as well. So looks like Fnatic are going to be starting a Dragon.
They've got the numbers advantage. Without Celiva here to fight for Rockat, it's a strong advantage. And the other thing, it's so difficult for Rockat to contest objectives. If Rockat actually move in for like dragon fights or buff fights, the threat of those ridiculous range skill shots, the rocket grab and cocoon, etc., are terrifying. Peke and Jankos. Oh, Jankos is in trouble.
Yeah, but Yellow Star's going to flash over, pops his ultimate. Where's Jankos going to go? Kicks him back. But
here comes Peke.
That was close. Yeah, I mean, Peke's obviously going to finish him now. But it was a nice little kick over. I think he wanted to do it just before the Soul Shackles actually procced onto him, but got stunned up, and that means the kill, and a second one for Peke. Second Kassadin of the day. Didn't expect Kassadin to be getting through. He's come through bans 3 times this week, which is, I think, more than any, probably all the other weeks maybe combined.
I'm
not sure if that's exactly
I'd be inclined to say it's very close, because I do think we've seen at least 3 Kassadins this split, so equaling it.
Yeah, this week.
Touche. With the exception of this week. But 2 wins, 1 win, 1 loss. We need to see if Peke can actually secure a win here. He's 2-0. Gonna go either Hourglass first or Deathcap first. Got the makings of both, and the fact that he's getting kills means he can really make the choice he wants.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Rockat, they're gonna take the first tower. The problem for Rockat again, they've got 2 ridiculously scaling hyper carries on their opponent's team to deal with. And Overpower has not got going at all. He's even on CS with Peke. Every time we look at this middle lane, Overpower's behind in hit points, and Peke's bullying him. And Peke's roams have resulted in 2 kills. Overpower's not really been able to set the tone, not really been able to get those shadows down and find the kills that he wants.
Uh-oh, Zaza's going to be in trouble here. There is the fist, the grab coming in as well. Cocoon actually moved away from, but I don't see him escaping. He in fact comes back in. Reckless gets his second kill of the match. 12 needed now to top Minecloud's record.
14 is the magic number. Reckless hits 14 kills this game. That's when he breaks that highest kills in a split. Gonna need to do a little bit more work than this though. Every single time Fnatic are trying to catch Zazas out, there's about 3-4 attempts for the kills that he's managed to secure. And again, look, Peke going aggressive and Overpower. Despite the fact that Peke has sort of got lane control, it hasn't resulted in Overpower losing out on CS. Thanks to the energy, thanks to the range, he is farming effectively, but we need to see how Overpower is going to deal with Reckless. Blade of the Rune King already finished.
Well, Rockat saying, you know what, you can roam around the map. We're going to call you out on this one. Get 3 men down to bottom. Take our second turret of the game. Nicely done by Rockat.
So for Rockat in these tower defense situations, as Fnatic have grouped up, they may even be looking for Vando or Zazas to get caught. Because if you can deliver the tree or the Braum to get their ultimates into the middle of Fnatic's squad, that could work out. Right, let's see. Reckless is playing the role of a lumberjack this game, because he's really just trying to focus on Zazas. Overdrive, come on, can we see? No, just Mr. Vander's in trouble.
Oh, Vander gonna get cocooned up here, surely gonna go down, puts in his shield, actually will get away. Zazas though won't be getting away from this one, and Reckless gets another one. Overpowers Deathbox on Peke, they get a kill back. Cyanide's now gonna be chased by Jankos, who will flash into this one. Here comes the rest of the team. Where's the grab, where's the knockup? Knockup does come in, here comes Reckless, gets himself another. Will he want to fight Celiva? No, decides against it. 4 kills down now.
Managing to get closer and closer. 1-for-2 trade. Overpower gets on the board with his first kill. And yes, it was onto Peke, but that was Fnatic playing a bit fast and loose in the turret. Catching Vander, all props to the spectators. You guys caught absolutely everything there. And it was Peke just diving. 2 tower shots. Remember, a couple patches ago, those tower hits, they hit their max damage after 2 shots instead of 3. And obviously, even through the exhaust, that Deathmark was enough. So Peke gets dropped. Decent start for Overpower, but he needs more. He needs to do that to Reckless and to Kassadin, or Peke, multiple times to be more relevant, and Peke has already finished his Hourglass, so that reduces 1 target for Overpower and team fights.
Yeah, and Reckless is kind of getting ahead of this one. Blade of the Rune King going to be getting that Ghost Blade here soon enough. Speaking of that, Ghost Blade is done for Overpower over on the other side with his Cutlass to start. So, back into a more normalized game, and as I say that, I see it as another
I don't think you can use that phrase.
No, I don't think so either. Yellow Star and Soaz are literally just running around with those boots of mobility. We're going to have a Talisman here coming in as well for Soaz pretty soon, so he's going to have that extra speed boost. Speed boost.
I prefer Spood Beast.
Spood Beast.
Spood Beast is much better.
They're going to have that Spood Beast to chase people down.
I actually like what Soaz is doing because of the high root durations on both Cocoon and Dark Binding. When you combine the knock-up, which can't get reduced from, Power Fist and the CC of all the other champions, Soaz holding hands with multiple members of Fnatic is just creating this terrifying death squad. Because the moment a single skill shot lands, everything else follows up, and then bye-bye, you're dead. Flash hook!
Almost a flash hook. It was definitely a flash. The hook went wide. They get the turret nonetheless, forcing them away. Selva did flash himself to get away from that. As Peke also just riff walk away. Did catch the Q from Bram, but no real worries. 5 seconds until Dragon comes up. Oh, they actually scanned that one out. Well, look at the speed of Soaz here. Nice move off to the ward. But a constant threat there. Because once you actually pull someone in,
that's it.
It's going to be a Cocoon and then a Dark Binding, and then everything is overpowered. He's going to get himself caught out here as well. He's going for Reckless, but Reckless gets another kill. Unstoppable now at 5-0-0. Can they get the rest though? I think the Rockat are away from it.
Fnatic are intentionally leaving these kills for Reckless. They've put together this comp to single out targets of Rockat. And they're pulling it off. It's unorthodox, but it's working. And in order for Rockat to actually counter it, they need to group up as 5, they need to jump on Fnatic. I don't think they can though, because every time they try, somebody's just gonna get singled out and blown up. Don't really know what you want me to say, Joe.
I was gonna say thanks, Captain Obvious, for that one, but I suppose.
Hey, you gotta point it out. I mean, there's no other option here for Rockat other than to group up and force a 5v5. Because they have a tank, they have frontline, they have disruption. But then they have to get through Silence, they have to get through Morgana, they have to get through the stealth of Vayne. So many things to burn through. And with Reckless having QSS, Overpower's less likely to blow him up with Deathmark now.
Yeah, that's going to help prevent him losing out on the deaths record. I think he's allowed
2 away. 2 to even it, 1 to break it.
Oh, Zaza's going to get caught out here. Where's Reckless? He's not close enough. They can't give it over to him this time. Zazas is going down, and it's Peke that gets the kill.
I'd love to hear their voice comms. I wonder what they're talking about. But yes, Rockat another time they caught out. Unfortunately, with the champions that Fnatic have put together, the last time Reckless had a start where he went 5-0 on Vayne, he proceeded to go 18-0-1 and picked up the first pentakill of the summer split.
And all 5 of those kills were on Youngbuck, the top laner of the opposite team.
This is a rinse and repeat. Right, Rockat are grouped, but Dark Binding. Can they get through the rest of it? Cocoon. Let's see if they can make it in, Joe. I don't think they can.
Soaz is running away from this one. He's going to leave the rest of the team. There is Cyanide going up. The Deathmark is already down, and that's a dead Spider. Overpower gets his second.
So the moment Rockat are able to group up and pile on Fnatic, yes, their composition right now is still stronger, because they have a well-rounded team fight comp. But every single time Rockat get caught in skirmish positions, they are going to die. Reckless is close, Peke is close. Let's see if they can connect.
No.
The answer is no.
Peke kind of spoiled the party there. He just dives in on top of them. But they will be clearing out a couple of wards, and Reckless is now in that mid lane as well. As you said, QSS bought for him to get away from the Deathmark, to get away from the limited amounts of CC that Rockat are going to be able to throw him if they can get on top of him at any of these points.
And the other thing to note as well, Yellow Star's got no items. So while Xpeke and Reckless are going to continue... I just brought ABs, right. While Xpeke and Reckless are going to continue scaling and continue doing very well, up until this point, Reckless was not doing a whole lot. He's going to grab himself that Zhonya's Hourglass and literally just look to disrupt team fights. As long as Soaz and Yellow Star peel, slow down, stun enough people in a team fight, Reckless on Vayne and Xpeke and Kassadin can just destroy all of Rockat.
Oh, Rockat actually going to be spotted here going over pink walls and actually pushing with 3 men straight down this middle lane. Let's see if they can actually get themselves a turret. Peke just going to blast over there, and this turret going to become a quick focus, but Rockat had to tank it up there a little. Peke might actually do a bit of chasing.
He's got an hourglass, so he can even jump in to start the fight if Soaz and Reckless were closer, but they couldn't close the gap quickly enough, so decide against it. But I like the fact that Rockat are grouping. I feel it's probably a tiny bit late, but as long as they remain grouped up, the combined power of the composition can help. But they can't get caught by those rocket grabs. That is game-changing.
A lot of vision going down to try and counter this as well from Rockat. If you look there, top side of the jungle is all red wards. They've got a few down on the bottom side of the map as well. We've still got a couple of minutes until this next dragon actually comes into play. To look down the items, Talisman is done for Soaz, so, well, you're not escaping from him, basically, is what the story is there. Cyanide now moving forward to get some wards of their own down. We've just spotted Silas on the top side. He just finished off his golems. And there are 3 men there, and Rockat are actually going to try and counter it with 4 of their own.
So let's see, in order for Rockat to actually defend these towers, I don't think they want to be caught in a position where they have an extended wave clear battle. If Fnatic ever land one skill shot, the rest follows through. So in order for Rockat to defend these towers or defend sieges from Fnatic, they have to go all in. So Rockat have been doing a pretty good job of warding up, despite the fact that Fnatic is clearing the red buff. Look around the river and the middle lane for Rockat. There's multiple wards down. They need to keep the vision game up. And this could get explosive quickly. Fnatic are split up, while Rockat are slightly tight in it.
That was the ward straight on top of Soaz. It makes it pretty dangerous if Fnatic are baiting out Baron to come anywhere near them as well. With all that CC grabbing, Cocoon, Dark Binding, and then the follow-up from Reckless and Peke. Doesn't leave much of many people, I think, on Rockat if that happens.
But you see the awkwardness now for Fnatic. They accelerated to a lead, but because they don't have the vision in Rockat's jungle, it's very risky for them to invade blindly. And if, let's say, they throw a blind hook into the bush without vision, it doesn't connect, that opens up the window for Rockat to attack. It's a small window of opportunity, yes, but as long as they're set up, maybe playing a death bush, they can kill Fnatic. So in order for Fnatic to continue making this comp work, they need to get deeper vision, they need to have look for members of Rockat that are alone and then try to get themselves some kills. So teleport is available for Yellowstar. He's going to join the fight.
Oh, Peke actually going to be focused on here. There's the death mark coming down. He's got his Zhonya's though. Will he actually be able to get away with it? They've lost Yellowstar. They've lost Peke, and Cyanide might be in trouble as well. Q will connect from Jankos. Cyanide goes down, and it's a 3-0 for Rockat on Dragon.
Overpower just 1v1 Peke, despite the fact Peke was able to Zhonya's hourglass that death mark. Overpower dealt all of the damage just through basic auto attacks and spells. Peke also held onto his exhaust. He did not use it over the course of the fight. So advantage Rockat. The mid game, I still feel, is in favor of Rockat. Despite being down on gold, their team fight presence is still strong. Now let's see what they can do with this Baron buff. So as thinking about a steal, Reckless is hanging around. Rockat are going a little low. This is 2-on-5. It's going to be difficult. I think they're going to go for it. Well, we'll see.
Soaz off to the side of this one. Can he get in there for the steal? He's waiting till it goes low. Rockat actually starts to move away, and it's finished off in the end by the smite of Jankos. Can they get kills from it as well? There is a pull. They've managed to get Vander in, but he will flash straight out. Dark Binding has landed. Reckless going to focus him. It's another one for Reckless. 6-0-0. Talisman pops as well. Soaz wants himself another grab. Peke on the side, and there is the grab. It's Overpower that gets caught. Binding lands, and Reckless gets number 7. Cocoon out of Cyanide wasn't quite up, and just like that, Fnatic able to get 2 kills of their own.
Yeah, we do see Peke going very, very low, and Rockat took such a long time at getting that Baron down. Fnatic were able to get their resources in place, and Reckless 7 kills away from breaking the record. They've taken the Baron buff of 2 members of Rockat and opened up this top inner turret to a lot of damage, potentially taking it down before Rockat can even respond.
Yeah, they're going to come out of the base here. with that Baron buff still on, but I think Fnatic are going to be able to get rid of it. Yep, there we go. In a turret goes their way. 4-3 in towers. Still Fnatic holding about a 6,000 gold lead. Or a 5,000 gold lead, because my maths are rubbish. And Peke coming back out of base. Death cap now for him. On top of that, Zhonya's there's a Void Staff well and truly on its way as well. Both teams actually moving towards the Dragon Pit here to get some control of that.
That previous fight, nobody secured Dragon. Rockat were able to get the kills and then they immediately peeled for Baron. And again, if Fnatic just get grouped out, if Fnatic get jumped on, they don't have Wreckers with them yet. And Rockat need to be decisive. They need to be willing to jump the moment something's available. And Peke's just using his Rift Walk to his advantage.
In and out, that one Reckless now coming around. He was waiting for his red buff. Actually, Yellow Star going towards this middle lane, and Fnatic are going to say, okay, you have yourselves a dragon, and we're going to push, and we're going to take your inventory.
Yeah, I think Fnatic will be very happy with that. In order for them to continue keeping control, they need to have map presence. And the moment Millennium start dominating the map and keeping Fnatic in control, their ability to find picks dwindles. So 5th tower of the game secured for Fnatic. They hold on to that gold lead. Oh, this is going to be scary. Can it connect? That's the question.
Who's going to be the man?
There's no vision for Fnatic. Oh, they do actually have. There's the ward.
Too late.
Yeah.
Oh, actually trying to bait Vander into that one. Sapling actually did come over. That's going to reveal all of them. And Fnatic back away, but still up on towers. But we saw what happened when a straight fight actually comes in. It's still very, very hard for Fnatic, especially since Overpower himself is only getting stronger. He's going to have himself that last Whisper in a moment.
He's got a lot of damage, and he was able to 1v1 Peke, but again, Peke did not use his exhaust. He may have resigned to the fact that he was going down. So I still feel Zed does fall off against focus teams as the game progresses. If he's able to find a solo target, there is the potential for outplay, but I think it goes both directions. A Cassidy and a Vayne can also outplay a Zed if they use their QSS and their Hourglass appropriately. But we'll have to see. I mean, Overpower 3-2-0. Just a little bit of CS behind Peke. He's been able to be relatively positive in these last fights. And Fnatic, they can't really siege. They don't want to group. They don't want to be jumped on. So just going to continue looking for those picks, continue looking for when Rockat push an objective, and then when Rockat push the objective, Fnatic find an opening and secure the kill.
Alright, having a quick sip of water there after clearing out the bottom wave. He's 7 kills away from getting that record. I think in any normal setup, you'd say it's not very likely that 14 kills would have been pulled off. He's done it already this year, though. Got the 18 kills, of course, against the Copenhagen Wolves. And they've certainly set themselves up, gifted every possible kill when Reckless has been there, giving him all the farm as well. And once again, Fnatic gonna go hunting, trying to get some vision down, this time on the bottom side of the Rockat jungle. And why is that? Because the last inner turret left standing is on that bottom side of the map. Reckless is going to push the wave up.
I'd love to see Fnatic playing on the side lanes here, catching somebody through the tree line. But of course, Reckless isn't with them, so once he brings the minion wave, that's when Rockat need to put on their dancing shoes. They have to avoid those skill shots at absolutely all costs.
Wow.
All right, minion wave's up. Fnatic are not going for the tower yet. I still feel they need to have a pick and a numbers advantage, even now at about 30 minutes. But I'm not going for it. Minion wave already cleared by Rockat. Their wave clear is very strong.
Fnatic, on the other hand, can't get too close to these turrets without having a bit of an advantage on it. Without maybe hooking someone in or getting that dark binding onto one of the important targets. So as again, looking over the wall to pick anyone that's out of position, but Rockat know how to play this one. They're playing it safe.
If Rockat go into their jungle at all, when this moment is happening, when Fnatic are clearing the wards, it is a monumental mistake. They simply can't. Great, Cocoon catches Xaxus, instantly cancels the potential engage. And what Fnatic were doing is just getting vision control and waiting to see if Rockat danced. So Yellow Star's caught out, there's multiple members surrounding him. We may see a fight, but Rockat not fully committing yet.
Black shield on. I think Rockat might be ready to move forward, and again, the cocoon's thrown their way. The dark bindings coming out of the side. We've got a minute until that next Baron actually comes in. Look at this. Soaz has actually used his speed to get around in front of the tower before Rockat could get there to stop them just pushing it down with that positional advantage in mid lane.
Almost. Rockat were dancing around trying to find a fight, but you notice how scared Fnatic are to pull Xaxus into the team. If Xaxus, Jankos, or Van get in the middle of Fnatic, there's a lot of crowd control they can put down. So Fnatic have to be very careful with who they hook. Yellowstar's got teleport available, but he's going to take some time to get to the lane. 3 members of Fnatic on wave clear duty. They've lost the tower.
Yeah, this
Reckless
tower,
will be here late.
He's going to go down here. It's Celeber that's just hammering away on that, but there is Peke managing to get the slow. Can they pick anyone out of the team? Talisman is available. There it is. Going to get popped. TP comes around as well. They've managed to catch out Xaxus. Vander is at half HP as well. Meanwhile, Yellowstar, right in the middle of the team, is going to stun a lot of them. Reckless gets another one. There is a double for Reckless. Can he get any more from this? Icathian Surprise doing a lot of damage. Reckless has flashed on the top side, slowed down. Vander's Unbreakable will stop him, and Overpower they're trying to get around onto him as well. Deathmark not even used. Fnatic get 2 kills.
Yeah, they managed to chase Rockat all the way back. A very good teleport from Yellowstar created enough disruption that Rockat was splitting up, and that allowed Reckless to get 2 more kills. It's 5 away from the record. Blade of the Rune King is available for Overpower. He's looking for a kill.
Yeah.
He knew the QSS was down. He watched it happen in the previous team fight, so sniffed towards Reckless's general direction, but couldn't find an opportunity.
Reckless, Infinity Edge, Ghost Blade, Blade of the Rune King, and Quicksilver Sash. 9-0-0 and approaching 300 CS. Going to get himself there another red buff. Soaz is going to spot Vander over the top. Was actually going for the wards there, trying to bait them out. That Baron now live, of course. Last time caused a bit of a ruckus around that Baron.
Yeah, Rockat were able to get the Baron but got chased away. They took too long. There's a lot more damage on Rocket's side now, but they're not going to have the free time. They're not going to have the opportunity to go for that objective. Reckless wants to split push, but look at that massive wave in the bottom. If Reckless shows himself, Rockat may decide to go for Baron. So instead, just juggling the aggro of that dragon and going to secure it. So Fnatic maintain control. They've got a decent gold lead, and I think the damage levels that they're starting to build up on Castanet and Vayne are becoming absolutely terrifying.
Well, for Rockat, they've spotted that Reckless was down there. He's just trying to get that wave pushing in their direction, and Rockat just going to turn straight onto Baron. It's pretty obvious that that was going to happen.
The thing is, for Fnatic, if they get AoEs down, this could be scary. There's a death cap hourglass on Yellowstar. Let's see how many targets he hits.
Xaxus has come out very, very far from this one. The Baron is only at half HP. Can they dive into it? Reckless now has got to the halfway point of the map. Can they get it? They can! Fnatic steal the Baron. It's Yellowstar that gets that one. His ulti's running in the pit, and this is going to be a whitewash. Reckless coming in. That's 1 kill. That's 2, 3 kills for Yellowstar. And that was almost, should have been the penta probably for Reckless. Yellowstar gets himself the triple though. It leaves Reckless with 11 kills, a Baron, and an ace for Fnatic.
They melted Rockat. Rockat overcommitted to the Baron. When Reckless was moving through the mid lane, they needed to have peeled and bailed out. You're dealing with an AoE silence from Blitzcrank and an AoE Soul Shackles from Yellowstar. He stunned up 4 members of Rockat in the pit. And just another great performance from Yellowstar on that Morgana. This time it's a top lane bruiser Morgana, but nevertheless, just take a look at the engage. Very patient from Fnatic. They don't go in until Baron is low, and Reckless is about to cross the mid lane. At this point, alarm signals have to be going off. How does Reckless Yellowstar steal it? Is it with just Tormented Soil?
Yeah.
Managed to get that one done.
It was a smite from Jankos. He smited it and missed it by 1 tick of the Tormented Soil. Reckless comes in there at the end, and I think it was the Tormented Soil that actually got him those extra kills at the end as well.
Double for Vayne, triple for Yellowstar. Infinity Edge, Mercurial Scimitar, the makings of what's going to be a Phantom Dance, I imagine, for Reckless. He's 3 kills away, Joe. 3 kills away from breaking ManCloud's record.
And
2
he's
kills
not
from
died.
pulling it.
And he's not died yet either. Yellowstar, sadly enough for him, despite his Morgana with a death cap, with a Void Staff,
it's pretty difficult to make.
Hourglass as well, and he's running elixirs at this point. He's got 10 assists, he needed 43. I mean, that one was probably never in a very long time going to happen in one game.
I agree with that.
Reckless, though, is very close to hitting not just one, but 2 records.
Well, we'll see if he can break them both. Overpower going to be forced to use that Shadow to get away. Fnatic now 13,000 gold in the lead, despite the uniqueness of their comp. They've got such a strong lead with Baron and with their items that I don't think Rockat can go toe-to-toe with them anymore. So in order for Rockat to pull this one off, they have to punish Fnatic for overcommitting and looking for kills.
Celeber needs to be behind the minions here.
Gotta be careful.
That is not a place to stand when they're waiting over the wall with a Blitzcrank and a Morgana and an Elise and casting to dive on top of you because they're going to pile up. Oh, flash there from, was it a flash? Or
Safeguard. Safeguard for Jankos.
Okay, flash, I thought.
So that's one thing as well.
Coming off
with the exception of maybe Zazus, as well as Celeber, 3 of the members of Rockat can actually dash through some of those skill shots. Here comes Soaz.
Oh, Jankos pulled into it. He's not going to survive either. It's Peke that gets that one. And now Fnatic, 5 versus 4 on the inhibitor turret. They're going to have super minions pouring into the base in just a moment, which makes the job of taking this second inhib a lot easier. What are they going to do? They're going to wait it out a bit.
This is difficult times for Rockat. With this loss, they are looking much more likely at taking that 6. But look at the damage onto Celeber. Fnatic got the opportunity, so as Rocket Grab, which is so close to Vander.
Very close. Black Shield actually stopped Vander's ultimate from knocking him up there as well. And that is the second inhibitor falling. I think Fnatic are going to do this possibly by the textbook because they still want 3 more kills onto Reckless.
No, it's a textbook. You win the game by taking all of the towers and the Nexus, Joe.
And the record.
That is the way it works. But you can't blame them. Truthfully, the few times they have had team fights, it's kind of gone 50-50. You know, Rockat did look okay about 20 minutes ago. But unfortunately...
You mean the one, except the big one at Baron where Yellow Star
That was just a bad decision. I mean, you're in the pit against a AP Morgana. Overpower should have known what was going to happen because he played mid lane AP Morgana. That's the perfect scenario for you and that champion. So anyways, another tower going to fall down, uncontested.
Yeah,
and I think Fnatic are just going to keep sieging this one up until they get to the Nexus.
So, 8 turrets down. Rockat, lots of gold behind. Scrying actually going over there. And they're just waiting. Once again, South just scanning out to see if there are any wards on top of the position. I mean, it's pretty obvious where Blitzcrank and Morgana are going to be waiting at this this stage of the game. Don't go near the wall.
Oh, so close. So close. Jankos is toying with his life, I feel.
There's a ward just behind where they've been scanning as well, so they've actually been spotted this entire time.
Well, we knew they were there, despite the vision. And of course, those living artilleries haven't had the best accuracy, actually, from Celeber. Not that it matters, I'm afraid.
Yeah, 40 minutes on the clock here. 11:03 Vayne. 00:15 Blitzcrank. He's a double James Bond +1.
Another inhibitor falls, and Fnatic lets super minions in 2 lanes. Once they group up, Fnatic really just have to push down this final inhibitor.
There we go.
They finally got them very close. Soaz has actually been very good on most of his hooks. And despite missing, it wasn't even a miss. He did a flash hook earlier and Celeber actually flashed away from it.
Oh, they're actually going to go for Soaz here. He's going to have to get his ulti off, get that silence in there. He did it in the last second. Yellow Star will also be using his Zhonya's. Where's the rest of Fnatic? They're trying to get in there. Peke is going to do a ton to them. Cyanide will lock up one. Cyanide actually getting the kill there onto Celeber as Peke gets the slow. The minions are killing the base. The minions might stop Reckless from getting his record. There's the slow coming down. Vander is low. Zazus is going to get onto the fountain. There's the hook onto Vander. Reckless gets that one. 12:04. He needs 2 more kills. There's 2 more there for him. But they're on the fountain, and they're not going to give it away. Can he get them? There's another one. He needs 1 more. The minions have killed it. And Reckless misses it.
Look at him.
Misses it by
He's distraught. 1 kill is the difference. Peke, Yellow Star, and Cyanide stole all of his kills.
He does, however, equal the record of that set by ManCloud. It was so close as well. So ridiculous. And inside of the Baron pit.
So despite the composition and despite whatever you want to argue, the mindset, Fnatic were locked in second. I love seeing unique compositions like this. Just because it's off meta, just because it's different, does not make it bad. And I'd love it if teams were more brave to do these kinds of comps in higher pressure situations. If you've got the ability to play them and do them, why not pull them out?
That's what's fantastic about League of Legends at all levels as well, that you can do something like this in a normal game, and you can do something like this in an LCS game. I'm not sure there are many people out there that would go 13-0-4 with Vayne like Reckless did.
There is one thing, while he did not get the kill record, he can be celebrating the lowest number of deaths in an LCS split. Hey, he almost broke kills. He's 1 away from kills, and he died 27 times in 28 games. You can call him, you can say whatever you like, but that is a fantastic, fantastic stat.
Yeah, averaging less than 1 death a game is just pretty ridiculous. It says wonders about his positional play. Also tells you that sometimes he might play it a little bit safer than he should do.
I would have said that in the spring split. I would have said that in the spring split. If you discount one game against the Wolves, we got 18 kills, and now one game we got 13 kills. It is still an impressive amount of kills in a split.
Yeah.
But bar none, one of the best AD carries Europe has ever produced.
Also want to give credit to Yellow Star here, playing that full AP Morgana. That Baron fight was all about him.
Yes.
They pulled out Xaxus, he just dives in the back, pops his ultimate, steals Baron with the last tick of the Tormented Soil, steals Reckless's record with more ticks of that Tormented Soil.
If Yellow Star had been a better support,
a true
support, he would have given Reckless the kill record. But he didn't. Scumbag Yellow Star. That's the way it is.
Well, always nice to see something a little bit different. And of course, Fnatic already got that second place locked up. So guys, we're going to take a look at the playoff bracket. Rockat is now locked into the 6th place seed. We just need to find out who they're going to be playing.
Interesting to see. We don't know who's going to finish 3rd, but whoever wins that matchup, there's the possibility of a Rockat versus Fnatic rematch at Gamescom at the semifinals. Quarterfinals, of course, will be next week here in our studio, best of 5s. And we've got a few more games today to figure out who will be taking those spots.
Yeah, still a few more games to come. Still possibly, in fact, no, there is definitely tiebreakers now.
Yes.
Because of that. Actually, the last game with the Super Hot Crew said we definitely get tiebreakers. Me and Quickshot are prepared. We've been folding our paper vigorously throughout this one. And actually, if we do another fold here, Quickshot, let's go.
You do that. You figure that one out. I don't want to take responsibility.
So, we've got 4 options. Gambit and the Copenhagen Wolves tied, and Millennium and Rockat tied. 2 tiebreaker games.
Yes.
Or just a single one with Gambit and the Copenhagen Wolves tied. We could also have SK and Super Hot Crew tied, Millennium and Rockat tied. We could still have a lot more ties, guys. So you better stick around. It's going to be great. We're going to head over to Shox and Deficio, though, who are standing by with Fnatic's Reckless.
Thank you very much, Joe. I think a congratulations is in order here, tying for the record for most kills and making that record for least deaths. I gotta ask you, which of your teammates are you most mad at right now that they took that last kill?
I'm not actually sure. We made the call that I need 14 kills. That was actually like one of our main strategies going into this game. It's pretty in-depth, you know, but that was our strategy and we got really close, so it felt a bit sad in the end, you know, but I don't know. We do it as a team, so it's fun anyways.
Well, it must have been absolutely fantastic going into the game knowing you could get the record. Just looking back also at your season, every single game you play is pretty much a perfect AD carry game. Why are you so damn good and why am I not so damn good?
I'm not actually sure. I think my strength is in my work ethic. Like I play 24/7, if you can put it that way. I just try to put as much time as possible in the game. And even when I'm not in the game, I'm just thinking about the game. So I guess I'm sort of a nerd, if you can put it, if you can put it that way.
That is not a bad thing by any means. Let's focus on the game for a little bit, because talk me through the comp and what the idea was. Obviously, they wanted to help you out as much as possible. Was everything going exactly as planned? Did they surprise you anyway in the picks?
We got a bit worried, actually, because our plan was to first pick Morgana, which like sort of counters Elise, because we wanted to release ourselves, and they were like hovering it in the first rotation, so we got a bit worried because it was a big part of our composition, because our composition was all about like hooking, CCing, and then just killing that guy for me. So, well, yeah, it was, we got us the picks we wanted pretty much, and our like main guy in the team was Soas, of course, setting up all the kills for me. So it was really fun actually playing this game.
And we do actually have a team fight. It's not really Soa setting it up, but we can just pull it up on the screen here where Yellowstar is the guy to make sure some people are in place so you can pick up the kills. We can just run it here. And you told me just before, you were the guy making the call here.
Yeah, so they were pushing mid as 5 here, and Yellowstar was farming top, and he said he would back and get another large rod, and then he would TP mid here. I was actually the one making the call that he could TP on the mid. And the sort of like mindset going into a chase like this is that you can't chase too hard, because then they're just gonna turn instantly and kill you all. But you can't chase too slow, because then they're just gonna run away. So we found a good mixture with the Kassadin where you just Rift Walk E, and then the Morgana came in at a good timing and we just locked them all down.
And just to inform you, you almost killed Vander here, but he actually survived, so you didn't get the last kill.
Yeah, it feels so close actually. There's so many games I can just think like, wow, if I got that kill, it would still be one more. So, but it's fine anyways.
The game altogether, was there any part where it was hard? Because I can imagine you have this comp and it's all for you, but you can't really siege a tower that good, and you have to rely on some other things to play around that.
The idea behind Vayne is always to face a top laner, and we were a bit worried about them playing an AP top lane, because that's sort of the thing that's good against Vayne, like a Lulu, Gragas, Ryze, because it's really hard for me to like 1v1 them. So we were a bit worried walking into the game, but they picked Maokai, which is like heavily countered by Vayne. He couldn't do anything in the lane, and then I got an early QSS against the Zed, so I could basically go wherever I wanted in this game. I had some moments in the game where I was grouping too much, but still, like, we had so much control of the game actually.
So looking at playoffs now, you guys, of course, straight into the semi-final, waiting to see who you're actually going to face in the semi-final here. Who do you hope to face, and will Fnatic go to Worlds?
I'm pretty sure we will go to Worlds. I will make sure we don't fail at least. But I don't know, we are fine with facing any team actually, and I think every team is really good, so it doesn't really matter. We're just gonna go into the game, do our thing, and then hope it works.
Yeah, you said obviously going to Worlds is the absolute goal, and when I've talked to you before, you've always said, I want to prove what I'm worth on the biggest stage, and we know that you weren't particularly happy with All-Star, so how does that mingle into the quest of going to Worlds?
This time I'm not gonna take a break, that's for sure. I learned my lesson before All-Stars when I went home. I lost a lot of practice time, and then I missed out on picking up Twitch, which was like broken in that patch. So that's a thing I might not have missed out on if I stayed in the house and just practiced as much as I always do. So I've learned my lesson. I will not go home again, even though I miss my family. But I will just stay, practice, and hope to perform.
Everything to win well. We'll see you guys in the semifinals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we need to recall the base, but when we come back, the Super Hot crew will take on the Copenhagen Wolves.
Cyanide, Mayday, Mayday, Cyanide,
Mayday, Tango down,
Mayday,
Mayday, Mayday.
I'm coming back, I'm coming now, I'm soon there.
They're still doing it.
I'm soon there, we kill them all, we kill them all. I go. Wait a bit. Nice. I'm coming now. I'm on E. Nice. 3 kills, man, 3 kills.
Yeah.
Wander. He's low.
Okay. You can get them both. I got Maokai here.
Oh my god, Median, did you see that?
Wander.
2.
One more. Maokai. Lee.
No!
He will come. You got that?
No!
ladies and gentlemen, to the continuing action in the European LCS as we close out the summer split. I'm Lee D-Man-Smith, and alongside me is Martin Deficio Linger. Let's get started with the next match. It is the Super Hot Crew facing the Copenhagen Wolves. Earlier today, the Super Hot Crew managed to get their hands on Yasuo once again, and Selfie proved just why it has been banned against him so often. It was a close game throughout, but once they landed the Wombo combo, it was game over for Millennium.
It was, and it was just a very, very nice performance by Selfie, constantly kiting Millennium around on the map, baited them into bad situations, and Super Hot Crew managed to punish Millennium and also actually win the game. They have had some issues in this Super Week, but they look better here in the last game, we have to say it. I still have a very hard time actually predicting how strong Super Hot Crew will be when we look into the quarterfinals, because it's been ups and downs, inconsistent performance. They do have the players, they do have the talent, but it's just, we don't see it often enough where they perform.
Yeah, it's not been a great Super Week for them so far. Only got the one win, of course. On the flip side, the Copenhagen Wolves, well, they only have one win themselves so far in Super Week, and will need another to avoid a tiebreaker with Gambit. They are currently tied in 7th place with. Of course, if they lose this match, they will be playing against Gambit once again, and that's going to be happening tonight. But I should also point out that if the Copenhagen Wolves win, then SK and Super Hot Crew have a tiebreaker.
Exactly.
So we've got a tiebreaker, whatever happens now tonight.
But only one game. So
only the one game, as opposed to what Joe said,
game.
talking about multiple games.
Only one game here. And Copenhagen Wolves yesterday, good performance against Rockat, where they actually dominated the game. They won early mid-game, they won the right team fights. Woolite got very far ahead on Tristana, so he could just carry the game by himself. I mean, 8-0-2 on a hyper carry. And the game wasn't even that long, so pretty impressive performance from him. And we just see Copenhagen Wolves always stick to the same aggressive playstyle, which worked yesterday, but we have also seen a lot of games where it backfires and the other team win an important team fight and Copenhagen Wolves just fall too far behind.
Well, while the Copenhagen Wolves may not have a shot at the playoffs, the Super Hot Crew doesn't want to underestimate their shot caller, Broken Shard.
To beat Copenhagen Wolves, it's mostly just about controlling the lanes, pretty much, because we should be able to outclass every lane, because we're better players.
Mechanically, they have some really good players. I rate Mimer as a very, very, very highly as a top laner.
I still train and talk to Mimer a lot, but lately we haven't been training together as much as we wanted to.
Honestly, I haven't even watched the Wolves games. Like, they have nothing to play for, and like except pride.
I believe Broken Shard, like, he's definitely a very decisive jungler. He knows how to make calls, especially in very tense moments. Like, he knows when exactly to do dragon and when to do an objective.
I kind of feel that they have no definite shot caller on their team. They kind of have a lot of different ideas and ways to approach the game. I think that their players are really, really prone to tilting. So if we get early objectives and focus a lot in the early game, I think we could easily get the upper hand on them.
Copenhagen was actually still a force to be reckoned with, so I wouldn't take them lightly.
Well, we'll see whether either of them are focusing on the right targets, of course. Let's check out the lineups for these two teams. Over on the blue side, starting out is the Super Hot Crew. That means Mimer's in the top lane, Impaler's on the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Rala's at AD carry, and Kasing on support.
And on the red side, we do have Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbuck in the top lane, Broken Shard in the jungle, Soren in the mid lane, Woolite as the AD carry, and Unlimited on support.
So let's check in over on LOLesports.com, see who you guys think has the edge in this one. It's a big vote, ladies and gentlemen. 80% for the Super Hot Crew.
So even though they lost 2 games already this Super Week, look very, very shaky. People still believe they can beat the Wolves. I mean, yeah, they are the favorites, but definitely not by 80%.
The Super Hot fans, I think they're
Super
sort of
Hot fans.
calling themselves out. There's a lot of them out there. They're starting definitely growing that fan base. So pick and ban's getting underway. What are we expecting? Pretty sure Yasuo is not going to sneak through for Selfie this time.
No, it should be a ban against Super Hot Crew. Orianna should be a ban against Soren. He's played it twice already and really been performing well. So it should be a ban at least. Some teams, for some reason, leave it open. He always picks it and does really well. And otherwise, we can look at Maokai, Gragas, all these picks here. Top lane Gragas is a Mimer pick at the moment. Youngbuck only played it once or twice, I believe. And it's been okay for him. But generally, his performance on other champions has been somewhat the same. So I don't feel like you have to target towards Youngbuck.
Do you think they're going to be fighting over Brown, maybe? Of course, Kasing and Unlimited both like to play that champion. I think it's Unlimited most played champion.
It is, yeah. Yeah, so definitely been the top pick for him. He loves to roam around, but Generally, we don't see teams target unlimited either. It's like you want to go for the jungler or you want to go for Soren in the mid lane. Normally against Copenhagen Wolves, and I expect Superweek to do the same.
Well, let's see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway. This is game 4 of the day. There will be 6 games today, no matter what happens now. And this is going to be the start to decide who will be that final tiebreaker match. Lee Sin banned out, taking that away from Broken Shard, who did play that earlier on in the day. Kassadin, there we go. That's not going to sneak through this time around. Is going to get banned out by the Wolves.
Okay, so Braum actually being banned by Superweek. You were correct before. Target towards Unlimited. Played it 9 games already. Clearly his best support, but not often we see it actually banned away against the Wolves.
See if Oriana's going to get banned here. Yasuo has been taken away from Selfie. Oriana is banned, sure enough, away from Sol.
So the standard ban.
Gragas first pick potentially here. It's Youngbuck's best champion. Haven't seen Mima doing too great on it. He's more of a big Shyvana player. Will it be picked or banned?
Funny thing is, both these top laners, the most played champion is actually Shyvana, but she's fallen out of favor a little bit, except for Mima, who still picks her up very often. Youngbuck, we've seen Dr. Mundo a lot lately from him. Could pick it into Shyvana if Superweek wants to play it, but Rengar is open. Impaler is apparently known as the best jungle Rengar in Europe. Not that we have too much competition at the moment. And Mima, of course, loves to play Rengar in the top lane in solo queue.
Remember, of course, they talked about having some sneaky tactics. We'll see whether this is sneaky enough or whether they are saving it for the quarterfinals next week.
Did you just say sneaky on purpose?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, so Morgana here. Superweek played it earlier. Been actually one of the main picks for Kasing, and they love to do Morgana Tristana because you now provide the Black Shield to your late game hyper carry. It's a decent lane. You have some good poke. You even have all-in potential, and then late game it just becomes so hard to deal with this hyper carry. So standard support pick at least for Kasing.
Talking about AD carriers, you know, Mr. Morales and Walleye both pretty much the stars of their teams, I guess you could say. Although Mr. Morales had a bit of a quiet summer, that's for sure. Walleye, though, he can play any AD carry that gets thrown at him, and he usually performs very well on it.
Yeah, it's actually pretty weird. He's played 8 AD carries already, which is the most of all here in Europe. And we've seen Ashe from him, Jinx has been picked up, a lot of different AD carries. Lately, he's preferred the likes of, you know, Tristana as well, actually, for him, or maybe a Corki pick could come in. Not a Teemo.
Not going to be a Teemo locked in, that's for sure. That'd be an interesting one. Ziggs, though, picked for Soren in that mid lane. So going with the mid lane champion early on, that of course gives Selfie an option of Ahri. Don't forget he played that very, very well last week. Elise will get locked in for Broken Shard. Ahri immediately considered for Selfie.
Standard enough here, Elise. Still one of the top junglers, and they really want to put Soren on a champion where he can actually win the laning phase and then impact the map afterwards. Which is also one of the reasons he loves to play Oriana. And he brings so much lovely wave clear to the table here, but Superweek definitely not going to be Katarina. Could be the Ahri pick for Selfie, but they don't actually have to pick it early on here. But there's still a lot of options. The jungler is open, the Sin is banned, Elise is picked. Just take the Rengar.
Just take the damn Rengar. At the moment we are Cogmore probably going to come in for Mr. Rowers. Is it going to be selected? Cats once again been flicked to. Of course, Impale's played Jarvan a number of times. It is going to be the Cogmore for Mr. Rowers, so no surprises there. I think we're going to see Ahri for Superweek career here. I wonder what the Wolves are going to do to counter.
And it is a very, very slow champion select so far. Both teams really thinking over the picks here and taking their time. Even the first pick, Morgana, almost down to like 5 seconds before it was locked in by Superweek. We've seen Impale on Jarvan. Very mixed results. Good games, terrible games. So one of these inconsistent picks, and it would work with an Ahri to catch people out of position from Copenhagen Wolves. However, the Ziggs would be able to just satchel charge out. For now, however, very standard picks. No special tactic yet.
Well, I mean, there's a lot on the line for these teams, and honestly, with the quarterfinals looming, they don't want to give too much away, if there is any sneaky tactics out there.
You can also say sneaky.
You can now. Well done. Our voice coach is doing wonders for you, buddy.
Thank you. I'm glad you're proud of me.
I am very proud of you. You work hard at this. So Tristana and Thresh locked in. That's a strong bottom lane pairing for Copenhagen Wolves and the Super Hot crew. We'll see how that works out between the two of them. At the moment, that Nami is... well, we did just see a top Morgana. You never know.
Yeah,
you never know, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen.
No, I don't expect Selfie to play a lot of Morgana mid lane. However, he could still surprise. But Super Hot crew, I actually heard them talk on their way down to the stage, and they were saying they really want to win this game here. They want to avoid having to go in and play a tiebreaker against SK Gaming, so they want to go in here, win the game, and just, that's it. Focus now on quarterfinals, where the Copenhagen Wolves, of course, the same deal. You don't want to end this situation where you have to play Gambit now. If you lose, you get last spot in the LCS and no choice of who you're going to face in the challenge or in the promotion tournament.
Well, at the moment, of course, Super Hot crew, if they were to win this game, they would be playing at Rockat in the quarterfinals. Otherwise, it will be a tiebreaker with SK to see who they're going to be facing. Ari is locked in, and Shyvana in that top lane. So standard champions in forms of Super Hot crew. This is what we've seen them playing a number of times. It works well. It is a good combo for them. We'll see whether the Wolves have anything else tucked up their sleeve for the jungle, for the top lane.
For the top lane here, Dr. Mundo again has been the pick for Youngbuck in the last few games.
It's not been great.
No, it's not been the best pick for him, but it works against the Shyvana because sure you have some issues early, but you will become so tanky she can't deal with you in the late game points. She's good in mid game against him with a blade, but as long as he survives till the late game, he will become this monster tank. Aurelia seems to be the option, which he did play in London against Alliance, where he had this fantastic game, picked up 12 kills, I believe, and we were praising him, saying this is probably the best Aurelia performance we have seen all split.
Yeah, they was pretty much carrying the Wolves throughout that game. But final switch is going to be back to his old tried and tested champion that he played pretty much for around about 2 seasons in the championship. You have Rengar in the top lane, Renekton, sorry, in the top lane.
So a lot of focus here from Copenhagen Wolves on winning the solo lanes. Actually winning all the lanes. Tristana is a very strong laner as well here. So good lanes from Copenhagen Wolves. One of them use the mid-game power of Renekton and Ziggs to try and bully out Super Hot crew. Do have the issue, however, Tristana is fairly weak in the mid-game and gonna have to get some time before she gets strong into late game points. But you have Renekton, you have Ziggs, you have a lot of options here to get past the mid-game and into late game.
Well, we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. If you think one team has the advantage after Champ Select, tweet us at LOL Esports using the hashtag SHCWin for the Super Hot crew and CWWin for the Copenhagen Wolves. We'll check in your responses during the game. So, about to get things underway. Big match. Super Hot crew could finish 3rd. This is a big thing.
Yeah.
To finish 3rd in the season in your only the 2nd split in the LCS is a pretty big deal for a team that basically qualified 1 day before the LCS began back in the spring.
And they did have some changes on support. Also Selfie coming in for the mid lane instead of Moops last split, sorry. So there was some changes. They had to get the synergy going, but they have been playing as a strong team. We keep talking about this potential they have. They're almost a new CLG in that case. But they're just way too inconsistent. You never know what to expect, especially from Selfie in the mid lane. It's either 10-0 or 0-10.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
It seems that if he gets a champion that he enjoys and knows exactly how to play, it works out well for him. We saw that again, once again with Yasuo. He was so fluid in his play on that champion, but then when you get him a champion that can go all in and really has no way out, it can be disaster time, as we saw before as well. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 underway. Super Hot crew facing the Copenhagen Wolves. The winner will decide who will be facing. The tiebreakers will know at the end of this match.
Let's see. Up in his top lane, Mimer, cloth armor, and potions. So looks like Super Hot crew wants to actually use standard lanes and just try and outplay Copenhagen Wolves, even though there are some very strong lanes from the side of Copenhagen Wolves. And we've seen the tactic before where the Wolves, they aim to win laning phase, get the very first dragon of the game, get a goal lead, and then try and snowball the game and finish it fairly fast, actually. Not really looking to go full late game when we see Copenhagen Wolves play. Last split, different story, however, from Copenhagen Wolves.
Mimer's about to find Youngbuck. As soon as he comes around the corner, he's going to get a bit of a trade with him. Impaler's coming up. Oh, he's going to get a skittering spider from Broken Shard instead, so he will not chase on towards him. And that's just simple ward placement. Good ward placement for Copenhagen Wolves, of course, on that red. It does mean they have full vision as we get a pause.
And we get a pause here. Mimer with some issues.
I wonder if he couldn't use his skill, because it looked like he was trying to use the Q and didn't actually land it in that fight. So I wonder if it just didn't level up or something. That's what I'm personally thinking anyway. When
Could also be the standard rune page, which we have seen a few times where...
Well...
Played Lolo in the last game or whatever, AP champion, and can't really swap it.
If you... Well, you'd know that by now. Before the game load, you'd be like, I can't switch it. I hope you weren't into the game.
Maybe I didn't notice.
Maybe you did a hotshot GG and just like, I don't need runes and masteries, I'm just going to play without them.
It was good stuff. We actually sat in the office and watched the very first NA LCS game where Hotshot forgot to select his runes.
Way back when. It is just going to be a quick restart of the game client for Mimer, so they'll be sorting that out in just a moment. And
apparently Renekton's HP bar is bugged, according to Mimer here.
Has he got health?
I'm not too sure.
Is that the bug? He's like, guys, I hit him and it didn't show any damage. Who knows? Mimer's going to sort that out. So he'll be back in the game in a moment. So what do we think overall between these two teams? A lot of pressure on both of them. Copenhagen Wolves, I was sat upstairs with them as they were watching that game along with SK Support Crew. They were just like, everyone in this room wants us to lose. Because they want us to play Gambit.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a very exciting game against Gambit, especially because Gambit now have come back in Superweek, won so many games. Still for Copenhagen Wolves, you really want to avoid this tiebreaker game, because just get your number 7 spot so you can choose whoever you want to face in the promotion tournament, and that's it. No reason to play an extra game if you are the Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, as it stands right now, before anyone wins this match, it will be Super Hot Crew facing the tiebreaker. Because the result of this match actually happens to matter quite a lot. It will be Millennium in there, Rockat in there, SK Gaming. So SK Gaming up against Millennium is most likely, who knows, we'll see how it works out for them. This game, of course, will be the big decider. If Super Hot Crew do win it, they will finish outright 3rd place with 16 wins. And that would leave SK Gaming to face Millennium in the 4th and 5th. Remember, all this is happening. The quarterfinals, they will be played out next Thursday and Friday, right here, best of 5 in the studios, along with, of course, the challenger matches that will be happening. They're best of 5s as well. But right now, we have Mimer going, I can't see a hit bar, mate. It's not happening.
You don't need it.
I'm not
Just
sure
farm
if
minions, man.
I'm not
Just
sure
farm
if
minions.
Mimer's quite Danish. His Danish goes in that exact accent, but
I never heard him speak Danish, sadly.
No?
No, he's Swedish.
I know he's Swedish. I never know when he's going to go Hodor.
Swedes don't speak Danish. It's a very different language.
You guys generally learn each other's languages fairly well.
No, they have a terrible accent. I can't understand it, honestly.
I'm pretty sure the Swedish say you guys have a worse accent. And I would actually agree.
Okay. Well, so Danish
I know
people...
there's a lot of Danish in the crowd
There is in
today,
the crowd.
actually. Yeah, there is.
We just have a very beautiful accent. A very special one. And if you can speak it, you sound like a gentleman who mumbles.
People have read it. Do you believe Danish accent is beautiful?
It is. It is like pølse.
These guys at the front, they believe they have a beautiful
Look at the Danish
accent. They've
people.
got the flags and everything. Honestly, you know, I have to give credit to the Danish fans because every single week we do have a lot of Danish fans here.
Yes.
That is for sure.
And they're always very loud. They have some flags with them and really make sure people notice the 5.2 million Danish people in the world, and we want to show it to everyone.
You represent yourself well, that's for sure. Especially in League of Legends Pro scene, you represent yourself very well. Way better than England, that's for sure. Speaking of England, there's Impaler. He's next to them.
Yes.
Alongside a good Danish man in the middle, again. And a Danish guy in AD carry. But there's an English guy in support. It's actually a pretty well split support crew.
2 English people, you have a Dane, a Polish person in the middle, not a Danish.
A Polish guy. Sophie,
Sophie's
sorry, is Polish. Yeah.
and then
I'm
we
thinking Soren on the other side.
Yeah. Well, we have enough Danes at least.
Enough about Denmark.
Denmark.
I know you love Denmark.
It is Lee Epic.
Copenhagen Wolves are playing after all. So
they are.
It seems we are going to have another client restart. Although Mimer's typing like a fury right now.
I don't think he's typing. He's only hitting like 4 buttons.
Yeah, he's testing skills out. Or maybe it's just like doing world domination while he sat there. I don't know. The look on his face, it looked like he was. Pretty intense.
Let's see. Always.
How many referees does it take to restart a client?
Clearly a lot here. Taco Storm in the background looks very worried, actually.
He looks intent, doesn't he?
Yeah, so, oh, what's going on?
There's a Borson in there as well now. It's serious.
And our new referee.
Yes, the new guy in the background. Piotr. I think I didn't butcher his name there.
Could also just say Peter.
We could, if you really just want to ruin his name. But let's talk about the current situation. I know
Tiebreaker.
We're talking about tiebreakers. Who will come out on top? And more importantly, who does Super Hot Crew want to face? Because it's in their hands. They can either face Rockat, or they go head-to-head with SK Gaming, who have looked very good this weekend, and potentially face Millennium.
Yeah, so if we do look at Superweek, Millennium lost all the games. Been playing pretty sloppy, to be honest. Could also just be because they were happy sitting as like just a quarterfinal team, didn't want to aim towards the top 2, and therefore didn't really prepare too much, and again look forward to next week. I'm not too sure. Millennium looked very weird this week here, so...
Well, they're on a 0-3 right now.
If I had to choose, I would take Millennium at this point, also because I know how well Rockat can prepare for like quarterfinals or playoffs in general, like best out of 5. So in that case, I would choose Millennium, but it's always impossible to say with Millennium because they play their own kind of style, very aggressive. You can get surprised if you play against them because if you do fall behind, they will just keep rolling, and all of a sudden you lost the game.
Well, Limp Bizkit would be proud of you.
I know.
What about the Copenhagen Wolves? Gambit, potentially a repeat of the start of Super Week, where Gambit, of course, won that game at the very first game, which is what's put them in this situation in the first place. Could be tied for 7th place. You know, obviously we saw SK Prime and NIP going at it. There's also the likes of H2K out there, Gamers 2, all in the Challenger Series. I mean, you've got to be in a better position with 7th. We heard Diamond saying, well, I don't really mind whether I face the likes of NIP, but you've got to be thinking, surely, you want 7th place. At least, you want at least some choice.
Yeah, you just want a choice. Very, very important, so you don't feel like you just get stuck with whatever team everyone else doesn't want to face. And SK Prime yesterday looked very strong, to be honest. NIP on the other side,
well, honestly,
had a very weak
they technically
performance.
went 3-0 if they didn't throw it so hard in that base where Ziz just should have just hit the Nexus.
That's what I mean. They were clearly the better team. And if H2K has some issues, I can imagine you guys upstairs yelling, hit the damn tower.
We were actually yelling pretty loud. I think we were yelling louder than the crowd maybe at that time. Super Hot Crew, though, in this game against the Copenhagen Wolves. What do we think? How are this going to work? Because a Tristana versus a Cogmore, late game power spikes, both of them. Mid lane, Zigzari, actually probably fairly even, I would say, power spike wise.
But very different playstyle. In the case Selfie, he needs to actually... He's going to build DFG, we've seen it before. He needs to just single out a target very fast in these team fights. Otherwise, Soren should have the advantage. And also Copenhagen Wolves can easily siege up a tower, wave clear for days, which is always a lovely thing about Ziggs, which is why we love to see him play it as well, because he can extend the game if Copenhagen Wolves do fall behind.
Big invade coming in the top lane here. Impaler looking to get around the back of Youngbook. There is no ward, no vision. Youngbook pushed very far up lane here. Broken Shard, meanwhile, doing the same in the mid lane. Cocoon totally missing on towards Selfie. Not going to thread the needle, but that was a good satchel charge. It will blow him backwards. Going to dodge out the side, but he will not dodge the basic attack. And it's Soren that picks himself up first blood.
All right, so very early first blood here. Youngbook up in his top lane. Had to use his flash, but he did survive. Mimer then pushing into lane. Selfie using both summoners at level 3 and already forced back to base here. He's gonna fall behind in XP, gonna fall behind in farm. Definitely some issues for him.
And both flashes burned in that mid lane as well, remember, so we'll see whether the junglers decide to focus on that. Impaler has a choice really of where he wants to go in this game. Youngbook, he didn't go back off. Ninja Tabby bought first item from Mimer on Shyvana.
Well, you do want some early armor against the Renekton, because Youngbook is looking to push up the lane, try and bully Mimer, and you don't want to get in a situation where you get too low on your own tower and the enemy jungler just walks up and it's an easy dive, especially because jungler Elise. Go in, get the aggro, repel, and reset it.
And obviously with Tristana, we just saw it actually in action there. He's going to use that explosive shot, wants to fire it onto you every single time, but because Sing has the Black Shield, and that's just going to counter that every time he tries to fire it off, as well as, of course, the Thresh hooks.
But just keep in mind, if he does use the Black Shield to block the damage from Tristana, it opens up now for Unlimited to go in, flay someone back, or land a hook if he can, and therefore set up the next amount of trading or harass coming in from Woolite. So at the moment in this bottom lane, it's definitely in favor of Woolite and Unlimited, and they have also been pushing up the lane. We could see Woolite go for static shift first item and just keep doing it, keep shoving it in and trying to deny some CS from Mr. Rales. For now though, they are just sitting standard lanes. We saw the jungle ganks, 1-0 for Broken Shot in that case, over the British jungler, Impaler.
Well, that British jungler is the one that's looking to try and make a play. He's backed off instead. Was looking to have a peek down this bottom lane. Mr. Rale's happy to just farm up on the tower. His English support is working out well for him, keeping that CS going. So 45 to 50. We did see Woolite, of course. Yes, he went with that, as you mentioned, the static shift early on in the game against Rockat, the one they did pick up. It is their only victory of the week. So sticking with what they know, sticking with what worked in that bottom lane pairing.
But it's very, very important for Copenhagen Wolves they do win the laning phase, because they always want to go for the first dragon of the game, and then they want to go for next one, and even if they are behind, they will keep going in and look for the fight, and it's one of the reasons they often, in the past, have just fallen so far behind early in the games and couldn't do anything to come back, because they keep picking these team fights. So as long as the laning phase goes well for them, and they will be strong for the first or second dragon fight, they might be able to win it, like they did yesterday against Rockat, and then take the whole game.
Now it is Woolite continuing to keep that pressure down. Good explosive catch once again. Selfie avoiding this time. Will get away. That Spirit Rush enough to keep him safe at level 6. That's the big thing with Ari. If your flash is down, it doesn't really matter, because you still have that ultimate to rely on to dash away.
But he just hit level 6 as Broken Shot came in here. Otherwise he would have been stunned up here and probably would have died again. Ulti's down, however, and up his top lane. Mimer looking to be aggressive.
Pouncing in. No ultimate coming out from Youngbuck. Didn't decide to use that Dominus. Instead, he will be safe. Unlimited. Is he going to throw any moves out here? No, doesn't look like it. Is he happy to just Black Shield up once again? And every time Woolite fires that off. Very passive bottom lane, actually. It's been the mid and the top that they're focusing on. The junglers not really paying any attention, so I think they're just feeling comfortable in those two bottom lane pairings that they can deal with themselves. It may well be a blue invade, though, coming out, or will it be an early dragon?
But remember, Selfie has no flash and no ulti at this point here, so he can't really get into any fights. Impaler as well, wisely enough, goes back into his own jungle here. Just wanted to check if they could spot a Broken Shot, who's already level 6 at this point. And I like the fact Copenhagen Wolves put so much focus on the mid lane, because they forced the early flash, came in once again. If they pick up a second kill, all of a sudden Selfie, the guy we just talked about, either goes 10-0 or 0-10, would have had a very bad start. All the other teams always talk about how he's a player who can go on tilt if he does get the bad start. So clearly the tactic from Copenhagen Wolves to try and shut him down.
Blue buff being picked up. Soren will get that one though. Pressure from Super Hot Crew. Death Sentence lands on Mr. Rales. Good rocket straight back on there. Tries to trade back, but honestly he didn't put as much damage down as that single explosive shot. It's quite annoying, really. It's one of those passives that hits you and just slowly burns you down, damage over time that you just don't quite notice.
It's the worst. Zillion bomb as well.
Yeah.
Just waiting, okay, one
second.
You
even get the timer on that one, you're just like, yeah.
Even worse. Mid lane, however, CS lead for Soren. Also with the first blood, and Impaler will find himself a pink ward. Very, very passive start to the game, especially down this bottom lane. They're basically just pushing it in. The other team picks up the farm, push it back, and up in his top lane, Youngbuck has a flash again, so Mimer once again jumping him.
Moment. It is Impaler looking to go in towards this top. Let's see if he can manage to land this successful gank up with the first one, the Super Hard Crew. Broken Shard is nearby. I'm not sure Mimer's going to pounce on this one. He doesn't want to dive on through. And it does mean, of course, that he's safe. Broken Shard does come up to support him. And now Mimer to dash away from this one. Can't stick around too long. Impaler heading back up there to make this a 2-on-2. Look at Youngbuck, look how aggressive he's going. Impaler's just going to wait. Don't think he fancies a straight up brawl with Broken Shard in that tri-brush. No, he's going to back off.
We have to remember Broken Shard actually went for Quill Code here, so not building AP early on, which will make him slightly weaker in these small ganks, these counter ganks. But in terms of team fights, because he's going to get the extra HP, he can act now as a second tank together with Youngbuck. It does mean, however, there's a lot of all the damage actually needs to come from Soren and Woolite unless Brokenshard want to complete his Spirit of the Ancient Golem and then build some AP, which we have seen before, some magic penetration, sorry, which we have seen before, and then still do some damage. But early on here, less damage from Elise than we normally see, so a bit more tankiness.
Static Shift was indeed completed by Woolite early on. We'll give him a bit of a push. I mean, as if Tristana's not going to push hard enough as it is in lane. That explosive shot is going to continue that one. Mima trying to bait in Youngbuck a little bit here. Dominus waiting to try and pop that one out. Mima could pounce across to, of course, gives him some big bonus stats once he hits that Dragon Descent, while Impaler waits off at the side with Cataclysm. Flash still up for both these top laners. Mima to step away.
So while the Wolves were putting their focus on the mid lane earlier, Impaler's been in this top lane here a few times because they want to make sure Mimer can either go even or get a lead over Youngbuck, get his item build up, get some tankiness so Youngbuck won't be able to bully him out of the laning phase and then simply outscale him. Because Shyvana in a late game teamfight brings so much, both engage, but also because she becomes so tanky with a passive, where Renekton does get outscaled by pretty much every single top laner, which we see in the current meta.
Selfie being tracked by Copenhagen Wolves. Bomb bouncing through. You know, gives him easy coverage that there's a ward in that bush. It's a simple 30 gold for Selfie. So, wave clear continuing between them. Slight advantage for Soren. Top lane slight advantage. Good jump from Woolite there. Dark Binding was landing just as he rocket jumped in and away. Does give, of course, some escape. Mima finally going back. Some fight came almost completed just as Youngbuck's about to buck off. Got that triple Doran start for him. Mima's going to hold this on the tower though. Nearly messed up there. Woolite taken low, but again, there's so much escape for Woolite. The lantern, the rocket jump, he can get out of most situations they can throw at him.
I would love to see Copenhagen Wolves set up a dragon now. Mima used to teleport in the top lane. Youngbuck is running from base back to this top side, so they will have the advantage and can send down an extra man in case they start the dragon. And also because down this bottom lane, Woolite is always pushing it into the tower, getting some poke onto Mr. Rider, so it opens up for Copenhagen Wolves to push it, move to Dragon, teleport down in if needed, and they are actually moving now all 4 members.
Yep, Dragon's going to be started off by the Wolves, not really any reaction from the Super crew, no teleport as you mentioned. This will be a simple first Dragon for the Wolves, gives them that gold advantage. Just that short of 2,000.
So very standard play from the Wolves, using the Renekton in the top lane to force out teleport from Mimer, and also one of the reasons Impaler use so much time in the top lane. If they could force Youngbuck to use an early teleport, maybe Super crew could have done what the Copenhagen Wolves just did here. Still, using the strong lanes we talked about to get the first dragon, to get an early goal lead. But we are taking it very slow here. Very easy.
It's a lot on the line for either team. Some playoff positions for the Super crew, relegation positions for the Copenhagen Wolves. Wraith's been stolen away by Selfie.
That's risky.
Yeah, because Broken Char's laid in on the side. But again, Spirit Rush gets him out of the situation. Only just using the one. Didn't bother using it to get back into lane either. Youngbuck again escapes into top lane. Mima goes aggressive, but Youngbuck happy to play this one quite passively. Is building in towards that Blade of the Rune King first. So wants to continue the aggression, despite the fact he's going to be that big tank. Whoa! Burst of damage on Soren there from Selfie.
So I do like it if Copenhagen Wolves want to keep him split pushing and not look for big team fights. If they do, he's going to be very squishy for the first fights here. But it is their Youngbuck classic. On Renekton up in his top lane, he loves to build Blade of the Rune King as the first item, simply because your W counts as one-hit effects and you can get 2-3 hits with it, and therefore you proc their 8% current health from Blade of the Rune King on every single one. And it's just very good burst from the start, which is the reason he loves to build it. But again, it does force him to stay as a split pusher for now. Broken Shot just baiting out Ignite.
Going to try and draw it out, uses it. So Ignite goes down, Selfie not able to secure anything from that one, and Soren bullies him out of lane. That means he's going to be pretty low on mana and health as this next wave continues to push. So Soren continuing to try and drive some advantage. Pretty even in terms of CS, because Selfie, of course, has been taking away those wraiths, which has kept him up just about. Not in terms of gold, though. That won't obviously give him the same amount of gold. Mima has Youngbuck just peeking out behind him, uses the Bilgewater Cutlass, actually, at the start of that fight, but Mima was ill-affected, and of course with the Sunfire Cape, it's not really going to do a great deal.
Yeah, so right now Youngbuck is actually weaker than Mima. He needs to complete the blade before he can start dueling him, and Unlimited is taking a little bit of poke. 80 carry-wise.
Oh, this is a risky fight for Woolite. He's only got the static shiv, whereas Mr. Rallis has just gone back to complete the Trinity Force. really happy to have that duel, and Woolite, I think he took a bit more burst than he was planning there.
Still though, notice how Woolite already has the BF sword as well, so we'll get Infinity Edge. Next time he backs, if they do time it correctly, next dragon could be where he gets the gold he needs, go back to base, get his 2 items, which is the important part for Tristana, where she will now start scaling up into the late game. But Mr. Rallis at this point with Trinity Force is very strong, and is also looking to just trade in there. We actually see Subaku for once push up the bot lane.
The problem is there is a ward, so if Impaler steps forward, he will get spotted, but Woolite himself could get drived on him. Impaler just waiting on the side. He's holding
Broken Shot is here.
his time right now. He's going to go across there. He's going to be jumping towards him. Broken Shot, he's holding the Cataclysm. Finally, he uses on Broken Shot. Unlimited now focus. Mr. Rallis gets him down. You can see on towards the third one. Can he get the triple kill? Woolite going to have to jump and flash away from this one. They're going to follow. Dark Binding lands. In comes Impaler. It's going to be Mima that gets the kill. And a 3-man cleanup squad down the bottom gets all of the kills for Superweek.
And the engage from Copenhagen Wolves completely failed here. There was Lantern for Broken Shot, the flash from Unlimited, but they didn't manage to lock down Mr. Rallis, and instantly Subaku turned it around, teleport from Mimer, also just to secure the very last kill here. We'll lose the top tower, but got bot tower for it as well.
Yeah, 1 tower trade, but for 3 kills, they're happy with that.
I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, backing off. Continues being built up, but check this, good start. Very patient play from Impaler.
But notice how Broken Shot and Unlimited, there's nothing in this fight here. Flash Lantern in. Yes, there was a play, but then Mr. Rice, he flashed, misses the hook, misses also the cocoon, and then Subaku is in a perfect situation to turn it.
You know what? We said it was a good trade, but actually, I think I'd question Mimer's teleport there. He came in, there was already a double kill before he even appeared on the teleport. That was already very much in their favour. It was only Woolite they got when he came in to pick up the kill, so he could have held that top turret.
So it could have been an even better trade for Superweek. Still in their favour because they picked up the kills. But yeah, you're actually right here. He should have stayed in this top lane and tried to defend. The tower, however, was already taking some damage from Youngberg because he's constantly pushing it down. And Selfie not really been using his ultis to deal a lot of damage in this game yet.
To use that Spirit Rush to great effect, missed it this time around. Soren just explosive satchel charging away and gets himself to save him. Mr. Rallis once again got the support of his jungler, so I think he's feeling pretty safe down here. Currently 2-0-1 now. What's with those Berserker Greaves? There's no support nearby just yet. He's off. Going back to base. We'll see what Kassin goes with here. The Dragon, of course, is up in 30 seconds, so everybody's kind of positioning themselves. No teleport for either top laner actually at the moment. That won't be available for this Dragon, so we'll see whether they start making the moves. It looks like Mima is heading down this way.
Yeah, so he's moving. Youngberg wants to just push out the lane here. I'm not sure if Copenhagen Wolves want to try and stall the Dragon until his teleport is ready. Just about 20 seconds, or can actually see from the timer ticking down here, but still it's not ready yet. Mima is with Superweek. Dragon is spawning in just a few seconds. They can start it instantly, and Copenhagen Wolves will have to contest with only 4 people.
Looks like it will be cleared out there.
Now he's moving.
Yep, now he's moving down. A little bit late on this one. It is, of course, a long timer on that teleport. So Dragon down to half. It's going to go. Impaler's got this one secured. And wisely, the Wolves do back out. They've made some tricky decisions on that before. This time they fancy going for Kasing, and they throw a cocoon and a hook towards the Black Shield, and Kasing just walks away. No problem. Mega Inferno will go out. They're going to have to flash for it if they want it.
Well, let's see here. Going in. Broken Shot.
Oh, they got it.
Got him.
But they're going to lose Broken Shard now. They're going to lose a lot more, maybe. Mima could come through. Selfie will come around the side there. Unlimited taken low. Soren actually missed the charm on towards him. Now Youngberg comes around the side. Superweek stepping away. Some pretty poor team play from both sides there.
But still, mid tower now for Copenhagen Wolves. They shouldn't have given up this Dragon beforehand. It was sloppy play with teleport and with Youngberg up in his top lane. Just some missed timing or miscommunication from Copenhagen Wolves. Did, however, get a mid tower. Traded 1-for-1 as well. And it's very important they get down these outer turrets if they do want to play more aggressive and want to get some wards in Subaku's jungle. Which should now only miss the bottom lane one, which is not very important actually.
Soren didn't care about that pink one clearly. He's going to keep on back. Selfie pushes back in. So mid tower did go down. It's the second one of the game for the Wolves. They will wipe out these wave, and maybe now they're going to group up. Dark Binding not even remotely close to catching onto Soren. And it means that they will back away. Top lane, that's going to get wiped out. Mima will go up there. The question is, I think it's actually Wolves that may well be the aggressor now. They seem to be the one that's grouping. They have a gigantic wave that Youngbuck is going to happily farm out down that bottom lane. So as we start to transition into the mid game, how do we rate this one? They're pretty even in gold. Who is coming out on top and who's going to be looking to be the aggressor?
So the fact that on a Woolite almost as in Vintage completed and will actually be very strong, even from this point on, means Copenhagen Wolves have the ability to now siege up on towers because you have the long range from Tristana, you have the poke coming in from Soren on Ziggs as well, and you do have a Renekton who is very strong in this mid game here. So Copenhagen Wolves are definitely in a situation where they can start pushing down and force a tower, but they need to be careful because an Ahri can blow up people early, especially because DFG is almost completed for Selfie. And then we might see Super Hot Crew on the other hand try and flank around Copenhagen Wolves, land a charm and just blow up the first target. Because even Copenhagen, or even Youngbuck, who's supposed to be the tank, won't be able to survive if it gets caught by Selfie and one more member from Super Hot Crew.
Well, Youngbuck's getting some good free time down that bottom lane. He's continuing to farm up. Mima will stop him pushing on towards that tower, and it's given Woolite now a chance to move up to the top and clear 3 waves so far. But we do see Impaler waiting off the side there with Mr. Rales. They want to try and make a move. Look at this, Cassim coming up as well, but Mr. Rales, big trade for him. Woolite will come out on top though. Mr. Rales, sorry, will come out on top. Unlimited, he's not going to get away. Flash Pancake comes out. Dark Binding will land, and Impaler gets himself the kill. Ooh, Mega Inferno Bomb will dodge down. Mr. Rales didn't step into that one as Selfie gave the warning.
So there was no Infinity yet for Woolite, and yet he jumped in towards Mr. Rales, missed the jump, didn't get any damage from it, and then he started moving away as soon as he saw Impaler and just got hit from Mr. Rales constantly and ended up dying for it. Very, very aggressive play, but really backfired. There was no wards in the jungle of Super Hot Crew to see if anyone from Super Hot Crew was there to help Mr. Rales, and yet we just saw Woolite, balls deep, jumping in on Tristana.
Jump straight across it, Dark Binding on Broken Shard, not going to get followed through, but there's a wave coming in the mid lane and Super Hot Crew are all moving towards it. They fancy that middle turret, but if Mr. Rales isn't going to join them, then they're not going to get it, that's for sure.
For now, Broken Shard is the only member to actually defend. He's only against support, so not exactly very hard. Now Selfie joins in, gets some damage, and Soren is back with a great wave clear. And Woolite going back to this top lane here. Probably not going to see him jump in again in the next few minutes.
Honestly, in terms of teamwork, I think Super Hot Crew look disjointed to me. There's a number of times where there's been opportunities, like one member's trying to create them and then everybody else is not on the same wavelength, they just back away. Communications even isn't there, I'm not too sure, but they are leading. Nonetheless, individual skill is carrying them through. And of course that great fight down the bottom lane where they just outnumbered them 4-on-3. Youngbuck got himself a little bit of time here, and Impaler is going to defend this turret, which means gives him the immediate sign, I'm just going to back off. Let the minions just take a couple more chunks of hit points off of the tower. 1 minute 20 until that next dragon is up. Blue buff looking like it will be soon as Copenhagen Wolves try to get their dominance in and around the mid lane.
But really also just to highlight the passive early game we saw from the laners, both junglers has been part of all the kills. So whenever they weren't ganking, nothing really happened in the lanes. They were just farming or maybe trading a little bit between each other. But as soon as the jungler showed up, we saw some kills. Impale down this bottom lane were part of all the kills on the Copenhagen Wolves. He was up there to help Mr. Rales in the one-on-one against Tristana. So he's just been everywhere on the map and been the guy to secure the kills from Super Hot Crew. Didn't get any kills on Selfie yet, which is a bit different compared to what we normally see.
Soren caught out there, the charm and Dark Binding lands. Mr. Rales comes in, gets the last shot on Unlimited. That leaves them pretty short in the defense on this mid lane turret. You can see Selfie fancies it, can't get it quite close enough. Soren very, very low on hit points. Can't really fight this one, has to be very defensive. They have got good wave clear from Woolite though, and again, there is that ultimate being used, but it's not enough to clear it.
So now Copenhagen Wolves falling further and further behind in terms of gold, so they might just have to rely on wave clearing with Soren and just sit back and wait now for Woolite to scale up and then take late game team fights, because they're gonna lose the next dragon as well, not in a position to fight. And the mid game clearly gone in favor of Super Hot Crew. It's been all about first the gank in bottom lane, then the trade in top lane for Woolite, which opened up for a lot of kills on Mr. Rales. He's very strong at this point, almost completed Blade. of the Ruin King. And also just Superweek have been picking up the towers. Remember, they got the top tower earlier, also by Woodlight died.
Well, it seems that Superweek crew have their destiny in their hands, and right now it seems they will be getting that third place secured. The Copenhagen Wolves, can they claw themselves back into this game? It's a 5,000 gold differential between the two teams right now. 3-2 in turrets, the Superweek crew with the advantage. DFG, as you mentioned, completed for Selfie. He's going to start looking for those big kills and will be able to start popping the likes of Soren or Woolite if he gets onto them, and of course Unlimited if he's simply collateral damage gets in the way.
And with Impaler on Jarvan, with Mimir, on Shyvana, there's a lot of options from Superweek crew to actually engage. Also because you have Binding, you have the Charm. Copenhagen Wolves always need to be careful when moving around here, because one skill shot onto them and Selfie will jump, pop his GFG, and either kill them or get them so low that Mr. Wireless can just walk in and give them one auto attack, like we just saw before here in the mid lane. For now though, it is actually Copenhagen Wolves pushing up this mid lane with all 5 members. Selfie was down in this bottom lane, will be joining in and going back again, waiting to see what Superweek wants to do, because Copenhagen Wolves at this point are just waiting for Superweek to make a move and then try and punish.
Nobody's really dealing with Selfie, who is once again pushing that bottom lane. Now we see Youngbuck going down there, Woolite going down there. Of course, Mega Inferno Bomb's always available to wipe out the wave if required from the mid lane. Impaler is going to make a peek towards Youngbuck. They're going to have to tower dive, and there's a beefy Crocodile to tower dive. Already started off though, he is going to get caught out. Half his hit points already down. He hasn't even been able to pop that Dominus. Now instead, will just go down.
Keep in mind here, Youngbuck, he built the Spirit Visage as his first defensive item. If you ignore the boots here, you have the Blade doing physical damage to him, you have Jarvan doing physical damage, and the auto attacks from Mimir. So, with so little armor, it was very easy for Superweek to just kill him here. And it's one of the issues, when you do build Blade of the Ruin King, you invest a lot of gold into damage, which does make you squishy. And Superweek killed now. Youngbuck and got a top tower, even though there was a 6th and a Tristana to actually wave clear. It doesn't matter if you just move to a different lane, kill whoever is defending, and take the tower.
I mean, I'm confused by that last fight. If you got your ultimate dominant, oh my god, Unlimited, you're dead. He's going to get caught out again. Mr. Rala is happy to get the last hit. Now Broken Shard caught out. Ignite goes down. Selfie on towards him. And the Superweek crew taking exactly what they want. I'm confused by Young's play there. He used the flash, yet did not his ultimate, which was available. Yeah, his ultimate is on a much shorter cooldown than that flash.
I'm not sure if he expected. Selfie might be in trouble.
He's dead. Woolite's going to get on towards him. That's a clean kill for him. But now Impaler slides in. That forces the rocket jump.
Okay, but up in his top lane here, I'm not too sure why he didn't use the ult. Maybe he figured it was too late in the end and just saved it.
But he used the flash. If you're gonna flash, may as well use your ultimate. I don't know. I'm confused by that little bit of play. Mr. Rales, though, dominant performance from him so far. 5-0-2, everything being set up nicely for him.
Great last
Micah Singh, and again 1-0-7 for Impaler. You know, he's had some criticism from us, I think it's safe to say, over the current week, and has been a little bit lacking in his play, but today the Superweek crew have absolutely stepped up, and that is what they need to do with quarterfinals looming.
It is, and again, they don't want to get into this tiebreaker, they want to avoid it, so really showing here how good they can be. But also we do see from Copenhagen Wolves, they still seem to have a lot of issues where they come late for a dragon, or they get caught out of position, or they make this over-aggressive play, and they get punished. The gank in bottom lane, then the fight up in top lane, which was pretty much where Superweek got the goal lead. And it's just been the story for Copenhagen Wolves. They want to make plays, they want to fight, don't want to just sit back and farm normally. And most teams in Europe know how to punish them.
Let's see, the Copenhagen Wolves are grouped up. There's 4 members pushing down this mid lane. Selfie's off in the top. Binding though, catching on Unlimited as he immediately gets some poke from Mr. Rales. Off of the side, Mimir and Youngbuck are trading blows just 1 for 1. Not really a great deal happening between them. Impaler looking to flank around, trying to get some vision in and around the jungle areas. Good vision actually from the Superweek crew. They have good notice, which is why Mimir knew Woolite was coming. Pinkwood will get cleared out though. which means he'll step away. Selfie still unchecked in that top lane, pushing in.
You just push it all the way to the tower here. The rest of your team is already pushing the other lanes. You just saw Tristan in the bottom lane. You see 4 members in this mid lane, so you can safely push it in and hope someone will go up to defend and then Selfie try and one-on-one them.
Soren taking a lot of damage there. Look at the position in Selfie. He's going to try and sneak around the side here. Soren's low. He fancies it. No, it would be a big tower dive. Instead, he's just going to rotate back up towards the top. Wallite cleared the wave. He will continue the farm as Mima continues the pressure in the bottom lane.
They do need to place a ward in the base of Copenhagen Wolves so they can see Woolite moving between the mid lane and the top lane, and then Selfie can try and kill them. They did actually try and put a pink ward. Was cleared, however, so Selfie not really feeling. He has the ward control to stay between the 2 towers and then just kill whoever is moving to the top lane. For now, the entire jungle is owned by Super Hardcore.
Mima Broken Shard going at it once again. Blade of the Rune King is available for Mima if he needs it. Vanchi's Veil has been popped. Dominus was used, now they turn it around as he baits in Impaler to come around here. Youngbuck's in trouble, Broken Shard will join them, but he is too late. Mega Inferno Bomb lands, Impaler very low. Impaler should be able to slide away, he has got flash available if he requires it, and he does. Cocoon will not land, now here comes Mr. Rales, now you're in trouble, Copenhagen Wolves. They're going to have to slide away. Dark Binding,
nice
blast out
dodge
from Soren, good dodge, but look at this, it's leaving Selfie all alone in the top lane to put all of the damage back onto the inhibitor turret.
And poor little Woolite, the only member left to actually defend. And Selfie does back away because the rest of Copenhagen Wolves is in base. But once again, Youngbuck fighting against Mima. Impaler is the guy who joins in, turns it around. Superweek picks up another kill, takes another dragon. And they could, at this point, just start baiting up Baron as well, if they don't want to pressure the lanes, and just wait for 1 binding or 1 charm from Selfie to land and then blow up whatever target is.
Honestly, I don't think they need to do that.
They don't need to, but
the
they
fact
can do
that
it.
they're 12,000 gold ahead, and they are basically pulling Copenhagen Wolves from pillar to post. They don't know where to defend at what time. That top inhibitor turret's so exposed. You can see they've just pinged down on it and they're like, yep, this is absolutely our target. We'll clear out all of the waves, which they've been doing very well so far, and just keep that pressure on. Youngbuck has already proven that he can sort of deal with Mima, but he's already in that kind of losing period. Level 17 up against the Shyvana. Shyvana generally will come out on top. They're both fairly evenly built.
So let's see here. Impaler moved to the Baron. They're just waiting for Mr. Rales. Selfie getting some damage.
Yeah.
But they have the bottom lane pushing now. You might as well go straight to Baron. And if someone from Copenhagen Wolves goes back to defend it, even if it's Youngbuck, you can just pick up the target.
Unlimited dead. He's going to get taken down here. The question is a matter of who will get the final kill. It's going to be gifted to Impaler. Broken Shard caught out. Well, if your jungler's going to go down, he manages to get away, repels across to the golems. That's only the support down. It's not the end of the world for the Wolves. They can still try and get him. Broken Shard only on half hit points though coming into this fight. And if he gets caught with one of those dark bindings from Kasing, will be curtains for him. Mima's going to keep defensive duties, by far the strongest opponent. They're actually peeling away. They don't fancy the Baron. Instead, they're caught on Youngbuck. He's going to get in trouble. Charm lands. He's dead. He's going to go down. Now they're caught on. Mima comes around the side. Broken Shard, Soren, all very low. Everybody running for their lives. Woolite, the AD carry, in trouble. He's going to have to use his ultimate to blow them away. Gets the lifesteal back as Super Hot Crew once again go back to the Baron pit. This time they will secure it.
Still, Broken Shard is alive. He does a flash. He can go in once again. There's no ping ward from Super Hot Crew, so if they do manage to place a ward, there's only 1 sweeping lens, and
well, he went for Broken Shard. Wallite caught the brunt of the damage though. Broken Shard will go down. Selfie comes flashing through. Didn't expect that one, nor did Unlimited, that's for sure. Wallite's going to get on towards him though. Will manage to get the kill, but not before the Baron is picked up by the Super Hot Crew.
Alright, so Baron is Super Hot Crew. Yes, they didn't need the Baron. It's just an easy way to get Copenhagen Wolves out of the base and pick up some more kills. And now they do have the Baron buff and can go back to what they did before. Mima in one lane, Selfie in a different lane, and then Mr. Rales pushing up the mid lane. And at the moment, it's just a matter of time before Super Hot Crew kills an inhibitor, gets super minions into the base of Copenhagen Wolves, and then the Wolves are forced to just pick a team fight. And if they do manage to win it, they can try to delay or try and make a comeback. Otherwise, Super Hot Crew should be able to pick it up and avoid the tiebreaker.
Yeah, this of course will mean that the Copenhagen Wolves will end at 8-20, the same as Gambit Gaming, and they will be playing off against Gambit Gaming in a tiebreaker that will follow the Millennium Alliance game. That will be the only tiebreaker, thank goodness, this time around in these Summer. Summer often brings some impressive tiebreakers. This time, it's not going to be one of those big 5-team tiebreakers that we saw back in spring.
But it's going to be a great game because Gambit have looked so aggressive in the Superweek. So I'm really expecting Gambit to just come in, look constantly for fights, and we know Copenhagen Wolves, they're not shy to jump in as well. So we're going to get 2 aggressive teams against each other. And of course, it's going to be on stage here. So everyone in the crowd, stay. You're not allowed to leave.
Not allowed. It's going to be kept captive here. Selfie moves on through, motors up that lane, keeps the waves crashing against Copenhagen Wolves. The rest of his team rotating around, getting the vision of all of the jungle area. The Wolves completely held captive in their own base right now. They can't push out. They're going to try to start something off on Mima once again. They will pop his Banshee's Veil, but that's about all they're going to do. It's a fight for red buff. That's what they're doing right now, fighting tooth and nail for anything they can get.
Superweek is just clearing wards, running around. Now they're actually pushing up, but they keep Self in the mid lane now. And not really going towards the towers yet. You can even put Morgana and Selfie together and just land one of the CCs and kill whatever target it is to open up the base. For now, they still keep Selfie in the mid lane.
Well, Mr. Rales just took down half the hit points without any response. Of course, he could just lifesteal his way back to full health along with the regeneration that he gets from that Baron. Meanwhile, top lane, you do see Selfie sneaking up there. Broken Shard, Youngbuck, sorry, is being aggressed on to Mima. Now comes Selfie, comes around the side there. Charm does not land, but that tower again is regenerating a little bit of health. But the bottom one, meanwhile, Mr. Rales takes that one down as Woolite takes a quick orb from Selfie. They're pushing both top and bottom with ease, and there's not a lot that the Wolves can do to respond here. They split into which way they're going to defend it. They've got an exposed inhibitor now that Mr. Rales is singly auto-attacking, and nobody's getting close to him.
No, Nimble tried to set up a fight here, but even if they do land some CC onto Super Hardcore, I'm not sure they want to go in. They have to, otherwise they're going to lose the inhibitor, which is gone.
That's the inhibitor gone. Now we do see Mima pushing in with the minion wave. The rest of the team rotate towards it. Youngbuck's still just off at the side, all on his own. That Charm is available from Selfie if he wants to throw it out. Dark Binding lands, Charm will follow. Dominus comes out, not going to happen. DFG blows him away. Selfie gets dropped in the meantime. Broken Shard, he's in trouble. Impaler doesn't quite get the kill on towards him, but Mr. Rales does. He gets himself the double on Unlimited. Mega Inferno Bomb lands on 3 members of the Super Hot crew. It's going to force them back for now, but only in time for Mr. Rales to follow the next wave in and continue the auto attacks on the inhibitor turret.
And remember, the top tower is still pretty low. Woolite though, oh, not a kill actually.
Got a pop there quickly. Woolite's, there's still a danger man. He's pretty tanky right now, could do a lot of damage, but that does force them away. So the Wolves live to fight another day. They're going to try and force the Super Hot crew back and try and shove one of those waves down.
So blue buff and dragon now for Super Hot crew can go back to base. Use all the gold they picked up and then move into towards the Copenhagen Wolves again here. And we really need to see an ace from the Wolves if they wanna keep delaying the game here. Woolite needs to just go huge as Soren, get a pentakill. No blue buff, of course. Just gonna see the fight again. Once again, engage from Unlimited misses. Youngbuck is the first target. He blows up instantly. Selfie, however, he does actually die, which means now Super Hot, remember, they are tanking the tower during this fight. And Woolite playing very aggressive once again. Until we actually do see a nice bomb from Soren, does a lot of damage. We go back here. Woolite is the only guy left. Kasing is still very, very low. He wants to go in, land the binding. Woolite is like, nope, and you're dead.
Quick 2 shots. Very rapid fire on that. Stana. So Selfie going to wipe out the wave. Push on through the Wolves. They've shoved everything out they can from the base. They've done just about all is possible to hold on, keep the waves at bay, but Baron up in just over a minute's time. I don't think Super Hot crew are going to worry too much about that. They didn't get the middle inhibitor down, by the way. All Selfie's going to get caught. However, the Wolves going to try and fire down towards him. The question is, will he get away? The bombs will rattle through. Spirit Rush, is it enough? No, he gets onto Broken Shard. Broken Shard will get him down. Impaler's going to come around the side. He's got Mima with him. The rest of the team focusing through. It's Mr. Rales that they need, and he's not quite in range right now. 4 or 5 members of the Wolves pushing up towards him, coming around the side. They're still taking everything they can at Impaler. Now Mr. Rales is there. He can turn this one around. Mega Inferno Bomb will land, but it's only really going to do an ample amount of damage. Meanwhile, Kasing is going to back away. Well, the Wolves, they tried something. Didn't work out for them. Look at the mid lane. You can see there's minions going to start crashing against that inhibitor. Super minions going into the base. The Wolves have to back off. They can't stick around. They've got to go defend their base.
Still, they did manage to get a kill, and now force Super Crew back and just wait for Baron here. So opens up for Broken Shot to maybe try and steal the Baron. Or the Copenhagen Wolves surprising Super Crew around the Baron pit here. So Kasing is running up by himself. A bit weird that Super Crew is actually splitting up at this point. Instead of just staying 5, go up to the open inhibitor. You are so strong, take it, and then you can move to top lane or to the Baron. Instead, Selfie just went to this top lane all alone. Nice setup by Copenhagen Wolves to actually kill him.
Well, I mean, it basically screams at Super Hot Crew. It just shows their Super Week has been a torrid time. While they may well get a win here, they've proved before they can beat the lower teams. It's the top teams they struggle with, and as you just said, you know, the teamwork is not there. And coming into quarterfinals, that's a dangerous, dangerous time to be lacking in the teamwork, to not be on the same page.
Look here.
Everybody's stepping away, and suddenly it's like, we're going to start the Baron. Wait, no, actually, we're not going to start the Baron because we're going to back away. We're not sure.
And they don't have a pink ward.
Questioning, yeah, they don't have a pink ward. They just don't have anything because, well, Kasing's gone for Leandris.
He had a lot of time to go back to base, get a pink ward here, instead of running up towards the base and trying to land a binding on Bulllight. If Broken Shark can steal this one, it maybe gonna buy something from Copenhagen Wolves. He's gonna go in for it. A lot of damage from Soren here.
A lot of damage. Mega Inferno bomb.
Oh, that's a bit too early.
Well, the Wolves go in. They may be able to finish it themselves. Can they smite it? They got it. Would you believe it? Now Super Hot Crew, they can try and turn this one around. The Wolves gonna run away. Selfie goes in pretty deep. Mimer's been caught out. He's gone towards Walleye. Walleye will not take him down. Now we're gonna see Mr. Rades cleaning up. He gets one, gets two. They push on towards Unlimited. Impaler's got his ultimate available. He can flag and drag and dumpster straight on his head. He's got no flash to get out of it. Unlimited's in trouble. He's going to go down. Mr. Rales gets himself the triple as they push on through and probably will take the game.
So a bit of a sloppy ending from Super Crew, but they were so far ahead here. As soon as Copenhagen Wolves tried to fight for the Baron, Super Crew were the stronger team and now pushing into the base.
Oh, Mr. Rales, 11-0-4, big strong performance. Honestly, all he's been doing is pretty much last hitting though, because the rest of the team doing work. They will take down the 2 Nexus turrets, and the Super Hot Crew will finish 3rd in the standings. That means they will be facing Rockat, and the Wolves, they have to face Gambit.
And a very, very important tiebreaker. Who gets to be number 8, and who gets to be number 7, and choose what challenger team they want to face in the promotion tournament. But still though, the start was actually okay for Copenhagen Wolves. Again, like we see in most of the games, the laning phase was fine. Youngbuck did well in the top lane, even though we had Impaler constantly ganking him in the top lane. Broken Shark got the first blood in mid lane, got the first dragon, but in the second dragon, for some reason Super Crew were allowed to just run down 5 members and take it. Even though Copenhagen Wolves had the time on everything, they didn't contest it, they weren't in a position to do it. And then we had the bot lane gank, and all of a sudden Super Crew were hitting gold and just used it to control the game.
Well, honestly, I do feel while it was a win for Super Crew, they've gone 2-2 this week. That may well just be papering over the cracks, because there seems to be some very big cracks in the teamwork of that team. Of course, you can only beat what's in front of you. The Copenhagen Wolves themselves made some questionable decisions once again, but a good performance from that man on your screens. 3-0-14 for Impaler. Solid performance in his final game before the quarterfinals.
And remember, in the start of the game, he was part of every single kill. It was him always there at the right place at the right time, making sure Super Crew always were stronger. So yes, a good performance by Impaler. We often talk about his performance, especially on a champion like Jarvan. Can be very up and down, we should say. But this time it was good.
One thing I would say is he's had very good stats when off a Rengar.
True, like pretty much every jungler in the West.
Yes, pretty much every jungler over here. So it's a win. It does mean, of course, we can check out those standings for you guys. It doesn't mean that, of course, the playoff bracket is now locked up as the Super Hot Crew have taken 3rd place. You can see right there on your screen, the Super Hot Crew are going to be facing off against the Rockat. That will be happening on Thursday, August the 7th. And of course, the winner of that will face Fnatic in the semi-finals. That will be happening at Gamescom. SK Gaming will play Millennium. A juicy match for sure, that one. That's going to be happening on Friday, August the 8th. And of course, the winner will face Alliance also at Gamescom, All of those matches are best of 5 as well.
Yep.
We're going to go over to the main stage now. We have Shock standing by with Mr. Rales.
Thank you very much, D-Man. 11-0-4 on Kog'Maw in that game. Fantastic performance. Seems like it was pretty straightforward. The only moment it might have gotten scary was the Baron. Talk us through the late game for you guys.
The late game, we pretty much just have to go 1-1-3, where we'll go 3 in bot lane, and then Ahri mid, and he'll just rotate around, and we'll just take turrets. And yeah, the Baron was pretty much free, but yeah, sadly, he stole it.
You did throw it right from under your nose. Talk to me about Superweek from your perspective. I asked Pimpaler before because, of course, you came into this day being 0-2, but being able to straighten it out and getting that third place.
Yeah, I think the Superweek was pretty bad for us. The first 2 games we played with our demon being in the game, like we didn't even do anything for both games, and we were just waiting for them to finish. But we managed to pick it up for these 2 games today, and I'm really happy to get third place, yeah.
So that does mean with that third place locked in that you will be facing Rockat first in a quarterfinal and then possibly Fnatic over in the semifinal. How happy are you that or sad are you that you ended up with Rockat in the end?
I'm fine with Rockat. It doesn't really matter who we are playing against in playoffs because we have to win against them anyway to get to Worlds. So I didn't really care who I'm going to play against.
So how high do you think the chances are for the Super Hot crew to make it to Worlds?
Well, obviously the chance is there. We will try our hardest to achieve it, but I don't know how big of a chance we have. We'll just try our hardest.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations.
No problem.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it is Alliance versus Millennium. We're going to stock up on buffs, and we'll be back in 3.5.
And finally uses our broken charge. The limited now focus. Mr. Rales gets him down. Charm is available for himself. He wants to throw it out. Finding lands. Charm will follow. Dominus comes out. Not going to happen. DFG blows him away. The wall's going to run away. Selfie goes in pretty deep. Mimer's been caught out. He's going towards Walleye. Walleye will not take him down. Now we're going to see Mr. Rales cleaning up. He gets 1, gets 2.
Welcome back, everyone. With their loss in the last match, the Copenhagen Wolves are now tied with Gambit, which means we will have a tiebreaker between the teams immediately after our next match between Gambit and the Copenhagen Wolves, that is. And as such, I'm joined here by Edward and Genja. Edward's going to translate for his bottom lane buddy now. The first thing I want to ask you, Genja, is obviously how the season has been from your perspective, because all the changes in the team have been going on around the bottom lane. It was in the top lane, it was in the jungle. So what has the season been like for you?
Я спрашиваю, как у тебя сезон вообще? Меняли в команде топ-лейн, джангл, мид, но все было, крутилось вокруг бота. Как тебе вообще все?
Для нас плохой сезон, мы его, по сути, проиграли. Будем играть за 7-8 место. Не очень почетно. Ну, не знаю, у нас большие проблемы. Будем пытаться решать их в будущем.
Okay, this season was pretty bad for us. We have now a chance to play for 7th and 8th place. Then it was like super bad, so we're trying to survive and play for next season.
Well, it is absolutely looking up in this moment. And yesterday, or the day before, when we were interviewing Edward and Diamond, Diamond was saying how he's concentrating on helping out the top lane and the mid lane, and Edward said, well, what about bottom? So you guys have stepped up, it seems, on your own. You have picked up that Kog'Maw again. How have you guys been able to get back in shape in that bottom lane?
Вчера Diamond давал интервью, говорил, что он гангает мид, топ, постоянно бегает вверху, но ты играл вчера как Мавом, ты очень хорошо сыграл. Как тебе вообще остановка на боте и бесник?
Ну, мне это не очень нравится. Я думаю, это не лучшая стратегия. Ну, в принципе, если мы будем по ней побеждать, я согласен по ней играть. Но я думаю, что как бы ему нужно больше думать о боте.
Gen said he don't like it much, but if he gets ahead, it's okay. But he don't like that he don't spend much time in bottom lane.
All right. Finally, you're going to go up against the Copenhagen Wolves later for that 7th spot, which could be incredibly crucial in choosing your team. Talk us through how you think that match will go.
Сегодня позже мы встретимся с волками. Что ты думаешь по этому поводу?
Ну что, я думаю, будем играть на победу. Она нам нужна.
Gen said that we're gonna play for the win. We need the win.
Absolutely do. Thank you very much, Genja and Edward. All right, before we hand it back over to Demon and the Fish Show, let's hear Alliance's Wicked talk about what it means to play their last game of the split.
The last game of the split is very important for us because that's what people are going to remember us for before games come. So beating Millennium in a dominating fashion will be important. And if you don't manage to do that, people are going to fear us less and they're going to play better against us.
Well, I'm excited to see what it's going to play. He hasn't got Crepo to play Nivea this time around, so I'm wondering what Alliance maybe have up their sleeve.
I'm actually looking towards Millennium. I really hope we're going to see Blitzcrank from Jerry, or maybe Warwick support.
We'll see how it works out. Let's get into the next match, of course. It is the final game in the normal Super Week. Of course, there is a tiebreaker to come. It is the #1 team in Europe, Alliance. They're going to be facing off against #5 seed, Millennium. Alliance secured their top spot and will be playing the #3 and 6th place quarterfinalists. That is, of course, the Super Hot Crew or Rockat. That quarterfinals will be happening next Thursday. Alliance lost to SK Gaming yesterday. Well, I don't exactly think they're going to be too worried about that match. It did show to the rest of the league that they are not unbeatable.
True, and it was a sloppy game. I mean, they lost the first 4 Dragons to SK Gaming, and while they did try to come back in the game, it was just a matter of time before SK actually managed to finish it. So, a bit of a sloppy game, but as you just said, it could have been Alliance just taking it easy because they already secured #1 spot, and all their focus is on the semifinal now. So they're, of course, going to be watching the quarterfinals next week to see who they are actually going to face. One thing we can talk about is maybe the lack of some champion pools or the lack of champions for some of their players on Alliance, because they do seem to favor the same ones every single week. If we do take Wicked as the example, then he either played Gragas or Aurelia in 6 out of the last 7 games. It's not unusual for Wicked to stick to a very few amount of champions, but we have seen in the past where people punish him for it. It could still just be Alliance who doesn't want to show their hand before playoffs. And
looks like a no hair gel day for the whole of Alliance. Maybe they had a little fun. They're celebrating, of course, getting the #1 spot last night. Well, on the flip side for Millennium, of course, earlier today they lost to the Super Hot Crew after some honestly questionable tower diving against them. You just For once, I was shouting, hit the goddamn tower, because that's all they needed to do. It just one hit away, but instead, they thought, let's dive in against the Yasuo. What's the worst that could possibly happen? And then, after that fight, they decided, you know what, let's do Baron, because if we get caught by Yasuo, ulting us in Baron, nothing could possibly go wrong.
No, it's all about showing how manly you are in these games here, and Millennium look pretty manly, but also over-aggressive against Super Hot Crew. And if we do look at Millennium compared to what we've seen the last few weeks, they look very lost in the Super Week. We keep talking about how Super Hot Crew is underperforming. Millennium lost every single game they played. Now against Alliance, we don't know what's going to happen. Might as well lose it. And not the best idea or best start going in towards the quarterfinal. We do have to see, however, if there's going to be a Yasuo. I did like Kerb's Carthus into it with Exhaust, but he managed to do absolutely nothing in the team fights and even went for another tower dive after his team already died and failed. And he didn't kill the tower either. So well, nobody wanted to kill it.
I'm in a similar stance as I was with Alex Ich with Kerb. It's like, if he's not on an assassin, he's not really doing it right, because he is very, very good on assassins, the likes of Fizz, etc. He can just jump in your face, because he's the man that leads Millennium. That's no doubt about it in the terms of fights. Let's check out the starting lineups for these two teams, though. We'll see how it's going to go. Alliance is starting out on the blue side. Wicked is in the top lane. Well, we think Shook is in the jungle, Frogget in the mid lane, Tabs is AD carry, Nif on support. Let's see if they change things up.
And red side, Millennium. We have Kevin in the top lane, Codnex in the jungle, Kerb is the mid laner, Creaton as the AD carry, and Jiri on support.
So you guys at home have been voting on which team you think will win according to LOLesports.com. Well, no surprises, it's 78% of you voting for Alliance in this one.
Well, number 1 against number 5. They can actually face each other in the semifinal, so it could be a chance to see, okay, what level are Millennium playing at, and the other way around. I don't think we're going to see a lot of, in terms of champions, a lot of things you can predict and use in the quarterfinals or semifinal. I don't think we're going to see any tactics tested out.
No. This could be entirely a fun game, of course. Position's already locked in, so effectively this game is all about having some fun.
I just want Warwick support.
In the pick and bans.
Every week, Jiri tells me, Warwick support, it's OP. Every single week. I just want him to play it. I want to see how strong it is.
It's Warwick, by the way.
I know.
Just putting it out there. So, pick and bans getting underway. No way we can predict this one, that's for sure.
We can predict TSM being banned.
Which way it's going to go. Well, we've had that in the past, that's for sure. Let's see how it's
trying to think now
going to go. You know, speaking of champions, Alliance have been number 1 throughout the entire summer split. That in itself is
CLG TSM.
Damn impressive. I wonder. Corky banned.
It is actually a legit ban against Creaton because he loves to play it.
It is.
But let's see here. Froggen took a lot of time trying to go over the letters. I'm not sure if he was looking for a champion or what was happening here. Let's see what Millennium bans. Teemo.
Well, Kevin's got a big...
Just ban, damn it.
Just
Why do you need so much time?
It's
there we go. It is Teemo. All right. CLG TSM. We have seen it before. We need some new stuff here.
Nothing new. Ban LeBlanc or something like that. It's Lulu, of course. Yeah. CLG TSM. Well done, Alliance and Millennium, for getting this
Nobody
one sorted
typing ass.
out.
I'm disappointed.
Well, I'm not sure that's something.
The American way, not the British way.
Syndra being banned out. There we go. There's the Gragas, CLG and TSM. Of course, they played each other. And of course, we'll be seeing which way that one's going to go, whether TSM can take that top spot over in North America. Of course, the North American LCS, which is being nicely advertised by the teams here in Europe, will be beginning tomorrow, of course, for their Super Week. Does, of course, leave a number of things open. I don't think they're going to go straight for a Cassidy. And like you see, we're going to booed. Everybody wants a Nivea for you, Froggen. Let's face it.
Nivea for Froggen. It could still be like Cassidy in support, Cassidy in top lane for Wicked. But let's see if he locks it in. Still talking, and he changes. It's going to be Taps on Fizz in mid lane, or maybe in bot lane with Nif. Because Taps used to be a mid laner before he joined Alliance, before he joined Lemon Dogs and played in the LCS, and he was known for his Fizz. So, Taps for Fizz. Fizz for Taps, we should probably say, not Taps for Fizz.
We'll see whether he plays it in the mid lane or not, whether Froggen lives to give that up position. Leona insta-locked in. And Warwick!
Okay. It might just be jungle Yorick, but I do believe I do believe it's gonna actually be Jerry playing it, and they were very happy the fact that Ash got locked in here. Wicked used to play a lot of Ash in solo queue, and he used to actually do it in some scrims because he was practicing shot calling. So, okay, prediction. It's gonna be Wicked on Ash down the bottom lane, taps on Fizz. Who's playing the Ramos? I don't know.
Who's playing what? I don't know. Quinn locked in along with Jarvan as well. Now, this could be an interesting one. We'll see how it works out. Oh, please, Lord. It's gonna be Malphite for Wicked, it seems. Braum also being hovered over. That's assuming, of course, they play in these standard positions. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be.
No. This is almost like ARAM, except you're going to be so mad because you have so bad teams at the moment. Not a lot of poke here, no fiddlesticks, no sonar. Who is reworked? But still.
I'm glad you're an ARAM expert these days.
I am. We play way too many. I completely stopped playing ranked because we have to play so many ARAMs.
It's all about team building.
It is, but the pressure is on me every time because I walk in and 5 guys just jump me. 4, not 5, because I'm part of the team, and just yell ARAM, ARAM, ARAM.
I think
and then you yell at me when I don't carry you.
It's 3 guys and a girl, actually.
It is.
Force you into it. So, Nunu, possibly. Braum and Malphite were locked in. What's going to be the final choice? Lissandra has not seen that one for a long time. Gangplank. Could be top lane Gangplank for Kevin. It's a champion I know he loves. Fiora. Greg Sky Williams, please. Don't think you'd be happy with that one.
Come on, Jerry, just play the damn Warwick.
Jerry, you got 34 seconds to rotate through these. Just keep clicking random or something. I don't know what you want to do.
I don't know what it is with supports in Europe. They have to do it.
4 of them insta-locked in. Then we get to Jerry and he's just like, I don't know what to play.
Well, he's playing Warwick, don't worry.
You think he's on the Warwick? Okay.
Yeah, he is.
So maybe the discussions are elsewhere. Well, what do we think then? Okay, so it's
let's see.
Jungle Rammus.
No.
Ash.
Well, it could be jungle.
Braum and Ash is actually a pretty good combo, to be fair.
Yeah, but why would they do standard lanes
in. There we go.
So let's see. Okay, Wicked also used to play Rammus top lane, and he actually tried to explain me the idea, but it was horrible, and he never actually played it. So Froggen is gonna go mobility boot, home guard first, or very early on. Whoever's playing this damn Rammus. Wicked and his terrible ideas were up in the top lane. I remember him still trying to tell him, yeah, but you can taunt the people and the jungler comes up and gang gets OP, and he just never played it. Once in scrim against me, and he got destroyed.
One thing is for sure, we've just expanded the champion pool of the LCS.
Yes.
That's what I do know.
Well, new champions. Quinn is one.
Warwick.
And no. Darren. Oh, yeah.
Darren did play Warwick, of course.
Played it.
But that was back in the spring, wasn't in the summer. And Zach, of course, being locked in there. So, where are they going to be? It is going to be Jerry in the jungle on Warwick.
Not Warwick support.
It's going to be Jerry in the jungle on Warwick.
Okay.
So Connex is looking like he's going to play the support position. Kerp is the AD. I don't know.
Well, he's the mid lane AD carry.
Where's Jarvan going? Top lane? Zach is in there somewhere. Zach's bouncing around.
It's AD Jarvan.
This is going to be an interesting
Down Jarvan Leona used to be a good lane.
Which lineup do you expect to take the win? Tweet hashtag AllWin and roll the dice in the lottery, or hashtag MILWin to LNL Esports, and we'll check in the vote during the game for that purpose of the seriousness that this game is going to
it is
show.
all very serious picks here. We're going to see a lot of rotations, a lot of serious play.
So, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a tiebreaker to follow this game. It is going to be Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves. All seriousness aside, this game is for fun. It is Alliance versus Millennium, and we'll see how these two very diverse team comps work out, and more importantly, how well our cameraman keeps up. It's Shook on Ash in the jungle. It is Wicked running Rammus in the top lane. Froggen in the mid lane, or maybe not in the mid lane. We'll see where Malphite ends up. Taps, of course, on Fizz. He used to be a signature champion way back at the likes of Tales of the Lane back over in Paris, where they did very well for Curse, I believe it was actually way back then. Curse EU.
Was it Clipsia?
Might even been Eclipsia.
Or maybe it was Millennium.
Nif though on Braum. Nif didn't really vary much,
no,
did he?
Typical Nif. Everybody he didn't build their Soul Steel or anything either.
I don't like to say, but he is very serious. He is German, that's what I'm saying.
He is. So let's see here. 4 members. Got a few boos there. 4 members for Millennium. Do something, man. Go in. Let's see a fight. Tower dive.
Fight.
I want to say what they said in London, but I don't actually want to say it on here. Go, Kerb. Come on. Wicked is gonna build his home guard mobility boots, and he's just gonna be so annoying.
Well, that was a little bit of a dance from Froggen. Come on, Froggen, I've seen you dancing better than that.
The very famous Anivia dance from Froggen.
Yeah, if you get him drunk enough, he will do the birdie dance for you.
And looks pretty good. And a lot of people always joins in.
They do. Everybody just gets drawn to the Anivia dance once he takes to the dance floor.
I mean, just imagine the picture of D-Man doing the Anivia dance with Froggen here. It's been some good parties.
So, we are going to start off with a unorthodox selection of champions. It is going to be a red buff start for Ashe, which is very, very good. 61% of you voted for Alliance. You love the Ashe jungle. I think that's what's drawn you to it instead. Warwick jungle definitely will be a bit quicker, that's for sure. Starting out at the blue buff, we are going to see a Leona Jarvan kill lane down the bottom up against the Fizz Braum.
Kill lane.
Kill lane as
well.
well.
All kill lanes here. I want to see Shook move into a lane, just wait until you get the 100% crit, and then just go in and surprise people and just smack them in the face. But he's pretty slow in the jungle so far. Same can be said about Jerry and this Warwick. And we might just have to wait a few minutes before the action really starts. I'm not expecting any teleport ganks.
Look, I just want to know about the excitement that could be prevailing in the top lane between Rammus and Zac. That is a lane I want to keep my eye on, because it really could be hotting up there right now.
Really wish we could actually see the lane at the moment, so Wicked could show us why Rammus top lane is such a good pick, and he was talking so much about it back in the days. At the moment, he's doing nothing other than lasting a few minions.
He's doing a good job. He's keeping his little shell intact. Doing a great job.
I don't get it. You have the chance to play pretty much whatever you want, and you pick Rammus top lane.
Are you trying to suggest that it is not a viable top laner? I believe every champion
but it's not very
in League of
funny.
Legends is viable in the lanes.
I think you need more like movement speed with the Rammus. Like a Cillian maybe. Lulu. Oh, she'll be boring too, actually.
Apparently it's the wagon wheel. I don't know. Maybe.
The wagon wheel.
We'll see if it keeps on rolling, of course. Wicked taking some damage. We'll step on the blobs that Kevin has. Ironically, you know, Zac used to be one of those big top laners. Tabs engaged upon Cornex. So look at this, trying to turn the stun around on towards him. Another couple of hits will stun up Cornex, but instead Tabs just decided to get away with it. Gone with a heal ignite, by the way. Tabs, pretty aggressive stuff. Doesn't want to flash, can play full Trickster away from this one. Good CS count coming out of Creaton, 20 to 10. Way up on Tabs.
Well, to be fair, they're not really touching him, or maybe they are.
Now they are. Creaton in trouble. Exhaust goes down. The Ignite will follow. Can they get the stun down on towards him? They will be. First blood's going to come in. It's going to go to Tabs. He's in trouble though. He's going to get locked up. Gets back into the bush. He's safe. No, Cornex flashes for it. Nif's going to run away from this one. Tabs in trouble. Tries to play for tricks to back around, but he will get caught out. Oh, he missed it.
No.
Kevin launches himself in there and gets the trade.
Okay, 1 for 1. Already got some action here. The very dangerous jungle Ashe has now joined the bottom lane and blasted in the minions.
He's got blue buff. Be worried. He could volley shot
it.
you, and he missed. He still managed to hit all the minions. So they're going to keep that tower secure. And now Shook is actually going to CS. We'll see how good
That's
he is.
another question. Why would you play jungle Ashe?
Jungle Ashe is totally reliable.
We have some very slow junglers here in the start. Good replay. Cornex showing the moves. Nice little dodge by Tabs actually, and then Creaton over aggressive. Where's the teleport from 2 members of Alliance at this point? They could go in, kill Cornex as well. Instead, they have to sacrifice poor little Tabs.
He's not going to get away from that one. Tabs caught out. Cornex finally landed a hit. Misses. Probably showing why he's in the jungle actually there with the Zenith blade. Instead, he got the kill anyway, nonetheless.
To be fair, I've seen you play Leona.
I'm a fantastic Leona. I just go a little bit too aggressive now and again. The rest of the team not quite my same wavelength.
Sure. Always blame the team. Even though we sit right next to you.
Yeah.
It's always the team.
I've seen you playing Arams. I definitely blame you. And your Lulu. Whew.
I agree in the Lulu. That was pretty horrible.
That was pretty horrible. So, let's have a look at some of the items. Froggen's gone with a double armor stack, cloth armor. Double Doran's ring for Tabs. We are seeing quick boots for Wicked. He's planning on spinning to win around the map. Also, source boots coming out from Kevin early on. Interesting.
So yeah, well, again, he's against the Rammus in the top lane, so he can kind of do whatever he wants. I just want to see the home guard for Wicked.
This is going to be a crazy AP. Zach up.
I mean, Alliance have some pretty sick engage. Wicked teleports in, home guard, mobility boost, you have Arrow, and also Froggen jumping in. Someone from Millennium is going to die when the fight starts.
When the fight's getting underway. Wicked, though, he cannot stick around. He's got teleport. He's going to have to go back by. He's not going to top himself up. Yes, he is. He's chugging the pot. He's going to hang around on the tower. Does Kevin fancy it? He's got Let's Bounce ready and waiting to go. Now we can see Curb with the ultimate running, dashing straight up towards this top lane. Wicked surely knows that he's in trouble. He's going to try and spin around the back. Wicked is trying to roll away. Those boots of mobility. Look at the speed he has on those boots of mobility. Are we going to see a Phantom Dancer coming out now for Wicked as well?
Probably. I really hope he's just going full move speed. Home guard is completed. Teleport is ready. Let's see. Just back to lane.
You can get back to lane pretty quick, that's for sure. It doesn't need teleport.
It's why the pick is so strong.
Oh god, holy, almost.
You can always sit in lane and farm, then go back and you just rush back to lane here. Still.
Full armor stacking from Froggen. Warden's Mail now picked up. Gonna go for straight Radiant's Omen early on here. Meanwhile, Connex, let's see if he managed to get in. Brutalizer was picked up by Kerp as well on that back. He wants full damage, no surprises.
I'm pretty happy we just saw Jerry here, because we haven't actually seen him at all, because he's playing War with John. And down his bottom lane.
Well, Nif comes in and taps.
The arrow
comes in, it lands towards it, teleport, here comes. It's going to be, I think, Wicked. Yes, Wicked's going to join the party. He goes in straight to Coronex, manages to stun on him. Connex goes down. The taunt is available. Who will he go for? J-Reek, he gets locked up by the stun. That's the second kill. Tabs gets in on that one. And that was Alliance taking 2 for 0. They can push the tower.
Man, Ramos' top lane is so broken. Wicked winning the fight here for Alliance. And he's actually going to go back to lane and stop Kevin from taking the tower.
Here
because Hog got Motor Boots.
Here he goes.
The most OP top lane pick right here.
And now he's got the chain vest. He's got the armor to prove. Kevin, you're not going to have too long to free farm in that top lane. Wicked's back. He's got himself a kill and an assist in that teleport. Good use of teleport, honestly.
It was, but we want to see the home guard teleport.
Oh, straight on Kevin. Straight on. Kevin in trouble here, actually. He's taking more damage than he was expecting. He's going to try and get that health back on there. Wicked's going to go one more hit on towards him. Kevin's going to try and turn around this round. Let's bounce goes on. Wicked in trouble. Remember, we're going towards him. The passive spot. Can Wicked deal with all his damage? I'm not too sure before he regenerates. He's going to join back on. Wicked's going to have to start running from this one. He's going to get away. Kevin back on towards him. Flashes towards him. Not enough. And he gets away. Both burn in the flash.
But damn, Froggen, he's just sitting in the mid lane. He could have teleported up, killed him. And now, Jerry, doing what he's been doing the entire game, running around. Let's see.
He's farming buffs, man.
He is actually farming buffs. He's playing his own little game here.
Well, he's a speedy jungler, that's for sure. So he wants to just get his items stacked out. We'll see how he goes with that one. He's got himself boots of mobility as well. Froggen in the mid lane. Ooh,
yes, he got a boo buff. Good job.
Froggen in the mid lane up against Kerp. He's actually keeping up in CS, no problem at all.
But his mid lane has been insanely boring. It's all about the bot lane.
All about the bot lane. Kraton caught out. Chum the Waters will pop out. Kraton's going to go down. Now Cornex in trouble. Can they get the passive? The stun going on towards him. Buff in the top lane. Wicked's in trouble. He goes down. No teleport still coming out of Froggen. He's sticking around. It's a double kill for Tabs. He's now 4-1 on Fizz, proving why he played it before.
Completely destroying the jungle AD carry combination down his bottom lane. So, Nif is cheating a little bit by playing bomb. Oh, dodged.
Duped by a single skill of Kerp. He didn't even mean it. It just happened.
Alright, it's a dragon for Alliance, try-harding.
Dragon for a tower, dragon for a tower. We do see Wicked speeding back up there, but he's not going to get there in time this time around. And the tower will go down. Dragon picked up for Alliance. Gold will go in their favor. It's now 2,000 gold to Alliance.
Okay, we still need a bit more time. We need to get out of the laning phase to get the big team fights. Because Froggen in this mid lane has done absolutely nothing so far.
Well,
didn't even teleport.
Second Brutalizer was picked up by Kraton. Ground Slam coming in. Froggen keeps that farm going. Kerp trying to put the pressure on towards him, but Froggen is such a big tanky menace in that mid lane. Yet to use that ultimate, yet to pull the trigger. I would have thought, you know, Froggen would have started with the ultimate and then that arrow could have followed. It would have been a stagnant target, pretty easy to do, but instead he...
Don't try and apply logic to the game.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it was a beautiful move by Kerp.
Or spin. Ramos ball coming down the mid lane. It's going to find J-Ree possibly. Oh, it's going to face check. Doesn't fancy this one. Both level 8. Shook around the side there. Ironically, Shook is now.
Oh, he might be in trouble.
Oh, ultimate goes on towards him. Jerry quickly interrupted. Taunt goes out there. Froggen still yet to pull the trigger on that ultimate. Nif going to come around the side. Now they're going to pile straight in. And it's Alliance coming out badly in this one. The Millennium double S bounce not working. That's an easy double kill. And Millennium just take everything.
And Jerry on Warwick jungle just confirmed to be the best jungler in Europe here. Sick engage. Curb joins in. The entire team blows up Alliance. And let's see what Nif can do. There's an arrow coming from base. Who is he gonna hit?
Has anyone told Froggen what his ultimate does?
No. Froggen is not gonna use ulti or TP in this game.
Jump the waters on Jerry. That's gonna do nothing. Kevin getting back in towards them. There's an ultimate teleport coming in. Froggen will join in. Oh, there we go. We didn't quite catch it, but he did use that ultimate, but it's not gonna work out too well for him. They're also low. Froggen really wants to clean up, but they got no damage at the moment. Nif's gonna come in, tries to get the stun on towards Connex. Connex will go down. Graythorn goes down. It's a triple kill for Froggen. Suddenly he realized how you play. Kevin's gonna try and launch away from this one. He will get away. Red buff's not gonna be enough. Kevin is off. Wicked's going for it. He's going for it. It's gonna come around the side. Who will get it? Wicked gets it down. And it's 4-0 this time to Alliance.
Let's see what they can take here. Froggen saved his ulti. He knew he could come back and join the next fight. And also with Wicked here.
Triple kill ground slam. You got to be happy with that.
Alright, notice. Good old trigger on Ash. Use the arrow from base. And normally you actually had teleport and you would use it while you use the arrow here. Anyway, teleport from Froggen. Save the ulti. 5 members from Millennium. Let's see how many hits. Oh, just a few. Curb in this background. A lot of exhaust from both teams. And it's all about this little Rammus. Doing all the damage. Look at Connect, man. He's getting destroyed by Rammus.
Why did they come back in so Froggen could ground slam the ball? He's like, oh, thanks. Boom.
It's all about the kills, mate.
Uh-oh, Shook in trouble. He's getting dived on the tower. Kurb's tanking this one up. There's a lot of damage on Kurb. He will be able to get away just in time, or will he? Fizz coming around the side. Tabs wants to pounce on this one. Connex keeping him away. He's going to get a poke 1-2 on towards him, but he's not going to quite be enough. Kurb's going to jump away. Oh, now Tab's in trouble. Solar Flare goes down. Tabs will drop. Connex gets the kill on that one. And, well, this is not working out too well. Alliance, they're still in the lead, though.
I like how Wicked was trying to do the Wolf Camp and then has to give up because he has absolutely no damage on it.
He's got a Sunfire Cape now. It's serious. He's got a legit build, actually, on Rammus.
True. We need a Phantom Dancer. Have to build it.
We want some more speed, some more attacks in there. Tab's building up some damage himself. Meanwhile, of course, Warwick has got that Feral Flare building up.
The team should actually just ARAM now. Everyone goes mid and just keep fighting. Because up in his top lane, Kevin, he's not doing anything, just pushing it in.
I've been down that route before. I don't want to go down it again. Not in the LCS, that's for sure. Wicked instead will come across. Easy farming for him now with that Solar Flare on. He'll be able to clear that one out.
Solar Flare. Pretty OP.
Boom. Well, everybody's seen the video. We know what it does. It just stops people dead. Kevin comes around the side. Don't know if he fancies it, you know. He's got the Haunting Guys.
Let's see.
That's a pretty tanky Rammus now.
Bad guy versus the good guy.
Well, Shook is nearby. A campfire off that arrow. Kurp, though, is going to come in. Where are you going to go, Wicked? What are you going to do? Is he going to spin away from this one? His spin is going to get interrupted. Pops his ultimate instead. Look at this, though, coming around the side. Froggen with his ultimate available just off the edge there. They will get full vision. He's very low. Froggen off. Not going to bother using the ulti. Doesn't care.
So,
there's the arrow. Now he might use it. Kurb's taking low. Froggen wants to get close enough. Instead, he uses it on towards Kevin. He is going to get the passive down on towards him. Now J-Ree uses the ultimate on towards Shook. Nif instead ground slams in with the Glacial Fissure. And now J-Ree's going to get locked up. He's in trouble. Cotnex is just going to run the hell away from this fight. J-Ree flashes out of there. And he's get away so far. Now Cotnex, he's going to get locked up. Stunned down. Have they got the damage? No. Shook comes around, finds J-Ree. He's not going to be able to run away. You meant to use your slow arrow, Shook. That's what it does. Not sure if we need to explain Ash to him.
Well, still very unfair. Supposed to be one-on-one in his top lane. Kurb just joins in, but first tower of the game for Alliance.
I hate to say, but actually, you look at Froggen, he's building very clever because everybody is AD or melee damage, and he's got Frozen Heart, Thornmail. So hit me, bros.
Because it's DLCS, mate.
You're doing all the damage to me. Kraton, Chop the Water is not going to be enough. They take the middle turret anyway. Drag it up in 20 seconds. Alliance are still looking strong.
And again, Nif, been part of every single kill. Didn't die, and because Nif is such a good guy, Didn't even kill steal.
Fairness, he is the only man playing his own champion.
He is.
It's like, I got Braum, guys. The rest of the team are not quite saying, you're not on the same wavelength as I am. Oh, that arrow missed. That's not going to land on towards him. Kurt flaps away from this one. Uh-oh, it's going to get slowed. Gets away. Teleport comes in. What's it going to be? It's Kevin. Will he bounce onto Frog? And Flash comes out. He's not going to catch on towards him, but Jay will. He's going to run it through. He hasn't got his ultimate. Now it's up. He's going to catch on towards Wicked. Pops the ultimate. Meanwhile, the rest of Alliance, they don't care. They're doing their dragon around the side. They got the dragon down. Nif flashes away. Where's he going to go? He's going to get away from this one. Oh, Shook, you've been found. You stood on top of the ward. Jamie does a dance for him. I think Shook thought, I might be able to get away with this. I'm not too sure if they see me, but they will. Jerry prances away, puts a little cleave in towards him. Tabs is going to go down as well. It's the ace for Millennium, ladies and gentlemen.
And we can just keep going forever here because both teams killing each other left and right. We need to see some more items though. Where is the full AP Malphite? Instead of this full armor. Anyway, let's see. Nif, I believe it dies for the first time in the game. Poor Shook up in the top of your screen. A nice dunk. Curve join in, easy kill. There's not a lot to say, actually.
It's great analysis.
Well, slam him in the head, exhaust him, laugh at him and kill him.
Poke him. That's how they finish it. Froggen sneaking around. Towers is 2-1 for Alliance. That top tower is still standing. We did see Rammus powerballing down to that bottom lane. Pink Ward is not going to get taken out by Cotnex. Doesn't fancy that. Let's have a look at some of the builds. Like, some interesting fun going on here. Actually, Kerp, fairly serious. What's that static shift? Tab still fancies this one. Cotnex caught out the slow in there. Wicked comes spinning in from the side. He's going to be able to get the taunt down. Cotnex can't get out of this one. Solar Flare will land on 3 of them, but Froggen will get the kill.
OP engage from Alliance. They might actually stay here because Kerp is pushing the top lane by himself. He doesn't care about the team. You can lose a tower. We need someone to go back and just fight Alliance now.
Well, they're going to take the tower. It's going to go down very, very quickly. So, another one for Alliance. They're pushing on. The inhibitor turret. Kerp still not backing off yet. He's finally flapping his way this way.
Flank them.
He's going to flank them. I'm not too sure it's a scary flank because there's an ultimate available, and there they are. Wombo combos. Greaton going to get caught out. Has to slide away. Jump the waters will miss. Shook's going to get caught out. Kerp comes pecking his eyeballs out from the back there. Kevin's going to try and bounce away. Tabs jumps on towards him. Kevin in trouble here. His yellow bounce already been used. He's going to get stun locked up. One more shot should do it. He goes down. Tabs gets locked up. Kraton comes back around the side. Kerp getting the damage on towards him. Kerp's in trouble. Wicked's going to chase him down. They've got no damage. There's so many tankiness. Wicked gets himself the kill on Kerp. They're going onto the tower. Froggen can take the hits for days, and he may well need to. He's going to go down. It's a 4 for 3 in favor of Alliance.
And you disrespected the flank from Kerp. He came in, he destroyed Shook, man. They're not done here, Jeffrey. Chasing Wicked. Oh, is it Nif?
It's a mid laner versus a jungler. I'm just saying. Oh!
Leave poor Nif alone.
Duress goes on towards him, and J-Ree cleans up and gets the blue buff.
That's actually the worst thing, because Nif is such a nice guy to everyone. When you actually kill him in League, you kind of feel bad. It's true.
I'm disappointed that J-Ree didn't play. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, why didn't he play Earth the Manatee? Disappointing, J-Ree. Disappointing. One of the greatest skins in the game. Instead, he's just bog standard Grey Warwick. It's a bit boring, really.
Well, because Ash Jungle is very funny. Standard skin.
Standard skin.
Rammus as well.
Standard skin.
Oh, yes, finally the teleport.
Oh, Kraton, you're in trouble. Powerballs in. In comes the Ash Arrow onto J-Ree. There's the slow. He pops one, pops the second. J-Ree goes down. Wicked gets himself the kill. Wicked now 4-4-8 on this Rammus. It's a legit kill in that top lane. Codex, he's going to get chased down. Kevin is up there, though, with him. The rest of Alliance are moving in.
Baron.
And again, Kerp's still split pushing. So Alliance go Baron.
Wicked really showing here. People should respect his Rammus top lane. He's actually making some good plays. We have to say it. He was pretty useless in lane, but there was some good plays. Let's see here, Kevin. Everyone is actually joining in. Kerp again already popped the ult.
playing Flappy Bird. He's coming in from the side. We'll try and get on towards him. Kirp's going to come around. Oh! Froggen finds him and picks him off. Tries to hop over. Manages to pop his ultimate, but he will go down. The Baron's still fighting. Wicked's going to try and get away. Cornex locks him up. He's got a lot of armor, though. You just can't go for him. Alliance are just too tanky. And now Cornex, he's in trouble. He gets locked up. Taps gets himself the double. And they return back to Baron.
Coming.
Here comes J-Ree. He's got his ultimate available. Who's he going to go for? Can he get the steal? The smite steal is on. Instead, Infinite Dress on Taps. They don't go towards him. Great comes around the side. Kevin gets through there. It's a double kill picked up by Kevin. In disguise, TSM are taking victory here. Froggen's going to get locked up. He goes down. It's the ace for TSM.
Very well played here by Wild Turtle on Jarvan. Let's see what they can do. Absolutely nothing again. They just keep fighting and go back to the lanes every single time. Oh, well, it is still a very serious game. We see Baron dance, or
well, it's Europe.
Someone started the Baron. It is. We have to do the Baron dance here in Europe. It is legit.
So J-Ree now pushing around, steals away the red. This tower's going to go down. Millennium are actually back in the game. Got the kill advantage. The gold will start to level up. Dragons up in 30 seconds time. They just only bought a ward to put it down there. They'll be able to find it.
But if you use money on wards, you delay your items.
That's true.
Why would you question solo queue logic?
They've got trinkets though. That's why we gave them to stop that.
It is actually, yeah. Here's a trinket.
Here's a free ward.
Use it. But people still forget to use it. I don't get it, man.
Yeah, they always walk around with it. Anyway, I digress. Froggen's going to get himself the blue buff. He thinks he needs it still. It will give him the cooldown, of course. Has yet to get any ability power. Maybe, just maybe, that could be a Abyssal Scepter?
No.
But we'll see. Nif and Co going to take down this dragon. By the way, 18 assists out of 21, not bad. The rest of Alliance come around. Cotnex caught out, gets slowed up. Wicked's going to catch on towards him. The rest of Millennium flanking maneuver come around the side. Wicked getting on towards Cotnex, continuing. Look at Kevin, ready to go. Bounces on in there. Let's bounce ready. Blops around them and see Cotnex take a low. Tap just gets dropped straight away. In comes Froggen. Bang! Smashes them all into the air and Kevin gets slammed down, exhausted out. J-Ree comes around the side. Can he be the hero? Can he manage to clean them up? They're all so low. He's going to go towards Wicked. That's a double. Chases down Nif. Nif flashes away. Fearful of the Warwick. Gets the slowdown on him. He's got away scot-free. Kevin is free as well. He comes out of his passive. Froggen's going to chase him down. He manages to get the shard and slow him down. One more slam. One more slap. Is it going to be enough? Oh, it will be. He gets the shutdown now of J-Ree on him. J-Ree actually killing himself. Luckily, he's got the lifesteal on here. The Thornmail not quite doing enough on him, and he's going to take down Froggen. It's a triple for J-Ree!
Holy moly, J-Ree is the best jungler in Europe, hands down. But these teammates, just everyone is smacking into each other here. See what's gonna happen. Nobody's focusing anything. Just boom. And let's see. J-Ree, double buff Warwick, close to be the MVP of the Superweek from one game.
So, we do see a lot of ability power being built up by Kevin, actually. That's,
well, he's kind of the only one who can kill Froggen.
Is becoming a bit of a problem. It's becoming a serious problem, which is probably why Magic Resist was being bought by Froggen. He's now got that Aegis of the Legion, so continues to be the gigantic tank. Wicked also got that Thornmail completed as well. He's going to continue building hit points. Shook got himself the Randian's Omen, realized actually
Tank Ash is a thing.
Kind of squishy, and Tank Ash is apparently a thing. Brutalizer, all you need for damage, honestly, along with a Elder Lizard.
Again, kind of boring pick for the jungle when you had all your choices, and
I mean, even
not really been doing a lot.
Even Jungle Ezreal would have been better than that.
Yeah, it would actually.
I mean, that's actually fairly legit. Or, you know, Jungle Karthus maybe, who knows, just throwing it out there.
There's a lot of jungle options. Jungle Swain, I tried it, didn't work, I cried. I just want to try and play Swain once, and if you do lock him in for mid lane, you get dumpstered.
Is that because you miss all the skill shots?
Well, there's not a lot of skill shots on him, it's just, he's very hard to play.
Oh, Wicked, can he spin to win out of this one? I don't think so. He may be tanky, but he's not strong enough. 3 members working him down. He's running to his teammates. They're just carrying on to hit the tower. They've ignored him. Poor old Wicked still gets ignored even in the troll game.
Let's see, though. They're not done here.
Oh! Ash Arrow catches, Glacial Fissure comes in, Tap slides on down. That's 2. The Solar Flare's going to do next to nothing. Kevin running away. Coming around the side is J-Ree and Kerp. Can they flank? Or will they just let them get away.
Now it's CLG.
Well, Alliance used to technically be CLG EU many moons ago. Baron started off this time once again for Alliance, of course.
But they have no damage on it. It takes them forever to take it down. And Jerry, the raid boss, is here. Come on, one more.
Longest ever Baron. They're going to peel away. It's not exactly so sneaky though. That's for sure. JV caught out. Uh-oh, he's in trouble. He's not going to be able to get away from this one. They're going to bounce on through. He goes down. That's the jungler gone now. They can turn back on, but everybody from Millennium has respawned. They're going to come back in. Wicked's going to try and catch on towards Kevin. He's going a bit deep on this one. While this is all happening, Coop snuck around the side. I think he's
chasing minions, don't worry.
Just farming out the jungle.
No, he's going to flank again. We saw what happened last time. They actually won the fight. Connects, however.
Oh, he's trying to flash away. Jump the wall. He's going to follow him through as well as Tabs. Now they jump onto Kratos. Kratos tries to slide away. Flag and drag. Is it going to be enough? Stun lock possibly coming in here. Tabs just jumps out. Oh, the tower hits are going on towards him. Nif goes onto the tower. Wicked follows on through. He manages to Ramos ball. Power on towards him. He gets the kill on Kevin. But he comes Scarpa around the side. Flanks back in there. Gets himself another kill. Now he's going to get locked up. He's in trouble. Froggen's tanking out the turret. He will manage to run away. Turns back onto Froggen. He's actually doing more damage than Froggen's taken, I think.
Yeah, but
Froggen's
there
gonna get taken down. No, he's not by the ignite. Running gets him down. And it's another 3 for 3.
I feel bad for Kotnik.
Oh, Shook's in trouble. J-Ree's got the hunt on towards him. He can got the blood
Come on,
set going.
Superman.
It's going to chase him down. Shook's in trouble. Infinite Duress is not available. It doesn't matter. Flash is... Oh, Shook jukes him. He did have Flash available.
No, wait.
Wicked, you could do with help in your jungler here, but I think he's just... Since he got ignored in the last time, he will do the same. And Shook is away.
And we're only 27 minutes in.
They're going Baron.
They're actually going Baron now. There's no teleport for Wicked or Froggen. Let's see, Taps is going to be the man to stop it.
I gotta be honest, I don't fancy Shook's chances of diving in amongst four.
No, arrow's coming.
Arrow's coming in. Can you get the steal, actually? It is possible. No, too late.
Right in the face of Kotnik.
Instead, and now Nif have to get away. Nif, run, stand aside. No, in fact, Alliance fancy it. They're going in. Baron doesn't matter. They're going to go on towards him. Kurt's going to be the focus. Wicked wants to lock him down in the back there. Instead, Tabs is taking all the damage. The rest of Alliance are coming in a little bit slowly. Drips and drabs. This is not exactly how you do a team fight going in 1 by 1. Nif has to get out. Froggen's just taking blue buff.
Yeah, just chilling at blue. Doesn't matter. Don't need to help my team here. But Alliance in serious trouble now. Lost the Baron buff. They keep killing Kotnik, however. Poor guy, every single fight. But the rest, yeah, I agree with the crowd. Or the one guy. Fight.
Well, you would think 55 kills in 28 matches, 28 minutes would be okay, but
not really. We could have seen more. I mean, the first 5 minutes, there was only 1 kill. That was a bit of a disappointment. Could have been like level 1 teleports. Didn't happen. And Froggen on his full tank Malphite.
So, where do you stand with the Abyssal Scepter on Rammus?
On Rammus? Well, you said it was going to be on Malphite.
Well, I thought it would be, but instead, Froggen's been a bit boring.
Yeah, that's why you're the play-by-play cast. So,
see what you did there.
Well, let's see. I've been slightly impressed by Wicked's top lane Rammus. Slightly. Still, when he told me about the idea, I just looked at him like he was an idiot.
Normal day for you.
It was actually a pretty standard day for Wicked.
J-Reed caught out. This time they're in trouble, but it's a good turnaround. Great solar flare from Kratos. They're going to come in, chum the waters, bouncing. J-Reed still trying to survive through this one. Tab just gets demolished once again in Alliance. They're lacking on numbers. Nif flashes away from this one. Shook's going to get taken down. Of course, Wicked was not involved in this one. He's going to try and get down there. Froggen's already run away as well. Froggen's not going to get it back involved in this one. Nif will get taken down on Millennium. Come out 3 for 2 in that advantage. Wicked is there though.
Wicked is here. Wicked is here. Come on, Super Dane. Do something.
He's gonna. He could taunt. Kotnik's in.
But he's not doing anything. Well, maybe Curb.
He's going for Curb. He's going for Curb. He's gonna come around the side. Kotnik is gonna defend him though.
That was a letdown.
Yeah, that was pretty disappointing.
Damn, Wicked. Represent your country.
He's heard that before, I feel. Wicked though, he's going to come out and clear out that wave. And Alliance live to fight another day. Millennium starting to turn on the power. They've got the gold back in their favor almost. They were a long way behind at one point. Their team comp is coming towards them.
It's really working, and we can see why they took such a long time with the very last pick.
Are we gonna get a welcome to the late game in this one? I don't know.
No, I can only use it once.
Okay.
Only use it once. I want to use my the Danish slogan, but
I don't think
I can't really say it on air because it's a word I've said a few times before, and been told off. So
I don't think the producer would like that one.
no, it's a bit of a shame actually.
Yes.
Should have been like Hallelujah, go Denmark or whatever. Would actually.
Well,
work
you
better.
could make it right now. This
No, no,
you
no,
could
no,
make it
no.
your thing. Millennium,
No.
they're making a thing of this game. They're pushing up the mid lane. 3 members, 4 members, 5 members are all here while this is all happening. Tabs is off on the side. He's split pushing. He's going to get him towards that inner turret. And Millennium are putting pressure down, but it's a good wave clear, ironically, from Alliance. Not sure how that worked out.
Standard passive EU teams here don't really want to do anything. Just
they've got a
stand
tower
it. Oh,
dive.
here's the dive.
It's a tricky dive to do. They're going to go straight in towards it. Now they're piling. Nib's in trouble. He gets caught out. The tower is going down. Kurt's putting all the damage on towards that one. Can they slam on towards it? Rockat comes in, slams on towards them. Still, while this is all happening, Tabs is split pushing down to the side there. Shook gets the let's bounce in, manages to avoid it. Kurt comes in towards the tower. They can tank it out. They're going to take the inhibitor turret down. Now, finally, Tabs is coming back. Home Guard's back in there, but he's too late. The inhibitor turret's gone down, and the split push failed.
Unlucky. Oh, Wicked is not done. Home Guard in. Let's see. Land a fish. And Mr. Fish. Actually didn't even use it.
Well, he
Come on.
from the waters. He's got it available, but I'm not sure it's the right time. He's just waiting for the right moment. Of course, Kerp had that ultimate available. Whew. So
where do we stand? Who's the MVP of the game?
Well, I can tell you where we do stand, because you guys at home are witnessing history right now, because this is officially the most kills in an LCS game.
Oh, pretty good. And we're either destroying some fantasy teams here or making it a little bit unfair with all the kills and all the fantasy points.
And all the kills. Yeah, I mean, fantasy points count. If you got maybe, I don't know.
If you do have Curb,
quite a
lot of points.
You're happy right now, because 31 assists for Nif. He's getting a couple of bonuses there, that's for sure. 20 assists for Creaton. Well, he'd be happy with that one. Right now, though, Millennium pushing up the mid lane. Ramos, what are you doing, Wicked? What are you doing, Wicked? You're out of position, Wicked. There's an exposed inhibitor and you're pushing up the side lane. That's not going to work. You're going to have to teleport back down here any moment now as the rest of Millennium moving towards the base. Still no movement from Wicked. Keeping that split push going. I think they're going to sacrifice. Now he's backing off. Remember, he's got that home guard boots. He can spin straight in the moment he gets in. That's why the rest of the Alliance are starting to get in position. He's back. Arrow goes out. Catches on Creaton. Ultimate available for Frog, and teleport comes in around behind. In comes Wicked. Catches on towards actually Kerp. Kerp in trouble at the back there. Wicked's managed to lock him down. The rest of Alliance are dealing with them in the side here. Creaton does go back on towards them. Kevin let's bounce in across the entire team. Double kill picked up for Tabs. Meanwhile, Creaton comes in. Shook actually kiting out the side. Nobody goes to Shook. Shook gets himself in there. Tabs gets the triple kill. Quadra kill available. Will he get at the passive? Who's going to manage to steal out this kill? It will be Tabs. Will he pounce in? No! Rockat managed to ground stamp steal. It's an ace
but man,
for Alliance.
The almost useless brutalizer Ash actually just stood on the side here. And these team fights, it's impossible for Millennium to kill anyone.
Well, it's 79 kills so far, and counting. Can we reach 100? I wonder. 5-5 in
Probably
turrets.
will.
Only 34 minutes gone as well. This is pretty smooth sailing for them. Looking towards the items, Tabs has got a lot of damage. And that's proving why.
Not enough wards.
Kills. Not enough wards.
Terrible warding, man.
Now we have a Leandris built on Wicked as well. So, okay, that Ramos is getting interesting. Shook, meanwhile, he's got his Executioner Blade in there.
So actually no damage.
No damage
at all. Not even sure how much damage Wicked can do. He did one-on-one curve. I believe both died. Oh, you're dead again.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
He's just in the game to die.
He's starting to prove why he's got a lot of damage. If they can focus Curb, lock him out of the fight, Tabs is going to have his Wicked way with them, that's for sure. Creaton running away. Nif going to chase on towards him. Wicked powerballing up minions. Minions going in the way.
Okay, get in the base. Just dive, man. You have 400 armor on Frog, and you can do whatever you want.
Frog can tank this one up for days. Ultimate is back available as well, so we could just slam on towards him. Shook's going to get a couple of shots on there, but really we know he's not really doing the damage. The inhibitor turret does go down. Inhibitor will follow. We're now up to 80 kills, remember, and they're going to keep on counting as they go. That's inhibitor down. Alliance, well, of course, it's Alliance. They can back away after that.
And Froggen, when he turns on, his W has 528 armor. which is pretty good. It is pretty good. Well, let's see. Oh, the Fnatic bush. Didn't work at all. Nobody's gonna get backdoor here from Millennium.
No, that's not gonna work. Instead, Millennium, oh, good ward, spots them. How did Taps not see that go down? Surely he did. Millennium pushing, exposed inhibitor.
Oh.
They've got position, but look at Froggen. He's coming around behind them. The rest of...
Smack up behind Millennium.
Oh, there's the arrow. Gonna like manage to fire it off. Will they use it? We do see a back off. It's Ramos. I say, tell you it's Nif. Nif's gonna come in from the front, while the rest of the team come from behind. There they go, catching on towards it.
Millennium win here, they can take the game.
Nif tries to tank it up though. They're gonna try and get on towards it. There's a big stack of ultimates going on towards it. Millennium though, they didn't come out too bad there. And Alliance are in trouble. If they lose this fight, they will go down. Taps down. The main damage maker in trouble. Millennium, can they take down Alliance here? Kratos very, very low on health. Shook's going to try and lock him up. Nif focuses on towards him. Shook just off the side. He's safe for now. Unbreakable being from Nif, stopping all the damage coming around the side. Wicked managed to get a kill. Wicked gets a double. Froggen comes around. Nif gets taken down. J-Ree in trouble. Last man standing. He gets stunned up. And Alliance get themselves another ace and a triple kill for Froggen.
But it's just the longest team fight because Millennium, they can't kill Alliance. It's all about Taps. He's the only damage. Now going towards Baron, let's see how slow they can actually take it.
Well, they have got Wicked back available. He's going to speed on in there. And of course, he's got his Ryler's Crystal Scepter now completed, so all the damage coming from Wicked, that's for sure. Baron going down pretty quickly for 37 minutes. Yeah, it's going to take a while, guys. Don't worry. We'll get there in the end. No wards available for Millennium. The death timers may be up before this Baron goes down. Who knows? It will eventually fall.
Oh, he actually ulted the Baron. Wrong used ult. Anyway, Baron to Alliance. Clearly looking like the #1 team in Europe.
Proving
at the moment. Proving at least.
Clearly, yes.
Look now, Black Cleaver on Shook. He knows exactly what to build.
He knew he needed some damage.
Don't try and copy these builds in solo queue. It will get you reported.
You never know. I saw it in the LCS, therefore it is legit. Tabs getting some poke. He's going to get in red buff. Dragon is up. Millennium moving for that one. What are Alliance going to do? Will they hawk shot? Will they spot it? It's going to be a bit too late for that one.
I didn't realize we had Dragon in the game. How many times did it die?
Quite a few times. I'll tell you in a minute.
Well, I was looking elsewhere.
Just wait for the counter. It's coming. It's coming.
Wait.
It's coming. It's coming.
No, they're not counting.
Oh, pressure. Oh, there we go.
See.
2 out of 5, see?
Yeah. Who cares?
They're always counting. Oh, no ultimate available for Froggen just yet. It's on cooldown. Kevin is going to jump away. Millennium have left that post completely
Just go to the base, man. Look at all the minions.
They're all going to back away. The rest of Alliance don't care. They're just actually going to come around and try and find them.
Oh,
Wicked's going to find them. Uh-oh, 1v5 Wicked, but he's tanking up. Pops the ultimate straight away. The damage rummaging through. It's a little unseen from him. There goes the Glacial Fisher. There's Froggen going in, and Millennium just get wrecked. Absolutely destroyed there. Connex goes down. It's a double being picked up for Shook. There goes Jay Ring.
There's super minions in the mid there.
Kill. Super minions in the mid. Alliance surely will take victory now. 51-41 in kills. What a crazy, crazy game as they move through for the match.
And nobody's surprised the 2 Danes from Alliance carrying the entire team will actually finish.
Well, Nif was also just broke the most assists in a game record as well. Now at 45, that looks like is where he's going to stand. Fantastic performance from Alliance. Not sure how much you can take in the record books for this matchup, but nonetheless, it's Alliance once again that come out victorious. And CLG take down TSM.
Looking, I'm not sure if we're going to say strong, but a bit try-harding at least.
Well, it woke me up, that's for sure, because I was a little sleepy after the last match, but that was a interesting game.
Yeah, and now I want to see Copenhagen Wolves and Gambit beat this game here. We need more kills, more action, and less tankiness on the Malphite.
92 kills overall in that game, 51-41, and full credit, honestly, to the players for having fun in, honestly, the final game of the season. Tiebreaker, of course, will be following this one. It's going to be Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves. That game does mean something. This game didn't really. Alliance will be, of course, heading towards the semi-finals. That would be at Gamescom on August 15th. That will be happening there in the semi-finals. They're going to be playing the winner of the 3rd and 6th place matchup. Millennium themselves are 5th. And, of course, they're going to be playing SK Gaming. That is next Friday here in the studios.
And remember, the loser of the quarterfinal games will then play each other Only the winner will actually get back into the LCS, and the other team will drop down to relegation together with Gambit and Copenhagen Wolves.
You know, the irony of that whole thing was NIF just took the assist record off J-Ree. Previously, it was 25. Now it's 45 for NIF. I'm pretty sure that's going to be tough to beat. Yeah.
Tough to beat.
Just think of all those fantasy points someone just got.
Yeah, and someone who's really mad.
A lot of
they're playing
points.
against
They're like,
the players here, like, what?
Yeah, that's crazy stuff. So, a lot of fun here over in the LCS, of course. It is Super Week. It is the end of the season, and Alliance, well, they're already secured in top position. Millennium, their position was safe as well. Fantastic stuff. Good to see the players enjoying themselves more than anything.
Yeah, sure. It's been a very, very long season. You're allowed to do it. And now focus anyway for them is on playoffs, because no tiebreakers, only for Copenhagen was Gambit. So,
there's been a lot of sides this week. They've been a very good crowd, honestly, this week as well. That's for sure. So, enjoying the experience that is these studios. Of course, you can get tickets for quarterfinals, I think, next week. You know where the plebs are now.
Commercial.
Get over to lolesports.com. For now, we're going to go over to the stage. Froggen is with Shox.
Thank you very much, D-Man. So, Froggen, because you played the comp, you now have the pleasure of explaining to everyone, from a pro player perspective, what the comp was all about.
I'm actually not quite sure. It was a solo queue comp, I would say. Some great Ashe jungle in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard that Shook really wanted to play that Ashe jungle. But I did notice, I was watching the player cams a little bit, and I did notice after like 20, 30 minutes, you were getting really serious, and you really also wanted to win this one.
We try harder the entire game.
So on a more serious note, you guys are going into playoffs as a #1 seed. That means we'll be seeing you again at Gamescom in the semifinals. You'll be meeting or Millennium or SK in a best of 5. Talk us through what that changes that it's a best of 5 and who you would rather be up against.
I don't think it matters too much for us who we are going up against. Like, we have 3-1 against every team in the league, so like, it doesn't really matter too much.
So what is this? Very confident. Does it mean a big celebration tonight for ending first in the regular split, or is it try-harding and straight back to training?
Nah, we will have to try hard. We only have 2 weeks, and it pretty much decides the rest of the season, so we have to try really hard.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Froggen.
No problem.
What a fantastic game. We have to take a quick break, but when we come back, it is a tiebreaker between Gambit and the Copenhagen Wolves. Stay put.
It is Alliance versus Millennium, and we'll see how these two very diverse team comps work out. Nip's going to come in, tries to get a stun on towards Connex. Connex will go down. Grazer goes down. It's a triple kill for Froggen. Flops around them and see Connex taking low. Tapters get dropped straight away. In comes Froggen. Bang! Smashes them all into the air, and Kevin gets slammed down, exhausted out. It's a little unseen from him. There goes the Glacial Fisher. There's Froggen going in, and Millennium just get wrecked. Absolutely destroyed there.
Welcome back, everyone. We only have one tiebreaker to play as Gambit Gaming and the Copenhagen Wolves fight for 7th place and the right to choose their opponent in the promotion tournament. But first, earlier today, we asked you to hit us up on Twitter and tell us who is your MVP for this Super Week so far and why. The first answer is from @TK's League. Has to be Jankos. The dude has been playing even better than he did last split and gets important early leads for Rockat.
I can't argue with this whatsoever. I actually said that my player to watch, most exciting player to watch, I think on day 1 or maybe day 2. It's been a long weekend, and it's not even the weekend yet, 'cause it's only Thursday. That's how long it's been, you see. But for me, Jankos is one of the more exciting players to watch. He's come up with first bloods time and time again, and he's done it here again in Super Week. Rockat obviously solidifying their position. He's only going to get better when playoffs come.
Yep, the second one is from @DennisCarmo. As a Gambit fan, Kuban has proved he is LCS material this Super Week. Definitely the MVP for me.
Kuban definitely stepped up, but not only Kuban, the whole of Gambit did. What I really like is the throwback to Darien, where Kuban gives up a kill and the team takes Dragon today. That was the first time we've truly seen a Darien-level swag play from Kuban. But his Maokai was strong, his Gragas was strong, his Aurelio was strong. Definitely finding his feet and finding his confidence on the big stage again.
The last one is from @EQ Shadows. Reckless MVP for great performances in every game. Also for almost breaking the kill record in a single split. Oh my god, it was so close.
It'd be hard to argue for anyone else other than Reckless for an MVP for the whole split, I think, from what we've seen up until now. Leveling the kill record, by all rights, should have had that kill record, in my opinion. His support really let the team down. Died less than 1 time per game on average. Those are just really ridiculous stats that show how good Reckless really is.
All right, of course, we'll see the players and our MVP at the end of our show. Thank you for sending us your thoughts. And remember, you can always tweet at LL Esports and use the LCS hashtag to get involved in the discussion. Now, somehow our teams fought through that jam in the middle of the table today, and we have emerged with just one tiebreaker. So guys, what are your thoughts on this rematch between Gambit and the Copenhagen Wolves? It's all on the line now.
So I'm going to steal the obvious one. Gambit have to be the favorites. They're 3-1 on the week. They took down the Copenhagen Wolves in their opening match of Super Week 3 days ago, and they've just looked better than the Wolves have in their matches.
So the interesting thing that we heard earlier, I totally agree, by the way, that I think Gambit are the big favourites coming in. We heard Diamond earlier say he wants to play Alex Ich and the Ninjas in Pyjamas, obviously, if they get through to promotion. The question is, if Gambit were to win this tiebreaker and finish 7th, would they actually pick Ninjas in Pyjamas as 7th? I'm not sure they would still.
Yeah, I don't know, but seeing SK Gaming Prime last night in the Challenger Finals, Series 2, I'm not sure I want to play them either. I do want to throw out there, the one game that the Wolves did win was against Rockat. Rockat ran the same composition they'd run previously, and the Wolves were able to counter-strat it and figure out the mechanics to beat it. If Gambit run a strat that the Wolves have seen and they've theorized, the Wolves may be able to beat Gambit in that regard as well.
Yeah, very interesting, that matchup between Gambit and the Copenhagen Wolves. So let's get right into it. Let's send it over to Demon and the Fisho for our tiebreaker match.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Hello once again for a bonus match here in the European LCS as Gambit will take on the Copenhagen Wolves. This match, of course, will determine who takes the 7th seed and who will get second choice of the opponent in the upcoming spring promotion tournament. It is a big, big game. Don't take anything away from it. Gambit, of course, found some hidden magic and look very strong in this Super Week. They are now 3-1, which honestly a lot of us would not have expected. Only dropping a single match to Alliance, which ironically they were very close to taking as well. You have to wonder where this team has been the whole time.
So we can of course say they needed time to get synergy with Kuban in the top lane. Diamond was gone for the team for 1 week, then he came back into the team. There's been a lot of issues for Gambit. They had to sort out. Clearly, it's been working out now up to Super Week, and they have looked very strong. And we have to remember, they already beat Copenhagen Wolves. Very first day of Super Week, where it was a close game in the start, but then as soon as Gambit actually got a lead, they completely controlled the game. They had this siege combo, this poke combo with like Ziggs and Gragas top lane for Kuban. And there was actually nothing Copenhagen Wolves could do to win the game in the very end. And I do want to highlight Diamond on Kha'Zix, because he played it again in this poke comp, and it's been a very strong pick for him. In the case, they like to play these poke comps and these kite comps, but itself, I don't believe it's too strong, and therefore we don't really see anyone play Kha'Zix with the involved W in any other region. But it's been working out for Gambit, and it was banned in the last game against him.
You could see management, analysts, coaches, everybody behind Gambit for this one, of course. It is a solid match for them. On the other side, of course, the Copenhagen Wolves, well, they have struggled throughout the week. They've only gone 1-3, just that picking up that singular win over Rockat.
And honestly, they still have the same issue they have had all split long. Objective control and then positioning around it. They got the very first dragon in the last game they played. The next dragon spawned and they weren't in position to fight or take it and ended up falling behind, and it's just been the issue for Copenhagen Wolves around these objectives here. Either they pick the wrong fights or not there in time. They are a very strong team. The laning phase is good for them. We often see what actually do well in the laning phase, and once they do get a lead, we have also seen them snowball it and take games off the better teams here in Europe. So they are definitely a good team. Still fairly new, the 2 new members, and it might just be all about protecting Woolite here. For Copenhagen Wolves, he loves to play hyper carries. They love to build comms around him and make sure he stays safe. Remember his game against Rockat, 8 kills on Tristana very early. It was only like a 32 minutes long game, and he just destroyed people.
Yeah, he got a lot of damage down on towards him. Of course, he played that Tristana early on today as well. Didn't quite work out for him so well in the previous matchup, of course. Let's check out the starting lineups for these 2 teams before the game gets underway. Over on the blue side, it is Gambit. That means Kubon is in that top lane. Sitting alongside him is Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, Genja as the AD carry, and Edward on support.
And on the red side, the Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbok in the top lane, Broken Shot as the jungler, Soren in the mid lane, Woolite as the AD carry, and Unlimited on support.
So pick and bans are going to be a big deal for this one. What are we expecting? You know, overall, we saw, of course, Braum being banned away last time. It's a big champion for Unlimited.
Yeah.
We talked about the Kazakhs, maybe even the Evelyn ban potentially against Diamond because, well, he just absolutely destroyed SK Gaming with that early Evelyn pick.
So Braum was banned last time they played each other by Gambit, where Copenhagen Wolves, who, by the way, is on the red side, so no first pick for them, it's for Gambit.
Potential Kassadin ban for
them. Yeah, Kassadin, of course,
that takes away one of their bans.
And Maokai was banned last time against Kubon. The one game in Superweek we actually did play it. He was very good, otherwise it's been banned against him every single game. Expect Copenhagen Wolves to ban again. And you have to feel they're going to ban Evelyn. After what Diamond did in the last game, he just played on Evelyn. You don't really want to risk it.
And they're going to be a little bit more cautious in the jungle, I think, Broken Shard. You know, Diamond said in his interview himself, he says he believes everyone is playing too risky in the jungle and kind of made a point of Svenska and him.
Destroyed SK Gaming. Just the first 5 minutes, all of a sudden Diamond had like 4 kills and every single lane was ahead because first he went into the jungle, killed Svenska, and honestly, unless Copenhagen Wolves have something ready against Evelyn, they have to ban it.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pick and ban's underway for the final game in Europe before the quarterfinal playoffs begin next week. Quick bans coming through. Lee Sin, Braum taken away by Gambit. Surprises there, not really. And Copenhagen Wolves, well, we've called these ones so far. What are the final ones? Twitch is going to get banned away. So Woolite being the focus. I wonder if they're going to try and steal away Tristana here.
So
Zig's ban final.
Okay, Zig's been banned against Soren. He played in the last game. He's actually banned from Copenhagen Wolves against Gambit. Nick loves to play. We've seen this Siege comp, which actually Gambit used against Copenhagen Wolves. Should be Gragas. Maokai is still open, however, for the top lane. So maybe Gambit just want to trade whatever.
That's interesting. So they value Cog more over the Gragas pick and
Because
the Orianna pick, of course, or Soren.
So very strong early picks here from Copenhagen Wolves. You get probably the best top laner at the moment, and then Orianna, the main champion from Soren. The 2 times he played it, he's been doing really well. Gambit should take Maokai for top lane. Don't have to lock it in now. Can wait. Otherwise, I don't see any reason for not first picking the Gragas.
Well, Gragas is the second best champion for Youngbok in that top lane. This is highest KDA 2.50 opposed to the Mundo, who's only got a 1 KDA. And big difference, more importantly, is of course for Soren. Played 2 games on that Orianna so far. It's the champion he's known for in solo queue. He's got a 4.5 KDA and was one of the reasons they won the game just 2 weeks ago. Gambit themselves looking to lock up Maokai, assuming that's going to be the top lane pick, and of course the Thresh Prince for Edward.
And did have a very good game on Thresh earlier. From Edward, landed a lot of hooks here, set up many kills for Gambit. So strong picks all around. Also because we did see some bans towards the junglers, left both top laners, which Gambit would have gone either Gragas or Maokai, most likely. So they can be happy trading here, and if Kuban gets to his late game point like we saw when he played Maokai earlier this week, he becomes almost unkillable. which could also explain the fact that Gambit were fine leaving Gragas. Also because Tristana normally doesn't build Blaze Ruin King, so won't have it against the Maokai.
We'll see where the Wallite goes, of course, on that Tristana with the Static Shiv early on like he did in the previous matchup. It's a blessing and a curse sometimes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If you can't get the Infinity Edge stacked on top, it causes you all sorts of problems. Of course, it is going to be a Morgana for Unlimited as well. So, final two choices for Nick and Diamond. What will they be? Jungle and mid lane. Evelyn, not available.
Both teams already looking very, very late game. Wouldn't surprise me to see Gambit aim for some late game mid lane as well. Looking for what Nick normally plays. I mean, he did actually play Castles in one game. Could be an option for him, so you have Marco Diamond game followed him. But on the side of Copenhagen Wolves, because there's a Gragas, he can knock him away. And because of the long range from Tristana, there's actually nobody really collapsing onto Gambit, and therefore the Carver's pick wouldn't be able to do a lot.
Syndra would be an interesting pick. We haven't seen Nick playing that one, I don't recall. Of course, very popular over in North America and Korea, and it is going to get Syndra locked in. Kha'Zix's also locked in for Diamond.
Okay, so Diamond gonna do his evolve W, just try and kite and poke as much as possible and jump in if the target does drop low, which is where Syndra comes into the picture. Burst down target from Copenhagen Wolves. Diamond can jump in, finish it. But on the side of Copenhagen Wolves, we have some very, very strong laners. At the moment, top lane should be in their favor, and bottom lane is going to be very hard for Gambit to deal with. Maybe in the early stages they can, while they do have some longer range from Genja. But still, there's some very strong lanes here from Copenhagen Wolves. Syndra, of course, is a great lane bully in the mid lane, but Orianna is one of the best at dealing with her because of also you have your own shield, you can run heal, and therefore survive the burst from a Syndra.
Jarvan, being a popular champion for Broken Shard, very much his favourite in the jungle, of course. He definitely is the strongest earlier jungle for him, he believes himself. The words that you've no doubt heard word from his mouth as well. But Jarvan has worked, honestly, for them. It's generally that when they do get Jarvan, it seems to be what sets them up. And of course, Broken Shard being the main shot caller for the Wolves, if he can get going, he gets the rest of the team going. And honestly, I think the Wolves have got everything they wanted in that pick and ban phase.
I believe so as well. I don't really believe they mind giving over a pick to Genja as the first pick from Gambit, and then get Gragas and Orianna on their side, two of the strongest picks they can get for the solo laners, which normally are the lanes, when we do look at Copenhagen Wolves, who tends to have issues and therefore need some strong laners. But we see the same deal. Strong lanes, good early game jungler, look to get a lead early, get the first dragon, and now make sure to get the second dragon as well, and therefore keep the goal lead. Otherwise, Gambit might get to the point where they can pick it up, get ahead, and then we have seen, once Gambit are ahead, they know how to play it now. A lot of poke, take control, and therefore force Copenhagen Wolves out.
Well, we'll see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you think has come out ahead in this one after the pick and ban phase? Tweet us, hashtag GMB win or hashtag MIL win for Millennium and Gambit to @Esports. And
CW win.
It does say MIL win. Yeah, it should be CW win. Trying to throw me off there for the Copenhagen Wolves. Millennium are safe in the playoffs. Don't worry about that, ladies and gentlemen. So, Copenhagen Wolves with, honestly, I think most of their happy champions. I don't think Gambit have come out too bad either. Of course, Diamond's been playing Kha'Zix 3 out of 4 games. Worked out well. I'm interested to see how Syndra works for Nick. Yeah, that's the big one for me. That's a big question mark.
It's going to be a lot about Nick in this mid-game, where Gambit does have the chance to get the lead, while Woolite still have to scale up on this Tristana, where he has his weak point. So we have to see a great performance from Nick here.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of Super Week underway. It is the tiebreaker. It is for 7th and 8th place. Who will be facing the bottom of the table at the end of this? Gambit, you'd have thought, honestly, at the start of the summer, it would be unheard of for them to be down there alongside the Copenhagen Wolves, who themselves, of course, went through the promotion series last split.
It's going to be very risky for Gambit, though, in these team fights, because only Diamond can actually jump out of Jarvan's ulti, and you also have Orianna, so now Broken Shard can get the ball from Soren, jump in, and if there's no flash on Genji or Nick, they can instantly blow them up here in these fights. So the engage is definitely in favor of Copenhagen Wolves in that case, where Gambit has to rely on Kuban going in, snaring a target, and then they just come in with the stun from Nick and the burst Otherwise, they're just gonna have to try and sit back and poke, which is what they like to do.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
But both teams, with some good late game comps here, will still, because Copenhagen Wolves does have the Jarvan and Orianna combo here, say they are the ones who can dictate the game.
We see the Doran Shield coming out from Edward once again, so we'll see whether he's going to be a bit more aggressive in the early lane phases down that bottom half. Of course, it looks like the Wolves may well be changing things up here.
Yeah.
They fancy taking the top lane pair, and you see Unlimited heading up there.
Minions
You
have
already
spawned.
see Warlight going across the top lane as well, so the Wolves are lane swapping.
And it is the issue when you start Doran Shield on a support. It's good to get the instant combat stats if you are in a 2 versus 2 lane, but once the lane swap hits, you lose out on a lot of gold, and it's kind of a dead weight item you all of a sudden have on you here, so not paying off for Edward, starting with the Doran Shield.
Well, the Wolves pass on by a ward. Gambit know exactly where they are. And they also know that the lane swap is on, which is why we see Edward already moving in, getting securing the blue buff over there. It's going to be a delayed blue buff, that's for sure, for Gambit. The Wolves in position much earlier on. Youngbuck sticking around, making sure he doesn't steal the experience from Broken Shard there, so he will hit level 2 first. Or Youngbuck, meanwhile, moves around to the Wolves. So buddy system very much in effect. Kubon also doing similar alongside Diamond down in the lower half. So we'll see how this works out. Gambit put a lot of focus on that Dragon. Copenhagen Wolves have made some indecisive moves on the Dragon. With the lane swaps, it always becomes a problem.
Yeah, so Copenhagen Wolves have to send down Unlimited around the Dragon pretty much already now.
Wow.
If they wanted to stop Gambit from doing it, but because Gambit knew Copenhagen Wolves started their blue buff and can still see Unlimited up in his top lane or just saw him move beforehand, they feel confident enough to start it, but they still have to dance around it and not take too much damage. Kubon already dropping fairly low.
Yeah, they're not juggling it at the best, honestly. It's a little bit of an awkward angle. It's not working out too well, this juggle. Nonetheless, it will go down. You can see it's almost finished off there, so they're not able to quite dodge all of the damage. It's going to be Kubon's going to take a couple of hits. Eddie taken very low. It's going to get finished off right now. So Gambit take first Dragon of the game. 3 minutes 14.
But still, this is why some teams feel it's too risky to take the early Dragon, because if Copenhagen Wolves had been there just with 2 members and Gambit was so low, it would have been 2 easy kills, maybe even the Dragon. So it was a bit of a risky move here, but they felt confident enough doing it because they expected Copenhagen Wolves to stay on the top side of the map. A bit of an issue or a bit of a mistake from the Wolves. They didn't actually send down Unlimited beforehand with Broken Shot and Youngbuck to make sure this Dragon didn't get started. And now they're going to check and see, oh, it's gone.
Unlimited might land the dart binding. No, not going to quite land. Instead, a tower hit will go down. Unlimited suddenly gets unleashed damage on him from Nick. Forces the flash away. Ignite was used by Nick. Thought he could get the kill there. But good reactions.
Oh, Broken Shot around his mid lane.
Still got flash available, remember. Didn't use it last time around. This time he is going to get caught out. Will he flash? Yes, he will. Gets away safe. And we'll see whether Broken Shard decides to pay a second visit there in a moment.
So Nick actually decided to take all the damage because he wanted to delay his flash, even though he knew he had to use it after. Should have just instant flash. As soon as he saw the flag, you flash away. Don't take the damage, just stay in the lane as healthy as possible. And let's see here. Broken Shard want to get down and help Youngbuck in his bottom side. Genji just been happy farming. Same goes for Woolard in the top side.
Yeah, and it looks like Kubon's not actually going to go towards that top lane just yet. He's happy to stick away. Of course, Woolite freezing that lane up, so wouldn't really be able to get a great deal from that one, Kubon. So instead, he's going to stick around buddy system. It's going to delay Diamond's farm for a while because, well, Youngbuck was off in his own down the bottom. Now he's also joined Broken Shard. So both of these top lane junglers using the buddy system and going around that jungle as a pairing.
Notice Woolite here. He only has 1 rank in his queue at the moment. Didn't level up anything else at this point. Just saving it because he doesn't need it. He's just standing here freezing the lane and farming it. So once we go back to standard lanes...
I mean, he obviously doesn't want the explosive shot
yeah,
level,
of course,
so he can keep this lane frozen. Yeah.
It's actually pretty smart because he doesn't need anything other than just his auto attacks at this point, and therefore just sitting and waiting to see what's going to happen. Broken Shard back to farming. We did see him with a pretty good gang in the mid lane. Got a lot of damage onto Nick. You can notice how he used both health potions now because he didn't flash instantly. And now 2 members over on his top side to push it.
Well, instead, they're going to try and shove it, reset the wave into the tower. Brawlite doesn't have leveled up yet. We'll see whether he has. Now he has. Explosive shot goes onto Diamond, and he is still trying to hold that lane. Look at it. He's pulled it completely away from the tower. Nicely done, Wallite.
But now he does have the explosive shots. Going to be a lot harder to actually freeze it, and we might see Copenhagen Wolves either swap their lanes around and try and get the dual lane down to this bottom side, at least around the time where the next dragon will spawn, so they don't have to give it up as well to Gambit. They have not been doing any kind of pushing in this top side, but now he will be actually forced to push it down, so therefore Kubon can return to this top lane alone and just wait for the wave to come down. Oh, scumbag.
Interrupted, broken shot. Backing off himself, puts the Demacia standard down. Soren may also do the same against Nick. He should be able to back off and get himself the chalice.
But it's a great play.
On Soren, though, he is continuing his farm in that mid lane, of course, on his most favoured champion. So pressure always going to be on Nick on that Syndra. Youngbuck, he's gone quite far up the lane now, trying to get close to get some of that experience, not working out for him. Has got a bit of a CS lead over Kubon, who has now returned also to this top lane. He should be able to farm this one out now that it's, of course, reset onto his tower. That will give him his experience and much needed gold.
Yeah, it seems like Copenhagen Wolves just want to swap it around now, send Youngbuck back to this top lane, and send Unlimited and Wula to this bottom side, where Genji is level 5 and currently sitting and just farming the waves here, waiting now for Copenhagen Wolves to make the move. He did already go back, picked up a Phage, nowhere Sheen, so not looking to do the small instant trade on Kog'Maw you can do and just boom, one hit and you like away. So let's see here. Very standard. We're actually just waiting for the next dragon. None of the junglers have been very active lately.
Some Phage versus a BF sword down that bottom lane right now. In terms of AD carries, we'll see whether Warlight decides to go aggressive. Of course, extra hit points are required for Genji. Death Sentence lands, he goes in, Eddie in there. Black Shield is going to be used already. Genji's going to pull the damage down, just hit level 6, forces him away. Nice play from Gambit.
Yeah, very nice setup here. And Edward on Thresh, he did the same thing earlier today, where he just landed the hooks, set up a lot of kills here, and forced Wula back. He just came down to the lane. Now Unlimited.
He's got Death Sentence. Ooh, missed it badly. Oh, Unlimited taken low.
Oh,
one more hit would have been enough. Instead, didn't use it. Nonetheless, that's going to force the wave on towards the tower, and they could get a good chunk of damage. Warlight is making his way back down here, but there's a lot of CS he's going to miss out on.
If the cannon minion actually dies here before he comes down, he will lose out on also the melee minions. Yes, now he's coming down here. Lost a lot of CS from this. A lot of gold, potential gold.
Death Sentence not going to land. Black Shield this time did go down in time. Instead, he went on towards the minion. Genji forces him back again. Tries to trade with Warlight. Got to be careful. He has got that BF sword after all. He will put some damage out there. Didn't go with the Static Shift first item this time around though.
And we just see both teams here playing it very safe in the start. It's all about just, okay, can we land the skill shot, try and poke down. Genji didn't even want to try and force the flash away from Copenhagen Wolves. As soon as they jumped away or just moved away from Genji, he stopped. Didn't want to try and force anything, didn't want to take any chance. If the jungler had been there from Copenhagen Wolves, could have backfired for him. So just playing it safe. Oh, Edward.
Get the Black Shield on towards him this time around. Could have gone with the Flay to start with. Wasn't close enough. Bit to land. Oh, Dark Binding lands. Genji now going to take some damage. Warlight in trouble though. Flay available. Death Sentence. Will he get thrown out? No. Will stop. Diamond was nearby. Has hit level 6. Guessing he's evolved his Void Spikes like he has been doing throughout the entire split so far. Eddie, Death Sentence this time was thrown to Unlimited. Black Shield had guessed right.
But they keep forcing Woolite away from these minions here, so it's actually working out for them. Dragon is also live. And then once again, Woolite taking a lot of damage here. Genji, however, is down to 50% because of all the trading. But Dragon is live. Both top laners just have teleport. And at the moment, nobody is making a move.
Diamond's going to get spotted out by that ward. The broken shard just placed, so bottom lane know that they are safe for now. Eddie burning down with that rocket. Explosive shot on him. Oh, hello. Youngbuck going aggressive on towards Kubon, who uses his ultimate to make sure he's safe. Pretty quick cooldown on that skill. But we'll be down for a while. Let's see whether they try and create a play from this one. Gambit continue pushing forward. This pressure in this bottom lane is starting to create a big problem for Warlight in terms of CS. You can see he's falling further and further behind. Diamond, he's been spotted by a ward, but it does call to action Broken Shard, who has just back to base, in fact. So if Edward was to catch anything on Warlight, he would go down.
And they are just going to try and force Copenhagen Wolves to move away from this tower again and lose even more CS. Diamond just poking on here. Might take some damage, but still the whole idea is to force Woolite away from these minions here so he won't be able to kill them.
Yeah, Woolite desperately getting closer again. Void Spike's not landing this time. Caught on towards him. There's the ultimate. One more shot to do it. He didn't go pull the trigger. Genja. He had the W available. Didn't use it.
Playing it very, very safe. Didn't use the ult either to, once again, either force a summoner or at least Woolite to jump away. Okay. So Gambit, it's actually a very smart move because they did force Woolite back to base. Can now go towards the dragon. And two members from Copenhagen Wolves are here too.
A shockwave in an enclosed environment like this Dragon Pit is always risky. Nick gets the stun down. Unlimited gonna get caught out. There's the ultimate used. That's Unlimited down, but that's not great. Eddie's very low. Youngwood comes in. He's gonna try and catch on. Youngwood, Kubon dances to catch on towards him. This dragon's still not gone down. Will get smited down, but Diamond pays the price. Youngwood's gonna get picked up on the side now. Kubon goes in, locks up Broken Shot. The rest of Gambit reacting. Woolite comes around the side. They need to shut Youngwood down. Woolite's gonna go towards him. Genji's in trouble. Gets in towards the bush. Nick lands the stun, but it's not on the right target. Eddie throws out the lantern. Genji gets away safe, and Gambit back away. A 2-for-2 trade in the Dragon for Gambit. The question is, will they get this bottom turret?
At least pushing in here, Unlimited coming from the base. Everyone else from Gambit needs to go back to base and heal. Should be a tower for Copenhagen Wolves. So 2-for-2, first blood for Nick. Have to remember, once again, it's Gambit. They want to set up these fights here. They had some very nice poke, very nice foreplay, we could even say, before they started the Dragon. But in Copenhagen Wolves, they are still a team who constantly wants to contest fights, contest dragons. They want to fight, and that's why they stayed, even though Woolite wasn't there.
Eddie sticking around just to milk out that experience from range. Almost got out of position by Unlimited. Genja back in that bottom lane. He's going to wipe out that wave. CS-wise, Woolite, of course, gained a chunk back, but Genja will regain that power. Nick getting himself the blue wolf. Athene's now completed. Trinity Force picked up by Genja. Infinity Edge yet to be taken by Woolite. May be close to getting the VAT money for it. Actually, a little bit short at the moment, still in on 600 gold, so he's got a little way to go on that one. So, once this blue buff's traded across the Soren, how do we count this one? Because the game is going to start opening up now. Those towers are starting to fall.
So up in his top lane at least, there's a big difference in how strong they are at this point, especially Youngbuck, because he went triple Thorns, so he's delaying his Rod of Ages. Has been pressuring out Kubon, making sure he could always push it down, get all the farm here. Doesn't really do a lot of damage onto Kubon, he's very tanky and will get the Rod of Ages first, so scaling into late game, Kubon definitely has the advantage. Also the fact he's going to get Rod of Ages earlier than Youngbuck.
And you saw in that fight, of course, the presence that Kubon does have. Nick
still very far behind in
defending out against 4 members of Copenhagen Wolves in this mid lane. Stun being used, just poking down Soren. Wave will get cleared out. Genja down the bottom, continue to farm. That's going to put pressure in towards this mid lane. Diamond's Void Spikes are only going to do so much as Nick continues to try and wipe the wave. Soren hooked in, tower hit will land. Good shield comes out, defensive ball and black shield being used to save him. While this is all happening, remember, Genja is getting all of that free experience, all of that free farm down this bottom lane. Woolite will have to go down and deal with him.
And he already has their Trinity Force completed, so very, very strong points from Genja now. We have seen him build Infinity Edge as his second item, but Blade of the Ruined King could also be an option for him. Still, he's going to look towards some defensive items, maybe a Guardian Angel fairly early on, after his second damage item like we have seen before.
Genja forces Woolite out of the river, makes sure he has to use that rocket jump and go around towards his tower. Diamond will get spotted out, that ward giving vision to the Copenhagen Wolves, as this tower will fall though. I don't think Woolite can hold on to this one. Genja simply waiting, letting the minions get taken down. Nick flash instantly this time around, that's what he needed to do. Got away quickly from Broken Shard.
Sadly, Soren couldn't actually join in here because he got stunned by Nick. As soon as Broken Shard appeared, the stun landed onto Soren. He couldn't shockwave, even though Nick was actually knocked up here. Once again, they forced a flash and can now look to do the exact same thing. Ulti still ready for Broken Shard. Let's go straight for Nick.
Oh, Death Sentence is not going to be sidestepped, but he could get the flay. No, rocket jump used, gets out of there. Eddie pressuring Woolite, who has fallen quite considerably far behind on Genja right now. Suddenly, you know, at the right time, Genja's found himself an AD carry that works.
Yeah, well, he's not playing Caitlyn. Works for once. And he's been looking very good in Superweek. So I'm playing Corgi as well. His Tristana was a bit too manly, but didn't actually have a bad game on it. So he's been looking good on any other champion than Caitlyn. here in the LCS. And let's see, Broken Shot once again around this mid lane. We just talked about how there's no flash on Nick. There's ulti for Broken Shot and Shockwave from Soren. So Nick is dead if he's caught in the middle of the lane.
Alright, it's pushing out this bottom. Got the support of Unlimited nearby. Genja continues to take away the golems, shove the wave back, defend it in that inner and continue the pressure. Gambit with the advantage right now. Just 90 seconds until that dragon comes back up. Broken Chart's going to go back off. Rod of the Ages completed by both top laners, along with his mid laners now, Source Boots and Athenes. We'll see which way either of those deviate. Right now they are staying very much standard builds. Nick's clearing out these waves, no problem, as he starts to catch in terms of CS.
Yeah, the good thing for Soren is he can always clear the wave, go up to his own, into his own jungle, take a Wraith camp, take the Wolf camp, as long as Broken Shot isn't there, and just keep picking up some extra farm. Nick has been trying to do the same thing in here, so we haven't actually seen too much trading between the two mid laners. And we just saw Copenhagen was either send Broken Shot in, or 4 members to pressure the tower once Genja was freezing the bot lane. Now they're just kind of playing the same game. Keep the AD carries in the bot lane, keep the top lane. Top lane is up in the top side. And then everyone else is around this mid lane here, waiting again for Dragon. About 20 seconds, not a lot of wards.
Ooh, hello.
Yet.
Warlight's going to have to run from this one. He's going to jump away.
Oh,
lands with it. Nicely done. Ultimate available. Exhaust goes down. Genja catches on towards him. He takes the lantern. And Genja gets in. The dragon spawns right now. And they're going to move straight for it.
Oh, that was such a nice setup here by Hit, but he was actually shot away by Woolite, but still just connected the hook, went forward, picked up a kill, picked up a Baron, and even putting a pressure onto this top tower.
It looks great.
Oh, let's just see it. And shoot him away. It's already in the air. Oh, that is beautiful.
Flying Edward. Who'd have thought?
Boss Eddie.
Dragon picked up by Gambit. Warlight will go down. That's the replay of that one. They've already picked it up. The question is, can they take some kills? They've left, of course, the top lane free for Kubon, who is pushing that one in. Youngbuck had joined them to try and interrupt that dragon, and that's a tower and a dragon picked up off that one kill. Gambit step into the lead now with a 4,500 gold advantage.
But I'm not sure why Copenhagen was actually send Youngbuck down to the mid lane. He did have teleport, already lost the AD carry, so dragon was most likely gone. Instead of staying in his top lane, defend his own tower. So now they gave up a tower here. Broken Shot though. Might look for a fight.
Oh, flashes from the shockwave. Now the stun comes in. Broken Shot takes some damage. The Black Shield mitigating some of it, but he was taken very low. That was the ultimate burn from Nick.
So 2 towers for Gambit. Got the last few dragons and now putting pressure on this mid lane. Talk about all the poke they have, especially also with Diamond maxing his W and involving it.
Oh, Warlight stunned, hooked. In goes Eddie. Genja strikes. And now Edward, he's even going to save this one. He will live. The tower needs to be focused, guys. That's what you need to be looking towards now. Genja's putting the damage down on towards that one. Minion wave has been cleared out. Nick will tank the last hit. But Gambit, they're stepping it up as they have done all Superweek. And Youngbuck is in trouble now in the top wave with Kubon using that ultimate to save out the tower once again. Diamond sneaks in. He steals away the blue buff. Everything is slipping away from the Copenhagen Wolves here.
And all of a sudden here now, if Broken Shot wants to engage, because Copenhagen Wolves is falling so far behind, he's just going to die instantly, and they can't really use this Orianna Jarvan combo. And now,
look how confident Genja is. Genja has been, it's a different man.
Look at his kills.
Superweek. He's managing to take down the tower and everybody dancing around, taking the aggro from it. And it's another tower down. All outers now down for Gambit as they keep the pressure onto Gambit, to Copenhagen Wolves.
So last dragon, Copenhagen was lost it due to Woolite being caught by Edward. Now they lost the mid tower as well. The exact same deal. Edward onto Woolite, kill him, take the tower. Now Youngbuck getting to the point where the top laners can't really kill each other because of the Rod of Ages, and none of them is actually designed to kill a tank or a tree or a fat man, depends. Let's see, Broken Shot is up in this top lane. Edward started to roam around, already landed a few very nice hooks.
Kubon tries to draw him in, takes the minion wave. Youngbuck's like, no, 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 don't like that, don't like that, backing out. Doesn't fancy it. Spider Sense is working. Diamond was also waiting to pounce across. Has leveled up, evolved his wings as level 11. And he would have jumped in there. It's going to be a safe clean up for Kubon. Eddie is farming out, getting the experience on honestly, while this is all happening. It's giving Genja some free farm as well, who is now way ahead in terms of Wolo.
And we'll go for his Infinity second item and possibly Guardian Angel as the next one, which he likes to do. But we have to see.
That's a big advantage, 2,500 gold
it is.
ready.
Again, it's dragons, towers, all the kills as well. It seems every single time Gambit puts a lot of focus on the bot lane, especially from Diamond. They do get some kills on Genja, and it works for them because they use it to take Dragon, to get the goal lead. Last game against Copenhagen Wolves, Tuesday, first day of Super Week, same deal. A lot of focus on getting Genja and Edward ahead, a lot of focus on getting Dragons, and Copenhagen Wolves fell too far behind, could never engage onto Gambit, and ended up losing the game. And at the moment, it's looking like pretty much the same deal.
If only we'd have seen this Gambit showing their faces earlier on in the summer, they may not have been in this situation in the first place. As it is though, they are looking strong, and honestly any challenger team watching this one may need to be a little bit fearful of getting Gambit as your team to face. Diamond continuing on this Kha'Zix, always still building, a lot of damage. It's what he's worked so far, manages to shove those waves up. But more importantly for me, Nick on Syndra, we haven't seen him on it, I don't believe, as far as I'm aware.
Maybe once.
I don't recall seeing it before anyway myself. Obviously he was Nidalee a lot before the changes on that. But it's a champion that's worked for him. 1-0-2, keeping up farm well with Soren, who's on his favoured champion in that mid lane. And he is building very well and using those stuns to great effect.
So both mid laners doing a good job in the game. Soren has been farming the jungle, his own lane. Woolite almost caught out once again by Edward. But it's just Gambit at the moment in control now. Can wait for next Dragon, do the exact same they've been doing before. Try and look for one pick onto Copenhagen Wolves, kill him, go back to Dragon. And the Wolves, because they are behind, it becomes so hard for them to engage the fights because they need to make sure they have the number advantage, or they catch someone from Gambit out of position as soon as the fight starts and just blow them up with the Orianna Shockwave. Otherwise, Gambit will be able to just re-engage and win it because they are stronger at the point.
Well, Genja's even taking away the wraiths. Literally nothing being given to Broken Shard unless you use Smite and steal away the big wraiths. So you got that gold nonetheless. So, top laners. While it's a gold advantage for Youngbuck in terms of CS, Coupon is actually the one starting to apply some pressure. Of course, both of those very big tanks. But Copenhagen Wolves right now, they dare not go near their own jungle. You can see the timer on the Dragon up, 12 seconds. Youngbuck's backing off to base. He's not going to be there in time. Unless he teleports in. Woolite's in trouble. Kumon comes around. Oh, not quite close enough. Of course, that twisted advance short at range these days, so he wasn't able to jump on him quite so quick before that rocket jump, and instead Broken Shard gets focused. Not a lot of damage though from Nick.
No, but still, Edward took a lot of damage from Soren here. Oh, he'll connect.
Oh, Death Sentence goes in there. Now Broken Shard's in trouble.
That's a dragon.
This time Nick does have the damage, powers him down. Soren gets stunned out as well. Genja running interference. They need to sweep out that ward. They're not going to go for it. They're worried about their mid lane turret instead. Soren pulls Shockwave, only catches on Diamond. Lantern gets thrown out there. He's going to catch on. Woolite in trouble. Big Boss Eddie pulling the moves out. Nick gets himself a third kill of the game.
Every single assist here from Eddie has just been such a nice setup. First onto Broken Shard, now onto Woolite. Again, Dragon for Gambit, set up by Edward. He lands the hook here. They get a kill, get another objective, even more gold. And Copenhagen Wolves, they tried to look for a fight. Didn't have the wards, didn't have the control around the river to actually spot out Gambit. And instead, Big Boss Eddie is coming for you.
4 out of 4 Dragons, blue buff going. Diamond picks that up. Genja around the side there as they put the pressure on towards the inner turret down the bottom. And actually, that is nearly gone. Genja's burnt that turret right down. He fancies it, he's taking it. That's 4 out of 4.
And we just have to say, in this Super Week, Gambit has clearly looked like the stronger team. Copenhagen Wolves have had a lot of issues. They did win a game against Rockat, where they played really well. Otherwise, it didn't actually work for them. Gambit, on the other hand, same tactics, same strategy as every single game they played in Super Week. Focus on getting Genji ahead in the bot lane, and then just full focus on Dragon. Every time Dragon spawns, they set up a lot of good wards, spot out whatever team they're playing against, get a kill, get the Dragon, and it's just been the tactic. We're just going to see it again. Soren, he actually wants to get Genji here, only gets Diamond, and then... Oh, Edward. Whoop, too late.
Not going to get away. Hook midair. And Eddie strikes again. Fantastic Well, he was known as the Thresh Prince way back when
he
first came onto the scene, and it seems that Edward has been working that champion back into his champion pool, and it's working wonders for him. Woolite.
He's gonna have nightmares of Eddie.
I wouldn't like to play against him, that's for sure, right now. He's definitely seems to be stepping his form up. The question is, can they keep this up? Of course, Promotion Series is some way away right now. Oh, Diamond hops out the way from that Dark Binding. They've got to see who they're going to play. While, of course, they've had the whole Super Week to sit and prepare for this one. They didn't go back to Russia or their homelands or wherever that may well be. Instead, they stuck around here in Cologne in the studios and practiced hard. Can they do that again? That's the question. The fabled boot camp of Gambit, of course, used to be a big thing, but as of late, it has caused more problems than it created.
Yeah, but still, the more time they get to play with Kubanov in his top lane and also find their playstyle, which they seem to have done.
Death sentence again on Broken Shard this time. The rest of the team were not there to react. Broken Shard going aggressive on Eddie. Doesn't land it this time around. But Nick's nearby, could throw out the stun. Woolite going to pounce away from this one. Diamond does pounce through. The rest of Gambit pushing up the mid lane. Copenhagen Wolves out of position here. Remember, there's no inner turret just off of the side. Instead, they're going to come jumping in. Broken Shard pounces, catches on towards Genja. The belly slam, ironically knocking him out of that one. The Lantern not pulling Nick to safety. Nick will go down. Genja gets a kill on towards Broken Shard. Kuban very low on health. Gambit this time are in the retreat.
Oh,
another hook goes in. Unlimited low. Soren low. Can Genja get on towards him? Ultimate goes out. Unlimited taken so low. Genja gets the speed on towards it. Woolite pounces. Shockwave pulls Genja in towards the tower. He will go down at last. And no, Gathian surprise flashed away from. Will not get Soren down. And wow, Copenhagen Wolves finally coming out in the advantage 1-2.
But that was a very, very nice engage by Broken Shard. However, there was no shockwave. I don't believe Soren was actually in range to use it, even though both Nick and Genja were caught.
Used on Genja.
Used it in the very end, of course. I mean, as soon as the engage came, just once we get the replay, we can actually check what happened with Soren here. But still, Copenhagen Wolves showing they're not done yet. And Gambit just chasing for the very, very last kills and end up being caught. So let's see. Broshak goes in for the engage. Soren is actually way too far away. He's not in range to use the shockwave here. So Nick and Genji, even though they were caught, the two squishy members, Copenhagen Wolves did manage to just blow them up here. End up trading 1-for-1 in the start. And now it's all about Genji looking for more kills. Hugon's unlimited. He gets very low now. He has to flash away. And Genji just want to land 2 of his ultis to kill him. And in the very end, it's a good shockwave by Soren to actually kill Genji.
So mid turret went down, the Wolves managed to sneak in and get that one. Now Gambit back in full force. So Copenhagen Wolves retreating back to safety of their turrets. Gambit, gotta be careful, warning signs there. Infinity Edge and Static Shift now completed for Woolite, so we'll be able to do range damage and start to put the pressure on. And as we've seen so many times with Orianna, a good shockwave on the right target can be crucial. They're trying to bait Genji into coming closer there instead. Soren will get that golem down.
Especially because Gambit is running this 2 damage threat where they only have Genji and Nick as the damage dealers. Kuban is going to be very tanky now. Youngbuck want to look for a fight here.
Yeah, teleported in. He's going to go towards them. Shockwave is back up. Instead, Lantern's going to get thrown out. Stun does not land on Youngbuck. Dragging up in over a minute though. The Wolves, I'm not sure if they're missing the timing on that one or whether they just wanted to create an opportunity early on. Death Sentence misses, stun misses, the Wolves force them back.
But this next dragon fight here, there's no flash on Genja. He's going to be the target for Broken Shard, so as long as they can actually combine it with the shockwave, they might be able to kill him and therefore win the fight. Because again, as I just said before, Gambit is only running Genja as Nick and Nick as the 2 damage dealers. Diamond, he evolves his W. So not a full focus on single target damage, more poke, long fights. And of course Kuban in the top lane of Maokai is not exactly going to kill people by himself in the late game. He can still do some damage, but not exactly the same amount as a Gragas, who's building a lot of AP.
Well, we are absolutely going to see the dragon fight. Will it be the right decision for the Wolves? They've got to be questioning this one. Void Staff was completed by Nick in the last back. He's got a power advantage over Soren, but if Gambit were to get caught in this pit by that shockwave, it could be critical. Gambit waiting off at the side. Copenhagen Wolves waiting. Dragon up in 4 seconds time. Will spawn now. Will they go for it? Or will they try and pressure instead the middle turret? I wonder what Gambit choose. They put a lot of value in this Dragon. They want to stick around. They want to go for it. Kubon may well be the opening trigger. He goes in. Stun doesn't really do a great deal from Nick this time around. Copenhagen Wolves trying to draw advantage. Again, skill shots hitting left and right. None of them quite connected. Diamond's taken pretty low. He gets the smite in. Gambit are going to get out.
And Copenhagen Wolves on the wrong side here. Gambit can move straight up to the mid lane, push it into the tower, get a few hits, place some wards here and actually spot the Wolves. Oh, they might just try and bait them out here. Let's see. Copenhagen Wolves should be looking for a fight.
Kuban out of position. He's 5v1 in. He's going to take a lot of damage. There's a Lantern there. Instead, he decides to go aggressive. Not sure it's the right choice. Youngbook can get the explosive cast down on the right target. Diamond taken low. Eddie almost dropped straight away by Youngbook. He's fleeing from this one. Youngbook should be able to shut him down. Stun comes out. Eddie gets the play down. It's not going to be enough to save his life. Diamond now going to get caught out. He gets slowed. Nick off the side there. He will take down Unlimited, but how he's being pursued. The quick pancake towards him. Broken shot jumping in. Doesn't matter. Shockwave comes in. That's going to be the Wolves. They can turn straight for Baron.
Going straight for Baron. Again, just alive, and Diamond with smite ready. He's still very, very low. Let's see if they can actually steal it. Broken shot needs to be careful as well.
Genja's still alive, remember, they're in an enclosed space, and that's a long-range AD carry to do some damage on your Woolite getting focused. Look at that, just 2 shots, takes him so low. Youngwood catches on towards him, they have to turn back on towards him. Genja now pulled him out of it. Soren taking so low. Defensive ball, is it going to be enough? Both spikes don't land on it. Diamond coming in. Here comes Kuban, back around the side there. Genja, what target will he focus on? They have to pick this one right, they have to play this right. Kuban, Youngbook gets jumped on. Diamond finds it, gets the reset, comes around, broken shot, chase down, voice spikes land, double kill for Diamond, and Gambit engage on the Baron.
So now Gambit's turn here. 4 members of Copenhagen Wolves started the Baron. They were already very low here, and it was all about Genja and Diamond. Beautiful play by Genja, especially back and forth. He kept hitting every single member. Now it's Woolite turn to do the same.
He's going to see if he can get the poke down. Smite, of course, is available for Diamond. Broken Shard not up there. This is going to be a tough steal. Woolite is going to be the one that tries to get it. One more shot. Oh, so close. But the Smite is there. Diamond secures it for Gambit.
All right, so Gambit with the Baron here, but still warning signs. The last team fight definitely in favor of Copenhagen Wolves, because Gambit, 4 members were caught on one side of the wall, and then Kuban was all alone. He didn't take the Lantern, ended up dying, and Copenhagen Wolves could just chase Gambit, kill them, start the Baron, and it was honestly fantastic play by Genja. Dodging around all the damage from Copenhagen Wolves, and he just kept switching between the targets. Everyone drove low. Let's see it again. Diamond is really low. He's all about poking here, and Genja as well, full HP. So much damage from Baron onto Copenhagen Wolves, they can't really take it, and now it's all about Genja dancing around. Survives first, dodges, hit broken shot, now it's on to Soren, moves on here, and now Diamond can jump in, misses the first one. Nice little dodge by Copenhagen Wolves, and then Kuban from behind, and just chasing up, getting 2 kills, and also the Baron.
Yep, I reckon Kuban must have had a quadra kill in his mind there. I can get in there, my ulti running, just pop it. Might get all 4. It didn't work out for him nonetheless. And now Gambit with the Baron buff. Can they push up? They've already taken 1 inner turret down in the bottom lane. Can they rotate and take this one down? Pull straight up there. Kuban's not with them, so they're only 4 members. And they have got a big wave doing the pushing for them down in the lower half of the map. Genja, what a destructive machine he is right now on Cockmore. It's a champion that seems to be working for him. Infinity Edge Trinity Force is a big build. He's going to be the focus. Lantern is there though. Broken Shard tried something, but that's risky. Risky maneuver. Doing that in open play against the powered up team.
Yeah, and there was flash for Genja, but didn't have to use it because of the Lantern here. So Copenhagen Wolves tried to force it. Didn't work, and now back to the same deal.
Oh, look at this though. We're going to have Woolite's going to go in the top. He's going to show himself. There's a mini wave coming in. Mid tower is absolutely going to be in trouble. Kuban's wave is going to get cleared out. He's not going to get close there, but the mid tower is the focus now. Gambit will move in towards that one. They should be able to get the damage down. Genja working it down. You can see, of course, no ultimate available for Broken Shard. He just used it, and that's the tower down.
Easy tower here, because Copenhagen Wolves are splitting up, not using again the Gragas to wave, they're not using the Tristana to wave clear, so it's all about Soren, and he can't do it alone. And Gambit, oh, in the jungle here.
Well,
Edward didn't want to hook.
Of course, Jez yesterday catching that beautiful 3-man Orianna ultimate in the jungle. This time around, Soren wasn't able to catch them unawares in the bush. Gambit looking to take the final inner turret. Minion wave on the bottom, while it was cleared slightly by Youngbook, is going to continue pushing, I think, for Gambit. Now Gambit themselves will keep the pressure on this top wave. All they need to do is just buy a couple of time. Genji can just walk up, get some long-range hits on that tower, and it will be taken very low. He's got to be careful, though. Explosive Cask is up for Youngbuck. If he wants to slam flash, get in there, blow Genji in towards them, he will go down, and that big damage dealer, once he's down, will cause a problem for Copenhagen Wolves.
Look at all the poke from Gambit. Diamond is actually standing down here. Oh, just jumping away. But he kept just running up, trying to hit Copenhagen Wolves from the side, while Genji did the same. Ooh, a lot of damage on Nick.
Dark Binding landing. Nick goes down. Gets straight in towards it. Broken shot, though. He drops straight away. Diamond getting the reaction on that one. He's going to pounce. He gets reset on towards Soren. Soren, no. He will drop. Unlimited's going on towards there. The Soul Shackles will proc, but not doing enough. And Genji gets himself the kill. It's a 3-for-1 trade for Gambit, and they can keep on pushing.
So while Nick died very fast, as soon as Broken Shot jumped in, it's the thing about Jarvan. If you are behind and you jump in, you're gonna die every single time. Gambit easily kill him and then just chase on, going for inhibitor.
Inhibitor turret will go down here. Baron buff still on them. It's about to wear off. It's got about 10 seconds remaining as they keep on pushing. Warlight backing away from this one. Inhibitor gets worked on. Genji will follow that one. The question is, will Gambit finish? They used to be able to finish games in a matter of a minute. The first inhibitor going down. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it this time around, but so far they are looking good to take 7th.
And Dragon is alive again. Gonna be number 6 for Gambit here. Not a single one for Copenhagen Wolves. Baron for Gambit as well. Oh, the towers. There's so much global gold for Gambit in this game, and it all started just from the start with the very first Dragon for Gambit into lane swap. Copenhagen Wolves didn't want to send down Unlimited, or didn't actually have time to do it because Gambit did the Dragon so fast, took a lot of damage for it, but that's the very first one. And then from there on, it was all about Edward catching Woolite, getting the next Dragon for Gambit, and then he caught a Broken Shot, next Dragon again for Gambit, and so on and so on. In the end, they just got too far ahead, and while we did see some good engages from Copenhagen Wolves, because they are so far behind, it's just not enough. And Gambit can always, even when they make a mistake, come back.
I just wonder if Gambit were to get the choice, of course, when they get that 7th place. Let's not forget there is a 6th place slot available. Exactly. Of course, the loser of the 2 quarterfinals will be in that. They're also going to slide in towards that promotion slot. That will be the number 1 promotion slot. They'll have the first choice. But I just wonder, if Gambit do get 7th, I wonder if they're going to pick NIP.
Well, if you look at yesterday's games between NIP and SK Prime, clearly SK Prime were the better team. So it would be NIP at the moment you would choose if you had a choice.
Or H2K.
Or H2K,
maybe
sure,
in disarray.
but they might as well also be the team which whoever gets number 6 will pick. But we actually have to see the Challenger Finals also next week after the quarterfinals of LCS. We're going to have the Challenger Finals where we're of course going to see who is the strongest team, who do you want to avoid, and who can you pick.
Yeah, that's all going to be happening right here as well. Let's not forget, along with those quarterfinals. A lot of matches still to play as the playoffs now are upon us. This final game of the season. Diamond's going to come around the side. Unlimited is there. Didn't get jumped on though. I was expecting Diamond to maybe pounce on that one. Guardian Angel now picked up by him. Nick himself, he's got a Zhonya's Hourglass, which is vital because, of course, he's been caught out so many times by that shockwave. Kubon working down this turret. I think Yubon might be able to save it. I think he should be able to clear this wave out.
Not exactly killing it fast.
No, exactly. It's he can only slowly scratching with his bark, but this bottom wave, that's the focus. That's where Gambit want to push in. Baron up in 40 seconds time, so it's going to be a cautious attack, I feel, on this turret.
There's no flash on Genji, so Gambit can actually move up to the tower. At least it would be very risky because of the potential engage from Copenhagen Wolves. So just going to stay here and hope Kuban can actually do anything up in his one-on-one with Youngbuck. Gambit can just wait for Baron. They need flash ready for Genji. They need a Guardian Angel. And they need a Baron buff. Then they can go win.
So, Gambit, what will they do? Youngbuck actually pushed out, by the way, quite far against Kuban in that top wave. Hasn't gone too aggressive, though. This is the focus. Diamond takes... I think he got caught with the Dark Bind in there. Yes, he did. Broken Shot jumps in. It's Eddie the focus. Nick turns back around. Didn't blow anyone up. Has held the trigger on that ultimate. Stun doesn't land either. Soren was the focus target. Broken Shard was taken low.
Yeah.
Got to be careful here. Remember, with the Baron now up, if they were to lose a big point here, the Wolf can easily jump in. Soren, though, he gets dropped. Nick managed to pull that ultimate. Diamond's going to get blown away into safety by Woolite. Pounces back in. He's not done yet. He wants to finish it. Nick using the Zhonya's Hourglass. Soul Shackle's not going to work out from Unlimited. He does not land in Super Minions now. That's where they focus. They turn to the mid lane. Gambit keep on pushing. They're going to get themselves another inhibitor turret down, and they could take the inhib. I'm not too sure whether Wolves want to get close enough.
And the first engage from Copenhagen Wolves was onto Eddie, the support. I'm not sure why they used the Jarvan on him. They might go down here.
Broken Shard has to get away. Warlock going to be the focus. Diamond pounces, but he gets away. Teleport comes in. Kubon comes around the side there. Youngbuck can clean up here. Gets one, gets two. Can he get on towards it? Guardian Angel's going to come back up, but Youngbuck's into all sorts of trouble. Genja will not get away, and he's going to be safe. Genja just cleaning up. 619, so much damage on him now.
Stop jumping the support. It's not going to do anything to kill the support. Gambit, they keep fighting.
Oh, Warlock took down mid-air this time around by Genja. 719, Gambit in full control as they move on through. Kubon waits for the minions, and Gambit just 2 towers away, and a Nexus to take the victory here. Kubon caught out, caught in the Cataclysm by Broken Shard. Nick turns around, ultimate use on Unlimited. Not going to be the focus target. They still don't go pushing in with the minions. They have to back away.
And just back away now, go back, heal up, and then, oh, Broken's not done yet?
Whoop, stock doesn't land, he will just bounce away.
Now he is. Okay, Gambit can go back to base, heal up, wait for Eddie, go straight to Baron. They have super minions already going towards Copenhagen Wolves. They won't be able to go out and actually fight for this Baron buff unless it's going to be their last chance now for Copenhagen Wolves. Otherwise, Gambit can take it, push into the base, and look to finish here. But again before, Copenhagen Wolves jumping Eddie twice. Genji standing right next to him. It's like, nah, don't need him. Only want Eddie. Just pure revenge here.
This little squishy AD carry is not the focus, not the one I'm looking for. Now, with a Guardian Angels, will be a big problem next fight. So, minion waves, super minions, shoving down the bottom lane. Youngbuck's off the side dealing with that. Hasn't got teleport, had to use it just a moment ago with his Baron spawn. That could be a bit of an issue. Baron started off actually, Diamond didn't want that. Kubon goes in, they will start it off. So, Youngbuck, he's got to make tracks. He's a long way from this one. That explosive cast could be vital in this Baron fight. He's having to defend the turret. This is going to be the Baron for Gambit.
And then go up to this top lane here and just take the wave, push it up with him, and wait for all the super minions to pour into the base of Gambit. Like the base of Copenhagen Wolves.
Every single objective taken from Gambit. 6 out of 6 dragons, 2 out of 2 barons. They are 7-3 up in turrets. It's given this gigantic gold advantage, and from the very beginning, Gambit put that marker down. 3.5 minute dragon. They knew what they wanted with that lane swap, which the Copenhagen Wolves initiated. Has not worked out for them. Another turret falls. That's the 8th. The 9th is ready and waiting to fall. All 11 of them will be taken in this matchup. We're not sure that's the engage they're looking for. It will. Diamond very, very low. Has to use his ultimate. Doesn't obviously give him any mitigation anymore, so I'm not sure why he triggered it. Just simply wants to get himself away from that one. We'll have a bit of regen. Goes in towards the jungle actually to get the lifesteal on that one. So he will be okay for now.
Gambit staying in this top lane. Look at the super minions coming towards the base of Copenhagen Wolves here. They have to send someone into defend. Opens up now for Gambit to go in towards the tower. Unlimited took a lot of damage, and Diamond already back to full HP.
Void spikes and of course the Baron buff giving him all of that lifesteal as he clears out the jungle, goes back in, super minions on towards the Nexus turrets right now. Gambit just delaying this one, then Nexus turrets will fall. You can see Youngbucks had to go back to deal with them, while Gambit, there's one Nexus turret down. He can't keep them away from this. They're trying to do all they can. The inhibitor turret's now falling. Genja's getting another range, couple of shots on towards it. Every time stepping away, that shockwave could be the big key item, but he's just not able to pull the trigger. They've got to deal with the super minions. Once again, they go around the side. Nexus turrets keep feeling the pressure as Gambit just delay and delay on this one. The Wolves, once again, Genja goes in, gets himself another free shot. Soren taking yet more damage, has to pull a defensive ball, and immediately the second it happens, Genja goes in, gets a couple more shots. Inhibitor has finally spawned. That's the bottom wave, but that's going to get cleared out. There's the inhibitor turret going down. Gambit continuing, they're keeping the pressure on as they just force the Wolves.
The Wolves have to engage.
They have to do something, or they're just simply going to lose this game. Passive defensively, that's not the way they want to go out, surely. Woolite takes the focus. Now they're going to try and push out. You can see Gambit just rallying, getting ready. Genja's going to be the focus, quickly blown away. That's the ultimate use. Explosive Cast went down on that one. They flashed Death Sentence on Broken Shard. Will he get followed through? Inhibitor respawns. Diamond pounces. Woolite gets away just about with the heal. That's going to be Inhibitor going down. Gambit continue to pressure onto the Copenhagen Wolves. Ultimate went onto Unlimited. Not really the ideal focus, but it doesn't matter. It forces them back to the fountain. Death Sentence once again thrown out from Eddie. Another Inhibitor falls. And Gambit doing everything they can now. Broken Shard, he's getting focused on. Genja needs to start getting a couple of those auto attacks. Woolite is going to focus on. Woolite has to jump away. Youngbuck in trouble. Youngbuck follows through. Youngbuck is going to get focused down. Broken Shard gets locked up. Gambit are going to take this one, ladies and gentlemen. They will secure 7th place. They will get the choice of their opponent in the promotion series. And the Copenhagen Wolves, sadly, will be 8th place for them as Genja just cleans up at the end here on towards the fountain. The Nexus will fall. Double teleport from Kuban. And Gambit Gaming, they follow and finish in style.
Very well played and really showed how good Gambit looked in this Super Week. Just a standard game for them, to be honest. If you look at the last 4 games they have played, full control of Dragon. And I have to say, MVP, I know Genja picked up a lot of kills, but MVP is the man in front. Definitely Edward here for me. The Lanterns were perfect to save Genja. He set up so many kills early game, which gave Dragons, which gave the goal lead for Gambit. He just set up everything.
Excuse me while I take a breather.
You talk for like 2 minutes.
8-1-10 Genja at the end of that one. Fantastic. Where's this Genja been, ladies and gentlemen? Cogmore, the champion of choice for
Where's
him
the support
suddenly.
been?
Where has Eddie been? Big boss Eddie throwing out death sentences like he meant it. And when they landed, by God, did that champion go down. So fantastic play overall from all of Gambit this time around. You know, Kuban, solid in the top lane. He really has stepped up, proved, of course, he had the experience from Meet Your Makers previously in the LCS, but really is a solid champion in the top lane. More importantly, he gives Diamond the choice to actually choose where he's going to go instead of having basic lane.
And we did see Gambit just give the Gragas over to Copenhagen. Was like, we don't actually need it. We can just play Maokai top lane. Yes, he fell behind early, but once he got his tanky items, it was all they needed because the rest of the team, all the focus on bottom lane, once again, pays off. It's where they get the kills, it's what it gives the Dragons, and Gambit, with the new playstyle, a lot of focus on poking, and once they get the lead, they put up so many wards, Copenhagen Wolves could never really move anywhere. Gambit would know, catch him once again from Eddie, and another kill, another objective, and very, very strong performance. They're not done yet. They still have to requalify, but at least now they have the option to choose whatever, or one of the teams they want to face.
I mean, let's not be wrong. This is a long way from facing the Taipei Assassins in the semi-finals at Season 2 Championships for Gambit, of course, but they are still safe. They have to go through that best of 5. It's a big, big fight, of course, in the promotion series, but after looking at their display in Super Week, I think they could nail it. They went 4-1 effectively this Super Week. It's been brilliant for them.
Looked very, very good. Beat a lot of the middle of the pack teams. So yeah, going into promotion tournament, all of a sudden now, Gambit might be one of the favorites to actually requalify.
Well, let's get over to stage. Shox is standing by. We're one of the winners. It is Nick from Gambit.
Pleasure talking to Nick. Congratulations once again. You guys were very confident going into this matchup, yet a very calm and collected objective game. Talk us through strategy.
Yeah, so generally Copenhagen Wolves forced the swap, which obviously forced the slow game, because if you swap, you actually lose Drake control for the first Drake, which we abused. We got the first Drake, I think, at the 2nd minute, yeah? And pretty much that's it. We just forced the Drake fights, which were in favor of us mostly. And just few times also we were waiting for the catch-up. We have Syndra, we have Thresh, and generally either I or Edward was landing the hooks or stuns, and we killed people.
Talk us through your pick for Syndra here versus Soren's Orianna, a champion he loves so much, and other teams actually have banned out versus him a lot.
Orianna is a very safe matchup, obviously, and it's also Soren most played, so he's obviously quite good on her. They banned Ziggs, which is like my safest champion, so I had to go for something more aggressive, and they also swapped, so I couldn't have for the early game help of the diamond. Yeah, so it went for farming in the middle and transitioned into catching the people.
So fantastic game from you guys. Once again, fantastic record here in Super Week, securing that 7th place spot. When I talked to the other guys, they were actually looking ahead to next year already, and not even thinking about the struggle of re-qualifying maybe. How do you look up on the promotion games?
Before this week, or even before the last week, it was a bit hard for us because we couldn't quite find the connection and everything. But right now we stayed in Cologne for like before a week right now, and the last week we trained really hard. Obviously, it came with quite good effects. So we are just trying to do the same for relegations and secure our spot.
Well, you guys look fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, it's time to wrap up Super Week. So let's go over one more time to the dynamic duo of D-Man and Official.
Thank you very much, Shock. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is the end of the split. Currently, let's have a look at the standings and see where everything has lied. Alliance, they have maintained control of first place for the entire split and look like the team to beat coming into the playoffs, of course. Fnatic, well, they've led a record-breaking Reckless at the end of the split. Only equaled the record, though.
Yeah.
Didn't quite take it from ManCloud. The Super Hard crew, well, they sit in a hard-fought 3rd place. It's been a tough Super Week for them.
Yeah, and then we have SK Gaming, pretty good Super Week. And in the season actually is number 4 in the standings here, while Millennium went 0-4, terrible Super Week for them, and in the split in 5th place. Rockat, they round out the middle of the table now with a 6th place and of course are in the playoffs. And despite their struggles, Gambit Gaming in the season as number 7, while Broken Shot and the Copenhagen Wolves fall all the way down to last place.
And that of course means that the bracket is ready for the playoffs to begin. As a reminder, of course, the Super Hot crew and Rockat will be kicking things off in the quarterfinals next Thursday, August 7th, and the winner will face Fnatic in the semi-finals at Gamescom.
And then we have the SK Gaming versus Millennium match, which takes place on Friday, August 8th. And with that winner, heading to Gamescom as well to play against the number 1 team in Europe at the moment, Alliance.
There were, of course, a lot of improvements, ladies and gentlemen, across Super Week, but let's take a look at 5 players who performed consistently across all of their matches. In the top, well, it's the man we just saw in action. What a fantastic week it's been for Kubon. Overall, he really has stepped up.
Yeah, it was a tough start for him, getting into the LCS again, playing for Gambit, but he's really been performing here in Super Week. Maokai seems to be his new number 1 pick in the top lane and really works. Loves to play the tanks.
Well, alongside him is a man that's had the freedom, honestly. 4 Kazakhs and a 1 Evelyn overall, of course, including the tiebreaker. It is Diamond. What a turnaround it's been for this man. Everyone was questioning him just 2-3 weeks ago. Wow, what a turnaround. 7.3 KDA.
And also looks very happy when he plays now and seems to have a lot of synergy with both Nick and Kubon here. So solo laners working out, and all of a sudden he's ganking in the bottom lane as well. So seems to me like Diamond, he's back as we used to see him, especially his Evelyn game against SK Gaming was perfect.
Yeah, got 3 kills straight away at the start. All about our blue pot. The mid lane, well, it's the man from Fnatic. We all know who he is. It is Peke. Had a fantastic week once again. And Xerath pulled out earlier on. Brilliant stuff from him. Also, Fizz.
Yeah, his Fizz play was pretty much perfect also in the game against Copenhagen Wolves. Yes, he did play around a little bit, but every single time it mattered, he went in, picked up some kills, and Fnatic and Peke looking to really peak at the right time.
Well, perhaps if he'd have given a couple of those kills to Reckless, we would
have at least one.
Well, AD carry, it's not Reckless, ladies and gentlemen, it's Candy Panda, because he has been brilliant. 22 kills and 22 assists with 3 wins and 1 loss.
Such a good performance by him and SK Gaming, and we know whenever he performs, SK Gaming can always win team fights, and if you can also get a triple kill if you're passive, you are doing pretty well.
The thing is, SK arguably probably had the hardest Super Week, of course. They beat both Fnatic and Alliance as well, the top 2 slots. Support is Yellow Style from Fnatic. He has had a brilliant game, and of course, we all saw that last matchup that they played. He pulled out Morgana.
And it worked. AP Morgana for Yellow Star really showing he can play whatever he wants. So this is from the support game, however.
5-man Soul Shackle.
5-man.
Yeah, brilliant
Stuns them, beautiful setup, and every single game Fnatic plays, Yellow Star is the guy who just sets up kills left and right, and the guy who controls the entire map.
Today's LCS big play there, of course. The single most valuable player for this Super Week was the man we just saw. It was Yellowstar. What a fantastic performance it's been for him once again. His Morgana was spectacular. Landed Soul Shackle after Soul Shackle, like multiple members. I think 4 in the Baron Pit, 5 in the Dragon Pit.
Everyone got just stunned by him, and he is the best support in Europe. Question is he better than Afromu over on NA? We're going to have to see during Worlds if CLG and Fnatic can qualify, because at the moment they are very, very close, and honestly, Yellowstar is clearly the #1 supporter in Europe.
Well, Yellowstar actually had a tweet that highlighted his biggest play of the week. This came in for Fnatic Yellowstar, and he said, that Baron stealing triple kill was for all the ladies out there, ladies and gentlemen.
Learning from his AD carry.
Let's take a look at that big play.
Dive into it. Reckless now has got to the halfway point of the map. Can they get it? They can! Fnatic steal the Baron. It's Yellowstar that gets that one. His ulti's running in the pit, and this is going to be a whitewash. Reckless coming in. That's 1 kill. That's 3 kills for Yellowstar.
Well, I think honestly, Joe pretty much hit the nail on the head. He was like, that's one. Why is Yellowstar getting all the kills and not Reckless?
He can do whatever he wants, even steal the Baron as Morgana, which is pretty impressive.
I think Reckless needs to be looking towards Yellowstar and saying, it's all your fault. I could have been the record breaker, but instead, I just evened it out. There are, of course, still 16 LCS games to be played this week in North America. They're going to be kicking off tomorrow with Curse versus Complexity.
And they'll end their first day with Counter Logic Gaming going up against Team Dignitas. And the North American Challenger Summer 2 finals will take place after those matches as Team Coast take on Curse Academy for the title. Those matches start on Saturday at 9 p.m. Central European Summertime, 12 noon Pacific.
And then next Thursday, the European LCS playoffs will begin. The first quarterfinals match will be live here in the studios.
And that series will be followed by the Challenger Series third place match, where the winner, of course, gets a spot in the promotion tournament. Everything starts with the LCS preview show at 4:30 p.m. Central European Summertime or 7:30 a.m. Pacific. Smart thinking.
You're not going to want to miss that preview show either, especially after the epic Super Week we've had here. And of course, North America still to come. Lots of action to go into that one. That is all for the European LCS for this week, though. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll be seeing you soon.
Make them cheese because we're not chicken and we don't want beef, so we're ham.
Or what? It's ham or cheese, that's not chicken. Stop trying to force on the chicken.
Fuck.
Ignite is ticking away. Diamond has tanked up the turret. That's a double coming in for Genja, and Sensgren will fall as well. Triple kill for Genja.
Oh no, it's me, Mario.
The knockup doesn't quite land onto Cocoon does, but there is a Baron picked up, stolen away by the Super Hot crew, and that was amazing from Impala, and now they just turn onto Millennium. Reckless needs 14 kills from this game to beat ManCloud's record.
2! One more. Maokai! Lee! No! He will get them.
You got that?
No!
Suicide, and Reckless misses it. He misses it by 1 kill.
The wall's going to run away. Selfie goes in pretty deep. Mimer's been caught out. He's going towards Walleye. Walleye will not take him down. Now we're going to see Mr. Rades cleaning up. He gets 1, gets 2. It is Alliance versus Millennium, and we'll see how these two very diverse team comps work out. It's a little unseen from him. There goes the Glacial Fisher. There's Rockat going in, and Millennium just get wrecked. Absolutely